scende perché
Moving too fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force to a block to a king in his prime. Everybody get in line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the grind and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm no gold, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 날로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no. We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Cause not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team, big as my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now, our eyes are wide open. We're running this world, we're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. If I know we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. Oh, sleeping giants, sleeping giants.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in bloodstains walls.
Day one of week 9 of Split 1 of the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson, and we are coming to you live from our homes. My goodness, the OPL has taken a real production hit over the last couple of weeks, hasn't it, boys? Spawn?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some more than others. I would argue that your obvious, that must be your master bedroom because it is so nice. Maybe a production upgrade versus maybe
This is the
Skimmy's
guest
Mentalist
bedroom.
Island. Not so much. Skimmy, looking at you down there, mate. Your bedroom, bit white for
Look.
my liking.
Look, it's clean, it's cut, it's straightforward. This is no messing around. You get into this room, you know what you're getting straight off the bat. So, I mean...
Oh, God.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Start already.
That's all I'm
you
saying.
get in this bedroom, you know what you're getting. Skinny 2020.
There you go. There you go. Next segment.
Oh, my God. Rusty, save us. What happens in your bedroom?
I'm currently lagging in my bedroom, so I'm trying my best to survive the broadcast, man. I disconnected during that skimmy question, but I'm back.
Well, this should
Probably
all go
just for the best.
smoothly. As you've noticed, things are a little different at the moment because of the current situation in the world. We are clearly broadcasting
that
not
is
out
so
of the
nice.
studio. We are now... What's nice?
There's a ladder with a plant on it. I don't know
It's
why.
a beautiful
but
room,
there
isn't it?
is.
Yep. Let me just talk you through the room for a second, because this is where guests come to stay in the house. The ladder is where they could put their various knickknacks and accoutrements. There's a bedroom there with a few throw cushions. The window overlooks the garden. There's a rocking chair in case they can't sleep and need to have some breast milk or something to help them have a nap. So if anyone wants to come and stay during the apocalypse, then please, this bed is always open. We are going
Follow-up
to
question quickly.
Please.
Is that your normal homeware? Like, obviously, Nick in his garden with his guest room, and I assume 5 other guest rooms in his house, just rocks a cardigan normally? Is this how you get around the house?
I'm dressing down for the broadcast. It's normally a velvet smoking jacket. So that's what I would normally be wearing, and that's what I welcome the guests to the guest room in. And like Skimmy, they know what they're in for when they walk into this.
Look, that's
Follow-up
why you and me
question.
are the same bread.
Another follow-up question, please. Maybe we should just cast about the room.
Lady Dubsy has asked if the room is for rent.
The room. Who the hell knows what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks? 2 weeks ago, we were broadcasting out of a studio in the middle of Sydney. We're now in my house, so in 2 weeks' time, maybe we're all living here. I think, Spawn, you did suggest that we should all move in together and make a caster's house.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, just given the current economic climate, Nick, I think it might be a little bit better if we all had some cash liquidity about us. Despite the dollar dropping in value definitively, cash in always king in these situations. So I just think that maybe if we could all stop paying rent or mortgages and just maybe mooch off you, who is obviously doing fine, that could maybe help us out a little bit.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us for the OPL this evening. There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail, or shine, we can't be cancelled, we can't be fired, they can't take us off air because I'm saying it on camera. So this is very exciting. Bear with us if there's any production issues or small technical hiccups. This is all we're learning as we go, but it should make for an interesting show, and I'm looking forward to it. Something else I'm looking forward to are the games. Can we take a look at who is playing tonight? Because there certainly is a schedule, and here it is. Pentanet.gg versus Avant Gaming for game number 1. Direwolves taking on Gravitas for game 2. Mammoth and Pentanet.gg are back again for game 3. Order versus Direwolves for game 4. Mammoth Legacy game 5. And rounding out the evening, Order versus the Chiefs for game 6. Now, normally we would have been heading into our Super Week next week. This is a impromptu Super Week to make up for the games that we missed a couple of weeks ago when we had to suspend the Saturday broadcast. I think it was in week 6. So you got a bunch of League of Legends coming at you. And Rusty, what game are you most excited about for today? All right, Rusty. That's fine. I mean,
Yes, Rusty.
he is. I don't know what that
Order.
face is.
One of the games, I'd say both of them. Can you hear me?
There he is. Okay, I'm gonna throw this one then to Skimmy. Skimmy, what game are you most excited about?
What game am I most looking forward to? Actually, the first game, quite honestly. I feel like Pentanet as well as Avant are neck and neck in the standings so far. So I think it's a really good sort of showing of if Pentanet continues to rise up, or if Avant don't. And I don't know what is going on with Rusty.
What is that picture?
What is going on with Rusty?
That is the greatest technical difficulties picture of all time.
Well, I can put my feet up now.
There you go. You can enjoy it. Rusty, what are you looking forward to?
The Order games, I don't know if that came through last time, but 2 big games today and against 2 good teams, so I'm excited for the Order's day.
Absolutely. And Jake, I assume that you are just filled with anger and hatred as always.
No, absolutely not, Nick. I find that from my natural habitat where I don't have to wear pants, I can actually be a lot more enthusiastic about the OPL. And I am just saying that I just want the teams below us to continue losing. So if any team is below order, I am watching their games with so much interest today in the hope that they never catch us. And therefore, we don't have to play good League of Legends and we still get to finish in the playoffs.
That's good. There is a lot of talk, both on broadcast and in chat, about people not wearing pants. Is anyone wearing pants? No one's actually not wearing pants,
No.
right? Spawn.
I think we should do the stand up.
Up,
I said
right?
that. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you're wearing pants. Okay. These some shorty boys. Look at that.
Look
I
at
can
those.
promise
There
I'm
you go.
standing up.
That is what the people want to see.
Okay, cool. That's the kind of exciting content you can expect here on the OPL. All right. I think it is probably time to start getting ready for game number one. Game number one, of course, PGG versus Avant. Spawn, how are we feeling about both of these teams heading into the very pointy end of the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because coming into the start of the OPL, these two teams were seen to be kind of the challengers. And if ever anyone was going to be able to rock the boat of the top four, it was seen as maybe Pentanet. And they really have started to drop off, in my opinion. Definitely do not look as dangerous as they were pre-season. They've been unable to string really all that many wins together. Has been a pretty sporadic season. However, in saying that, I would say definitively they have looked better than Avant Gaming. Avant's really only had one game where they've been able to upset. That was against the Chiefs Esports Club. It was their last game. Otherwise, they do seem to be a little bit more of onliners, but maybe not even in the traditional sense, because we have been playing online for a couple of weeks now, and they do seem to still be struggling.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the PGG lineup. Obviously, all these teams are going to be playing from home as well, either their respective homes or the homes of their the team houses in which they reside. We don't actually have the lineups. No, so Spawn, just top of the head. PGG.
Real quickly. Yeah,
Real
it's going to
quickly.
be Smiles in the top lane. Of course, that's Biopanther, Yaxley in the jungle. Get back in the mid lane. Bottom lane is going to be Praedyth and Rogue. Windows Monkey is this team's coach. Actually, apologies, Coast Western Way. I always call him Windows Monkey. It's his old name. Western Way is their coach. And this is a team that, I mean, obviously really big expectations. We talked to Rogue at the start of the split. I think it was after their first win, Nick, and he said this is the best team he's ever been on, that they just listened to their coach. They're going to get it done. They need to go back to that. They need to go back to playing really smart League of Legends, because I still believe they don't have the raw firepower to take it to the top teams. But when it comes to the likes of, the Orders and the Avants, this team should be smart enough to be able to pick up crucial wins.
Absolutely. And Skimmy, AV, who we got?
Well, for Avant, we've got Dragku in the top lane, Lisa as their jungler, Chaz in the mid lane with Gunkrab and Appy as their bot lane, and Coach Max. And as Spawn mentioned already, fantastic performance out of them. Big upset against the Chiefs. We wanted a big performance coming out of Chaz, and he definitely popped off on that Rumble going 10-2. The same could be said for Lisa. It was a quiet game day number one. Second day, he just completely 180. You almost wondered if he was smurfing. It was a complete change of pace as to how he played that game, just the amount of influence on the map. So we wanted, I suppose, a degree of consistency coming out of this roster to sort of see if we can resemble those performances week in, week out.
Absolutely. And Rusty, you still with us?
I think so. Am I still here?
You are.
Hello.
You're still here.
Oh my God, do I sound normal?
You sound
Yes.
great, actually.
Oh, this
What
is
happened?
wonderful. I think the camera was somehow making me lag.
Well, you've got a very nice microphone now. Do you have anything to add before we get into game number one?
No, I think that what Skimmy just said on Lisa is the most important thing for me in a game like this. There's been times where Sully's had limited presence besides his first clear, and Lisa can often struggle in that first clear. And, depending on how that starts, I think the game will swing pretty significantly.
All right, well, let's see if that game swings at all. It is time for game number one. It is PGG versus Avant, and it is coming up with the Macca's Champ Select.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Well, let's kick it off with the very first game of the day. It's Avant Gaming taking on Pentanet.gg. It's week number 9, and we are in the OPL. It's the online OPL, as not only are the players at home, but we ourselves are also there, Rusty.
And Skimmy, it's supposed to be me casting the first three, not Rusty.
Well, there we go.
So
I've been debated already.
You've been debated. Hopefully I'm not muted and I'm actually coming through the stream. But this is a big game for both of these teams, obviously. Whoever wins this, you would have to say red-hot favourites going to be coming into the latter stages of the split. I think only one game separates them so far. 5-11 for the Avant Gaming lineup. It's going to be 6-9 right now for Pentanet.gg. So this really is a race for them.
Really is at this stage, and quite interested to see some of the bans that come out here so far. The Rumble that we discussed for Chaz already taken away, and that is the big 10.6 change, right? We've looked at the teleport being a major change, and also Wukong coming into the mix. A massive rework, especially with that double ultimate charge.
Yeah, the Monkey King is here. I think the ultimate charge, huge buff, but also the fact that his clone now will use auto attacks, Tiamats, as well as his Q. Wukong, to me, has been great. He's going to be seen in at least 3 roles. I think he can be played top, mid, as well as that jungle position. And Pentanet must have something prepared for it. I've already said they're one of the better coached, well-trained teams in the OPL. And I think that they would have a trap laid for this Wukong if they are willing to let it through.
Well, we've always discussed how much of an influence Praetor has on this roster. Incredibly strong, always finding CS leads, always able to emit a ton of damage with the resources thrown at him. Misfortune, definitely a champion that can excel in that regard. And Getback, going to be incredibly comfortable on the LeBlanc as well. So definitely a lot of raw staying power. Definitely going to be picking blind for that mid lane. As you say, yeah, Wukong can be flexed in multiple directions, but still a very strong opening by them to make sure they don't get bullied out of lane too easily.
Yeah, completely agree. And Pentanet have really just reached immediately for not so much team cohesion, but just raw early game power, right? Misfortune, the last of the 3 big 80 carries still available. Then you have yourself the LeBlanc, the mid lane assassin going to be picked up there for get back. And this is just all about being able to get your lanes those individual. It's not something that we're used to seeing from PGG. Honestly, they normally play the fun compositions with the Tilius and the Pantheons. This is a lot more, I guess, raw power than maybe we're used to seeing in some of their comps.
Yeah, and you start to wonder, right, given that Avant have always been that team ready to brawl, always wanting to force a fight, if Pentanet are adapting their draft based on the standings, based on who they're going up against, because as you say, typically being known for these macro split pushing comps, heavily reliant on teleports, heavily reliant on those split lanes to really force those 1-3-1s. So to see them right out of the gate have a kill comp bottom lane and a lot of kill pressure in mid really screams to me that they want to sort of out-micro what Avant can bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you immediately see kind of the skirmish power of the Avant Gaming lineup. They've got lockdown CC in every role. They've got big AoE damage coming out of Wukong, and his early game power is just so damn high. I actually really like what Avant's done here. I think that Pentanet certainly do have stronger lanes for what it's worth so far. But I think that those 2v2, those 3v3 fights around neutral objectives like Dragon, like Baron, like the Rift Herald, are probably going to be Avant Gaming favored at this stage.
Well, Time Kench is taken away to remove the protection that it can offer to the likes of Varus. Obviously has no mobility, same said for Misfortune. Makes it a little bit harder for them to go for that explosion one-shot. And they have responded by taking away the Maokai as well. So Maokai obviously incredibly strong at his presence in a team fight, the lockdown potential. And given those first 2 picks that Avant have, they definitely want to get in and get out unscathed.
Yeah, well, Maokai in particular just completely ruins LeBlanc's day. She's all about creating distance and the mobility, and the fact that the W will just follow her to wherever she goes really does limit the kind of staying power she has in this mid-game. So I like the Maokai ban. Fire Panther is one of the few, top laners that is willing to play a pure tank currently in the OPL. So I think that's really smart. And I think getting rid of something aggressive from Sully as well, trying to force him back onto that Lee Sin, which he's shown a little bit of success, but I guess teams want to see more, does seem to be interesting here.
Well, Morgana's denied, obviously a strong counter with the Black Shield against Nautilus in lane, but adds once again to this aggression that Avant are looking to try and draft in. You have a Varus Morgana bottom lane, good pushing power, good aggression to then contest the likes of Dragon and other objectives. They respond back with a Rek'Sai ban of their own, and you call it, and that is going to be the Sully Lee Sin.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is something that Sully has shown a lot of propensity towards, but I don't think it's his best champion at the moment. I'd much rather see him on something like the Gragas, like the Karthus.
Yeah.
Even a Nidalee pickup, which he's been known for. He is trying to be that early game bridge for his compositions at the moment, playing something like the Lee Sin. But I just think that it is definitely not his natural habitat, Skinny. He's much more comfortable on champions that have a role in the mid to late game.
Oh, he's hovering that Java before, but as they say, they've decided to veer into a pick comp at the stage Pentanet, whereas Avant, once again, building more protection, more abilities to go and group for that full 5-man. They've got the Braum, and now they've got the Echo.
Yeah, and that's really interesting. Chaz going towards an assassin of his own. Obviously, Echo's really good as a counter assassin because he can nullify a lot of that damage that's going to come out of Get Back, right? And he's going to be, I'd say, as annoying in the skirmishes. So I think that that's a really great pickup for him there. In saying that, I can't believe Set has made his way all the way through to the last pick, and the Horn has gone completely untouched in this pick ban phase scheme.
Yeah,
what world do we live in where a pure tank has been played and it is not Horn? That is crazy to me.
It's blowing my mind, the fact that this is a bit of a different identity, really, for Pentanet. And as you say, the last pick on towards Set, a few weeks ago, you'd be looking at that always first pick, if not banned away. So, yeah, definitely a different priority coming into this very first game. And I think the highlight for me, I'm sure many people at home on this new patch, is really how much influence Wukong can bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when we have a look at kind of where Wukong's strengths are going to be, he's very strong at level 1. And then does start to bully on that first item. We're going to see a lot of top laners this patch. He's played build Blade of the Royal King straight up. It's 12% current health. It is a huge slow that's going to come across, giving great sticking power against something like a Misfortune or a Lee Sin. And he's kind of a hybrid. He's got great burst potential, so he can be viewed as kind of an assassin early on, but then is a monster team fighter as well. So certainly not just one or the other. I'm really excited to see how teams try and deal with this Wukong, whether it's going to be Set ulting him out of the team fights or maybe some matched aggression. But I think that for the first game of the OPL, letting him through is certainly a big confidence play here.
Absolutely.
For the Avant gaming lineup.
What is the discussion we had going into this, right? Are we going to see it permanently banned? Are we going to see teams in the higher bracket, lower bracket decide to pick it? Really, what is that risk factor that comes into it? And, you sort of see that confidence to say, have it. You can go for that first pick. We're not concerned. We've got a plan of our own. Really screams the confidence coming out of Pentanet. So I'm excited to see, because I would say that Pentanet are the favorites coming into this one, just from a consistency factor. So, you look at this and you go, the fact that you're willing to give that over shows that either your scrim results have shown that you're not afraid of it, or that you just don't believe that your opponent is good enough at it.
Yeah, and the other thing that you have to think of, right, is that you only get to play 4 or 5 blocks of scrims about 5 games a day. So, you're talking between 20 to 25. Let's call it on the high end, 30 games. Wukong's going to be banned in probably half of those. So you're saying maximum they've had 15 games to scrim with this champion. So it definitely isn't going to be a seamless Wukong. I would imagine that there is going to be, maybe the support doesn't know how much damage he does or something like that. But I do just think his power level right now is so significantly high that you probably don't want to even let it through if it does have that bad synergy, right?
Yeah.
If it has good synergy, this champion could be terrifying and game winning.
Well, we're looking at, obviously, the jungle matchup as well. I want to start, first of all, between Lisa and Soy. We mentioned it going into this match, actually, how important it is for those two to come online. Having these really strong early game junglers that definitely scale on up, coming into level 6 to give themselves some power spikes for the solo lanes. Who do you think has a better chance of getting these solo lanes online to start with?
Yeah, that's super interesting, right? Because coming into the start of the split, I would say these are the two junglers that I want to watch. Both rookies coming into the OPL. Sully had some time on order. Lisa's always been a solo queue star. But I think that both of them translated that pretty poorly. I know that my jungler only actually rates Lisa pretty high and said that he thinks that it's just a little bit of stage nerves that's getting to him. Hopefully at home he doesn't feel that. Sure. I would say I generally favor Elise in this matchup. I like to be the Elise player, not the Lee Sin player. So I'll see whether that is something that translates across. But I think that the thing that really decides it for me, Skimmy, at the moment, is the fact that this is Lisa's gameplay. This is the early game champions. Yeah. Say it was a Karthus versus an Italy, I would be favoring Sully in that matchup because that's definitely how Sully climbed the ranks. But on these early game powerhouses, Lisa certainly does play more of a skirmish heavy style, and I would expect him to be much more comfortable in an Elise versus Lee Sin matchup, regardless of which side of it he was on.
I'm excited to really see this new roster, this new identity that is coming out of Pentanet. I've mentioned it multiple different times, but we keep seeing them go for these macro plays. If you look at this, they definitely still have the ability to go for that 1-3-1 split. But do you feel like we're not going to have these long drawn out games that are typically being 35 minutes onwards? Do you expect to see this game be a lot shorter for their standards?
Yeah, I think at the moment the game plan is certainly a lot mid-game focused, especially for both these teams. We're not seeing pure tanks picked up. We haven't seen an Ornn or a Maokai or something in there. That means that stalling is just really, really difficult. You're also not seeing like infinite wave clear control mages. You know, there is no Azir, Xerath, Anivia, like any of those picks currently being taken either. So I expect that whoever gets an advantage in the mid game, unless they make a significant mistake during a team fight, should stay ahead. That's kind of how the OPL's been played the entirety of this split, in my opinion, unless, you know, with the exception of a couple of massive throws in the mid game. I think Legacy had one. I think Order had one. Then really whoever has been ahead in the early game has very much stayed ahead. And we even saw that last week when Avant was able to grab an early game lead versus the Chiefs. They did a fairly good job of staying ahead. You know, they had a slip up, but that even wasn't enough to pull the Chiefs back into that game.
It was a whirlwind of emotions, and we're going to be very shortly into game number 1. We're going to jump to a quick 5-minute break for competitive integrity, and when we rock back, it's Avant taking on Pendinet. Well, here we go, Spawn. It's game number 1 of week 9 in the OPL. It's Avant taking on Pentanet.gg. A massive game for the implications on the leaderboard. Very neck and neck at this stage as they sit closely at both 5th and 6th place.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, coming into this, I would have said that Pentanet should be considered the favourites. But considering how this draft has gone and kind of the strength that I see in Avant Gaming's lineup, I am a huge fan of what this team has been able to put together. I think their game plan should be to fight early and fight often. And when Avant gets a game plan and a composition like that, Skimmy, I really do think they're going to be successful. So anything can really happen this game. And if they are to win, that puts a whole spanner in the playoff run works, I think, at this stage of the season.
Absolutely. The gauntlet gets that much more interesting at this stage. We do see a 5-man spread so far. Both junglers going to sit topside. Nobody willing to make the invade call just yet. So it can be interesting to keep our eyes peeled, especially on the likes of Lisa and Sully, and get to understand how much influence they can have at least levels 1 through 6.
Yeah, and that's where we're going to be tracking, right? We're going to be watching these junglers like hawks, because I really do think that if a couple of these laners get nudged over from the Avant Gaming lineup, that it should be a really smooth transition into that mid game. I do think that bottom lane, this Misfortune and Nautilus should have a good time, but once again, one game can change that. And mid lane, kind of similar, although I'm not an expert. Taking teleport on the Echo could definitely change the swing of it. He has a lot of wave clear to maybe deal with, so I'm interested to see how Chaz plays this one. He's certainly one of our players to watch at the moment, Skimmy, because his performances, much like Avant Gaming's, have been quite inconsistent. I think he played the Rumble versus Legacy, and Tally definitely taught him a thing or two against that, about that matchup, and then he played it again against the Chiefs and looked very good and comfortable on it. So very interested to watch Chaz today.
I think it's an interesting point that you bring up about the fact that Chaz is going to have the teleport versus the ignite that Get Back has, whether or not that changes the dynamic really for Sorley, if he's going to be looking to babysit mid lane to try and get that ignite online before sort of the teleport influence allows him to find a major CS lead.
Yeah, because you kind of talk about it all the time, right? What does teleport gives you? Gives you a free base during the laning phase. And with the teleport changes, it's going to give you better flank potential and stuff in the late game as well. But, you know, primarily on something like an Echo, you're taking it so you can use your health to shove out this wave and get yourself your first item, whether that's going to be, you know, double Doran's ring, or maybe if you're feeling really spicy, something like a Sheen or the makings of a Proto Belt. Can go a couple of different ways, right? On the same time, what does Ignite give Get Back? Well, it gives him a lot of kill threat. And kill threat doesn't mean you necessarily have to kill the other laner, right? It just means you have that threat too, which might give him access to the push earlier, might give him a free chop anyway. So very interested to see how Get Back and Chaz play this. You can see that right now Chaz seems a bit skittish, dashing away there, and Get Back pretty calm, just farming up a storm.
Yeah, not going to be too phased by that one whatsoever. And obviously, just to familiarize you guys with the new changes to teleport, now actually gives you an activatable movement speed boost upon completion. So you're looking at 30% baseline all the way up to 50% at levels 11. So longer cooldown, does get a little bit shorter as the game goes on, but the fact is, if you can find a flank, you've got infinite mobility, which really does benefit the likes of an Echo.
Hold the phone quickly, a little bit of a scuffle. Ooh. Good reaction speed there from Lisa to actually be able to repel out of that one. Looked like he had found Sorley in time, but obviously having a charge of that Scuttle Crab. Crosses mid lane here. We don't talk about this often, right? But this just guarantees that Get Back is going to get the push there. It doesn't take all that much experience or gold either. So that's going to be a double Scuttle Crab picked up for Sorley, and he's going to find himself with, you know, a 2-camp lead on his first clear. Very well done from PGG's jungler.
This is the dream, and right now bot lane seems to be having an engagement held in the mid lane, Sorley flanking around. That's going to be the hook to connect the dash in and the collapse. First blood for Pentanet.
And you got to say, why is Gunkrab not flashing that hook? It looked like a fairly easy hook to flash. He could have just gone into the creep wave. Lee Sin doesn't like to gank into creep waves either. That's pretty sloppy from Gunkrab. And I've been really, I guess, questionable of Gunkrab's performances. They do have another 80 carry. Violet, he looks to be the goods. As far as stats go, I don't know whether you've checked out Violet's stats. He is playing against bottom 3 teams only, but he has the highest DPM in the game, has a high CS differential as well for the entirety of the OPL, I'm pretty sure. So I really want to see him play these games because I think that Gunkrab has had too many moments like that recently, Skimmy. He just continually is falling behind in this laning phase.
No, that's a big punish right now because it definitely gets the likes of Praetor online. It's not going to be them that get the kill. They will get those assists, but keep your eyes on top lane right now. Biopanther is about to be collapsed upon. The wave is pushing in as he's looking to try and crash it.
Draco's going to die
try and jump in. He's
I mean,
going
look
to be
at
forced to back
Dragco's
away.
health.
He can't assist at all. It's a 2v1.
I mean, and Biopanther will probably be able to make this hit the turret, so it's not even a guaranteed freeze. A little bit of time wasted there from the Avant Gaming lineup, and maybe it's just because I feel a little bit more comfortable in my house that I could be critical of this team, but he's going to get done.
Oh, that's going to be absolutely monstrous right now. The flash gets burnt and the kill gets picked up. Sorely finding the dream opener here.
And what are they doing? That is just such a disaster right now for the Avant Gaming lineup. He had teleport. He could have got back there for the majority of the way. Sure, he wasn't going to be able to freeze it, but when you stuff up a gank that badly, you do have to pay the price. Meanwhile, in the mid lane,
well, mid lane is where they're now turning their attention. Avant looking to try and pick up a consolation prize. It's going to be a 2v2. The flash to look and land that cocoon. It doesn't connect, but doesn't need to. Out comes the shield, but it's not enough. Sully forced to back away with Avant members hungry to chase on through. Pentanet rotating through the mid. Just a little bit too late.
yeah, and that's really well executed there from Lisa. He knows that his solo lane is honestly in just a lot of trouble right now. So he said, you know what, I'm going to have to burn a summon a spell. I'm going to have to make some action happen. The great thing about that Nimbus Close change, Skimmy, is how sticky it makes these junglers in the early game. Obviously, Lisa going to be running with that one, and you can just see there's no way LeBlanc can get away after she's burnt that flash and distortion. Really well done from Avant Gaming's jungler to get Chaz an early game lead.
Well, we do see the items already starting to come online here for Sorley. Gonna give him a fair bit of pressure as he comes in to these exchanges, and we know how strong the Lee Sin can be when it comes to dragons. So with the priority being found in both lanes and with Chaz resetting, first Drake will go to Pentanet.
And this is why I don't necessarily love freezes early on in the game, Skimmy. I think we've talked about it a couple of times on broadcast, but freezing a lane is going to give you a slight experience lead early. But if they can get the shove anyway, and you can't challenge a fight to maintain your freeze, you just go over windows like this, where you are going to lose things like the Dragons or Rift Heralds. In mid-game, when there is no objectives on the map, I think freezing is definitely really viable. But I just think early on in the game, push priority and access to the river and the jungle is so important and crucial. And kind of question why Gunkrab and Appy were, looking for that freeze there. Has got them back in the game, has nullified that kill that picked up early by, Sully and the couple of assists that went over. Gold completely even, but that first dragon can set that sole point win condition very early into the game.
Definitely, when you're looking at win conditions, Dragon is a big one to keep in mind, and that'll get Pentanet online here as they're the first to rotate and do the swap towards topside with that 8-minute spawning on the Rift Herald. So going to be quite interesting to see now that Sully has completed his jungle item, as they get very close to level 6, how much of an impact that can make.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that Sully's level 6 power spike is certainly higher. Also, the fact that he's got a warrior enchantment as well means that he's online to be able to fight right now. As soon as you get warrior in level 6, especially with red smite on Lee Sin, give him a red buff for good measure. He's probably the strongest hero in the game right now. Meanwhile, we have a little bit of a hover coming into the top side. Hook is going to be there. Rogue goes in.
Rogue will go indeed. Rogue is forced to back out, and there is going to be a teleport available for Biopanther if he decides to go for it. Gunkrab with a very aggressive flash forward for an auto, which, quite honestly, was not going to do it. Teleport does come out, but it does get cancelled in the end from bot lane. Ultimate being burnt by Dragku to counteract that macro play.
Yeah, very interesting game so far. You saw that Dragku flashed and ultied to stop Biopanther getting there. He thought that his team had a waning skirmish on the top side of the map, but as you mentioned, that flash from Gunkrab was just straight up weird. And it hasn't necessarily netted them a push in the top lane because they traded Gunkrab's health for Rogue's health. And obviously, it's much more beneficial to have the AD carry's health at this stage of the game. Jungle is skirmishing.
Sorely looking for an angle right now. Does have vision in the river, so that is locked down. Avant are in the blind so far, as they do have members actually physically present there. Exhaust is going to go out into Rogue, who can just hook that one out. I flash to try and get the stun with his passive. Gunkrab looking for it. Lethal tempo online. Cocoon dashed. Cocoon dodged, but the kill will come out. And now a full collapse here from Avant as Chaz jumps in. He can't even recall! The ultimate will not be used. And Pentanet get an absolute steal.
Yeah, and that was a great idea coming across from Avant. You can see that they needed to be aggressive there to force the play. However, just slight misexecution, getting kicked at the last moment means that it is a losing skirmish. Meanwhile, bottom lane.
Bottom lane is where the action now takes place. This has not been a quiet game, but did you expect anything else from this draft? Dragku once again filling the wrath of the set.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to call into question both top laners' builds at the moment. We see, it's going to be makings of Black Cleaver picked up without really all that many armor stackers. Wukong does have it in his passive. Take another look at this one. This was a face check that came out of Sully, and I think this is what kind of started the whole fight. Half health the jungler. That means you feel comfortable now taking this trade. You can see Highway opened up as well for the Echo, and they just go Appy, willing to burn the flash as well as the exhaust to get any kind of tags on. Heal also going to be used. This is 4 summoner spells that they're going to commit to this play so far. And I think they should have stopped here. That's a good trade. You maybe go take yourself a Rift Herald, but as soon as Chaz goes down and Sully doesn't follow, no follow-up dive going to be there, then it becomes really rough. And you can see that in the top side, they're just continuing to use abilities to try and shove this wave in, get themselves access to the Rift Herald that was actually taken by Pentanet.gg already, and should be leading to an early game lead. Was it Pentanet that took it? Someone took it. It's not there. Show me the scoreboard, observers.
Let's have a look. Yeah, it was.
Rogue's got it.
I was like second-guessing myself there for a moment there, but no, definitely Pentanet finding the advantages in terms of kills, in terms of macro pressure, but the gold is dead even.
I mean, the gold's even, but you have to think about what PGG's actually got going early, right? So they've got themselves the first dragon. They then had the flip into the top lane, and they got themselves the first Rift Herald. Next dragon is now spawning, and you can see that they are in a situation right now where they can walk their Nautilus mid lane and maybe set up for another dragon take as well. So I would say, despite gold being even, the objectives very clearly in Pentanet's favor right now. And what they want to do is something very cute. I mean, this is what I mean by them being well-coached, Skimmy, is that they actually are going to send their duo lane back into Wukong, give over the next dragon, but take themselves the top lane turret. You can see that's the goal. They've got 3 members up there, and that should give them, roughly 1,000 gold advantage at this stage of the game. Sure, it costs you a dragon, but does that really matter at the moment?
Does not matter at this stage, given the fact that Nautilus is the one that has that Herald in his possession. Now, that's going to be the second ultimate charge coming out here from the Wukong. That's a shutdown as well. Draku instantly back online.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what you have to take into consideration when you go for plays like this. I'm saying it's a smart trade, but then why is Sully diving in between 2 turrets, trying to kill the strongest champion in League of Legends at the moment, top laner versus jungler? Don't care how many kills you have. That very rarely works at 12 minutes into the game. And that means that Avant, they kind of even up the odds there. They get themselves the shutdown. That builds them a slight gold lead. Now going to be able to take this dragon away. Top lane turret still might fall down, but certainly more gold going over to Avant than PGG would have been comfortable with at this stage of the game.
It's definitely been a bit of a weird game with the sort of trades that are taking place. Maybe not as clean and cut as it would have been in, say, the studio, but it is the OPL. We are online. If you want your sports fix, you're going to find it in esports here today, and that tower will fall on down, as will the Herald.
Yeah, so Herald going to go down. It is a slight gold lead here, but if you're trading money for objectives at the start of the game, you probably want a little bit more than just the 200 gold lead, to be perfectly honest, Skimmy. And this is what we said. If Avant can get through this early stage of the game where the lane is of misfortune and LeBlanc certainly going to be a little bit stronger, their skirmish power does look very high, and the money's all in the right area. You can see 80 carry, as well as mid lane and top lane. Certainly going to be quite happy at the moment. You do have to look how much gold Praetor does have.
Yeah,
he is certainly very accelerated at the moment, 1,000 gold up, and Misfortune maybe has the potential to be able to take this game over.
We've seen him do it time and time again, so looking to sort of write that narrative once more. But Chad's definitely doing a fantastic job of, despite not having that sort of quote-unquote kill pressure, able to keep up in the CS department despite roaming around the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they're kind of the 2 hard carry players that we look at in these teams, right? Chaz as well as Praetor. And Chaz, definitely a lot more, I'm a mobile person that will be willing to leave my lane, get around, help my teammates. I kind of see Praetor as a little bit more of a turret. I don't know if you agree with that, but he kind of sets up in a lane and then the team comes to him and plays around him, quite like they are now. Mm-hmm. And I think that certainly is a unique way to play AD carry. AD carries generally come to the fights, whereas I would say the fights generally happen around Praetor. Big dive potentially coming here though, Skimmy.
It's a big dive. They are definitely putting a lot of resources into this one. Avant will have plenty of vision in that shrub, but Tri and River are blind at this stage. 4-man collapse.
Wukong has teleport. Is there a ward behind them that he can go towards? There definitely isn't right now, so they're not going to set up for it.
Nothing in the lane. It was a deep ward on, say, Penanet's blue buff, but maybe a little bit too deep.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Wukong. If you leave him alone with Clone, with the Q, with all the additional attack speed he has, he doesn't need many waves to be able to take down a turret. So I think they would be happy with that. They lose a little bit of HP on the bottom lane turret, but Wukong continuing to build this CS lead, continuing to take down structures and show that he is going to be a nuisance. That would be Bork finish, and I don't really think a Trinity Force set's going to be able to go with him now.
No.
I do not like Biopanther's build, by the way. You can make an argument that against Wukong, with the armor stacking passive, maybe Black Cleaver would have been better. But I think if you're going a straight duelist item, you need to be able to match the Blade of the Ruined King at this stage. 12% current HP. It's just a huge item at the moment.
Combine that with the Ninja Tabbies that he has online as well. Drek, who's going to be a monster when it comes to these team fights, apart from the likes of Get Back, nullifies a lot of damage that this roster has.
Yeah, and that's the thing. All of a sudden, with the new itemization that's come across from all of these bruises, Grievous Wounds is just such a crucial item in so many of these games. Some games you're seeing, 2, 3 Blade of the Ruined Kings picked up. If your 80 carries want it, you can see one right now on Gunkrab, one on Dragku. Sure, there's not all that much innate healing, but there's also some a little bit on Chaz. Lisa also self-heals quite a lot in these fights, so not necessarily a game where you'd be thinking if you're a Praedyth or a Biopanther, hey, I really need to be able to pick up some healing cut. But I just feel like at the moment in League of Legends, there is so much sneaky healing that healing cut almost feels necessary.
Yeah. Perhaps a rune needs to come across, or perhaps they are so reliant now on this Varus pick, be it they don't need to spend items on an Executioners. They've got it in his Arrow Hail. As engage takes place in mid lane, mainly a skirmish at this stage to try and get that mid turret down. Pentanet going to be a little bit too slow to try and respond and stop that from happening.
And Avant have really taken over this game. Rogue now might be caught out.
Maybe indeed he's going to be forced to flash away, but members are chasing. There's going to be a flash from the Monkey King himself. Out goes the stopwatch, only buying time for the inevitable to take place. Avant will run with that tempo, and they'll be looking to pick up the second Herald of this game.
Yeah, and Pentanet.gg is, for the first time, not splitting the map in the early game. Normally what we see from Pentanet.gg is what we saw at the last Dragon Skimmy, where, okay, we know they want Dragon, we're going to set up the top side. But this time around, they brought 5 members to be able to contest this Herald, and Rogue was just caught completely out of position, right? They don't have the item spike. It's components of Trinity Force to completed Blade of the Ruined King. And I think that this is one of those matchups where PGG have really miscalculated kind of when Avant's comp is strong, which is right now, and is running straight into them. And it's given Avant quite a significant gold lead and another Rift Herald.
Well, Avant take those, that's for sure. They've been given an invitation to allow this power spike to be utilized, and the timing could not be better, as you say. They pick up the Herald, Dragon spawns as well, so they can cleanly rotate through this middle wave, keep the priority up, and just keep the pressure to say, Pentanet, you're forced to go back to your lanes. You're not really allowed to leave.
And you can see finally they're back to their splitting ways. Immediately as they saw AV go into the bottom side jungle, there was a ping on the turret. They know that they have free push right now in the top side, that they should be able to control at least maybe a Gromp or something like that for Sully as well, get him farming again. Because right now, you'd have to say that they're falling behind in multiple areas. Chaz, once again, going to grab himself a solo turret in that bottom lane. Biopanther's so worried about where Lisa is. He can't even reapproach that wave. And you know what? Sully farming, fine. But with Rift Herald dropped, this now becomes a race.
Absolutely. 3 turrets to 1, soon to be 4 at this stage, because that does a lot of damage, especially when plates are down. Avant just accelerating this game suddenly just out of nowhere.
And all of a sudden, online Avant is looking really, really good. They're going to get another charge off.
Wow.
Chaz has to burn the ultimate, but that turret's nearly dead. Any split push pressure out of Chaz right now, and that turret falls down. And, I said maybe not the online performance that we would expect out of a team of great solo queue players like Avant last week, but they did take down the Chiefs. They only lost to Legacy, who were second, nearly first on the ladder, and now looking very, very clean versus Pentanet.gg. Honestly, this game has been brutal to watch so far if you're PGG fan.
They've just absolutely decimated bot lane, not only picking up a solo turret, utilizing that Herald, keeping Bio zoned away, and then potentially even breaking into the base to threaten an inhibitor before 20 minutes. The amount of pressure they were able to achieve, Pentanet still desperately trying to search for that mid lane turret.
Yeah, and what I want people at home to kind of take away is, it's only a 2,000 gold lead, but we said that bottom lane should win significantly. Well, that's no longer the case, Varus is in a great position on Summoner's Rift right now. I thought mid lane should have been a winning lane as well. He took the Ignite, he's got a higher kill threat champion in LeBlanc. I think they have a winning 2v2 because it's mixed damage. Lee Sin and LeBlanc should beat out Echo and Elise because you just itemize a little bit of magic resistance and that all of a sudden impacts the 2v2 quite heavily. But instead of winning these lanes and having the advantage going into early game, it's actually the 1-3-1 comp that has far superior lockdown, especially on AoE targets, through the Echo W as well as the Wukong ultimate. But you'd have to say that advantage right now, very heavily in favor of Avant. If this was an equal gold game, I would say Avant has done their job throughout the early stages. But given the fact that they have themselves nearly a 2,000 gold lead, that puts them even further ahead of the clock, Skinny.
And it's crazy, right? Because Pentanet have itemized 5 Merc Treads. So they've got the tenacity, they've got that magic resist that you said that you wanted to see them dip into. So definitely going to reduce the amount of CC and burst that can come out of this composition. But they've just been, especially from 15 minutes onwards, forced to just give up so many different objectives, even for, just a singular pick, investing so many members in there. I suppose it all really sort of started from when Rogue was gathering around the Rift Heralds and made it a 4v5.
Yeah, that catch was certainly pretty instrumental as far as this game went. You've hit the nail on the head. I think that was the first 5v5 that PGG wanted to set up for. And they obviously weren't able to find it due to mismatched numbers. And now, because of how far ahead Wukong is, I just don't think that they're going to win an even numbers team fight. So it's about, okay, how do we catch them in setup? You can see right now that they're trying to play this mid lane wave and top lane. However, they aren't going deep enough into the jungle that Rogue was comfortable looking for a Hawk. And instead of challenging the vision here, Pentanet.gg have said, okay, all of this river now belongs to them. We're going to play very far back in our lanes. We're going to concede a lot of ground. Actually, we're going to go for a recall. That's given Avant Gaming time to go back, pick up even further pink wards. And we'll see whether they can now push in, maybe even get control of this Baron area with Double Blade of the Ruined King with Wukong. This is going to be a very quick Baron right now for the Avant Gaming lineup.
We'll just look at the map right now. It's lit up blue. There's only a singular control ward for Pentanet, and that's in bot lane as if you're still laning. So they are completely blind on this map right now. Yes, Pradev is an absolute turret, as you highlight. He's got 2 completed BF sword items, so he's going to be pumping out some massive damage. But I mean, the fact is, Varus, despite that, he can chill. But Chaz, whenever he gets the chance to roam, definitely not chilling.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for fight after fight. And just to kind of echo what you're saying there, if you're Misfortune in this composition, your sole job is let's do damage. Nothing else in your kit, right? She's just a out-and-out attack damage carry. Whereas if you're Varus and you fall slightly behind, hey, I've still got plenty of utility. I have healing cut in my Hail of Arrows. I also have an AoE ultimate that can start off team fights or, help peel for my carries. There's just a lot more utility built into Varus's kit than what there is in Misfortune. So I think, Praetor, he's ahead. Good on him. He needs to be ahead for his champion to do damage. And I think that Gunkrab right now, despite a poor laning phase, would be quite happy with being behind.
Goes the slam dunk, but it's going to be an instant ult for ult to respond there. Out come the bullets to try and lock Chaz in place, but with that amount of mobility, going to be very tough to lock him down. Does have Lich Bane and has the Proto Belt to disengage too, so unless they flash engage, that's going to be a clean disengage for the likes of Avant.
And every time you do that, you're just trading a long cooldown ultimate for Chaz's very short parallel conversion.
Yep.
He's just going to rewind and get himself out of there. And more gold and farm is going over onto the Monkey King. This is a champion that you just cannot allow to get as fed as what he is. He's farming at 10 CS a minute. Got himself 2 completed items and is in the perfect spot for the mid game. He's a GA away from being the biggest nuisance on Summoner's Rift. And you can tell that they're contesting vision on the opposite side of the map of what the real objective is. They were trying to stop a bottom inhibitor turret going down when really, right now, Avant have all their control set up around that Baron area. You see another recall being taken, second items now being completed. And I would say Praetor needs to nearly solo carry this game. Praetor
I feel like at the
really
stage,
need to get to work.
Absolutely, he's working towards that Bloodthirster, so the third BF sword item. So the ultimate is definitely going to be that monster machine that you come to know and love off Misfortune. But, Pentanet were just in no situation to respond to that Dragon. They had Get Back stuck in the top lane, forced to catch that XP underneath the tower. They obviously made that play on towards the inhibitor that you highlighted, which forced them to clear that. And mid lane was in a neutral position. So I feel like if there was ever a moment, if you're waiting to buy time, yes, Trinity Force is completed. Maybe there's a world in which you get Bloodthirster there too. You got 4 minutes before Avant can threaten that Mountain Soul.
Yeah, you can just see that Chaz is starting to ignore Biopanther as well, which means that now there's no turret there. You can just start chipping away at an inhibitor. He can create so much pressure. And if he ever does look at Biopanther, Bio still takes a lot of damage from him. Big damage across to Lisa, however. This might be the fight they're looking for.
That's a hook that's engaging on towards Gunkrab. They're trying to make things happen right now, but that's going to be the exhaust straight away onto Lee Sin, who gets deleted. He's gone. There is no chance to respond on that. One's going to force out a teleport here from Set, who wants to try and find an angle. Misfortune is on his own, as Bradif is forced to disengage away. And Avant can just walk over to this Baron and know that there's no Smite Steal available.
Yeah, there is vision there, so they can go for a fight. However, no ultimates apart from Biopanthers. Really no mobility summoner there for the Misfortune. She's going to get eaten alive. Already Baron at 4,000. They're looking for the fight, but I don't know if they can take it.
They cannot find this one. Rogue pops that stone plate, trying to buy some tankiness. He goes for the hook. It doesn't connect. Biopanther looking for the 1v4 situation, and Gunkrab survives. Summoners were burnt. Get back alive. Trying to do as much as he can as Sully returns, but they do prevent the Baron from being taken.
Okay, so that's good news right there, Skimmy. Baron will not fall down. PGG throw 3 lives at it, and that's to stop the assault. Meanwhile, Praetor also going to get himself a little bit more gold by taking down that turret. But when you approach like this, it is so scary. You have a look at what Chaz does. Immediately dives over this wall and beelines towards the 80 carry. Meanwhile, Rogue trying to go in by as much time as possible. And Chaz, with one combo, takes Predator to half health, and Predator says, you know what, boys? I can't fight this one anymore. I'm going to go mid lane. Gunkrab nearly fell down. Pretty good kiting coming out there. You can just see not enough damage in Bio's build at this stage of the game. But you got to say that that was a pretty one-sided affair. Predator without summoner spells does look like he's going to struggle against the dive of Avant Gaming.
Yeah, he's only now going to be relying on that cleanse summoner. Next mountain will be up in 1:40, so the time is ticking. The clock is working its way towards giving Avant that win condition to give them so much burst mitigation that, quite honestly, I'm sure they could just run through the likes of a bullet time and just not care.
Ooh, and really interesting itemization coming across from Dragku here. On Wukong, he is going to build himself towards the Death's Dance. So Death's Dance now obviously changed to build out of Aegis. Gives you as MR as well as armor. And it's a really cost-efficient item by itself. Now, what that does mean, however, is Death's Dance is a 3,800 gold item. It's really a luxury item, I feel, at this stage. It means you heal off your abilities, as well as, obviously, auto attacks. So it will give him a lot of resistance in these team fights, a lot of innate tankiness. But it is just really damn expensive, Skimmy. I personally probably favour something like the Guardian's Angel. Obviously until you die, in which case GA becomes pretty useless. But if you are in a game like this, a pro game where you know one team fight could probably win it all, I feel like going for a 3,800 gold item is very, very steep. In saying that, if he does complete it, and he's already 2 out of the 3 components there, he's going to be a monster. At that point, you nearly can say GG, pack it up, because I think the Wukong will just 1v5.
Well, given how much of an impact both Dragku and Chaz have had in this game so far, I feel like they've definitely got the confidence exuding out of them to showcase that, look, I can go for these greedy items. You can see that Bipamper is still struggling to get that second item online, desperate to make Sterix Gauge the next one for them to have in their arsenal. 10 seconds now on this Drake. Avant the first one to the pit, the first ones to establish vision.
And it's going to be a mountain
Rogue
soul.
trying to deny it. I know, it's insane.
Such a good dragon to pick up if you are a Wukong, if you are something like the Echo that's just going to have smattering of, resistances everywhere. Instead, PGG start this up. However, the flank is there. Avant can fight this one if they want to.
Oh, he doesn't get the steal. Lisa went for it. That's going to be a flank from the back end as Wukong finds damage. He finds the AoE cleave onto multiple members. Bullet time is still there, but can Praetor find himself in a situation to use it? That's going to be a big bubble to lock people in place, instantly burning out the cleanse. Members disengaged. The bullet time comes across and finds a fair bit of value as Lisa is forced to burn at Zonya's very early on, but gets a double kill before he goes down to the grave. Can Sorley connect with a kill? Yes, he can. Shutdowns, kills, Drakes galore. Internet are back in this.
They completely turn it around there, Skimmy, and they're going to head towards the Baron as well. 20-second death time is still on Dragku. They certainly will pick this one up. And somehow, some way, PGG are back in the lead.
That's incredible. Absolute insane narrative. The patience to wait for that one. where Avant thought like, look, we let them establish themselves onto this pit. We will take it. We will force this around. Lisa going to be quite upset, unable to find that smite steal.
And I think everyone should just be really upset with Dragku and how he played that. He went so early, the rest of the team was not in a position to be able to make that flank. And he just died before anyone else from his team was even there. And this is the champion that we're saying, you know what, if he plays this a little bit smarter, if you have a look at it, he is so early on this play. They're fighting for mid lane push right now. They know that if they take a winning team fight with that currently on the mid lane turret, they're going to be able to win it. But look at where Chaz is. Chaz is a blue buff when Dragku goes in. No one going to be there to put out any damage. Chaz tries his best to get in here. However, you mentioned the cleanse and how important it was going to be for Praetor. Well, that's it burnt right there. And really nice play there from Biopanther. I don't know if everyone caught that, but the shield was up from Appy, and Biopanther immediately removes Appy from the fight. Forces Lisa to have to burn the stopwatch if he wants to live. Just allowed Praetor to do so much damage. And we talk about this all the time. But Set's job in these comps is really to fold your front line onto the back line. Well, that was done masterfully. And that means that big advantage now. 1,000 gold lead going to go across the PGG.
Well, we wanted to see a bit of a turnaround. We definitely saw a fair bit of damage coming out there from Praetor using those summoners. Now we'll have Flash available. And this tempo change will allow them to actually get some turrets on the board. This will be their third turret to really break open this map. Now completely taking out all the Elders. And looking to try and stabilize this bot lane where Chaz has always been threatening to try and take an inhibitor.
Yeah, and that's a really great point you raised, Skimmy, because some Barons are designed to end the game. However, if you have been down from, the 15-minute mark, all this Baron is designed to do is get yourself back in it, get yourself that gold lead re-established. So you can see they take down 2 structured. I would love to see them recall someone, take them into the top lane and say, you know what, this is going to be a 5-structure Baron. We're going to look to take all of the remaining outer turrets as well, and we're just going to build this gold lead. Then we can fight for the next Dragon, next Baron. And scaling when you have yourself a crit 80 carry can be on your side. And we've already seen that Praetor, equal level with the solo laners in this game, is the big carry threat. So if he can continue to stay this full item ahead for Gunkrab, this is still very much a game that PGG now can win.
Definitely gross how far ahead he is in that game. Just look at that one auto doing the amount of damage it does to the tower. 4-0, massive bounty in his head, 1k shutdown if they can find it. And they definitely do have the aggression, the lockdown, and the damage from Avant here to make his life a living hell. But Cleanse very nearly is up and available once again.
And you can see with Flash, with Cleanse, how safe this guy is going to be. Looking to start the fight again.
They are indeed. They're going to lay out a CC, starting off with the Swift, followed up there by the Varus ultimate. Sully jumps in, looking to try and lock people in place, but he's going to get shot down. Chaz denies his old friend, but Biopanther immediately takes out Gunkrab as the spin to win comes in online, but it's not going to be enough because Praetor burns the summoners. He flashes out, he finds the kill, but does get shot down by Dragku, who this time is able to find some value with that Wukong pick. Despite all of this, the Baron buff will prevail and mid lane will fall.
However, that is a massive 1,000 gold shutdown going over to Dragku. He's now finished up his 3 core items. Should be able to go back, get towards even more. We take another look at this. And once again, I was going to be so critical of Avant because they've gone while one of their members is still in base. However, hook missed there from Rogue. Don't know why he was throwing it at the Elise. Gunkrab, he's already done his job. Burning an ultimate on him at this stage, I feel like, is a waste because it's not going to be there to peel this monkey. And you can just see Dragku gets off double rotations of the ultimate, double rotations of the Q, and finally able to shut down the misfortune. Really well played in that fight from Gunkrab. From Dragku. Now has himself an additional BF sword as well.
Oh, he's a monster. He's got the luxury item and definitely going to be able to showcase what he can do with that one, as I'm sure now working towards that GA to make him literally a walking titan. But this is the big talking point now. Drake spawns. Avant once again looking to try and contest for a dragon point, but no, they decide, look, you can have it. We are just going to keep shoving out mid.
Yeah, they tried to go into Biopanther there, but Bio used the ultimate, was able to outplay. They're going to continue the commitment.
They're going to find this one. Grit is not going to be enough right now. He's buying a lot of time because he is a very tanky member, but it's not going to be enough for Peninet to try and respond on this one. Or is it? As Praetor goes nearly for a 2-tap, the shield comes up. Happy. Oh. Yeah. A 4K goal difference at this stage, it's massive. That's the narrative that we wanted. And it's interesting to me to see that 35 minutes is where we're at in this game. And we were wondering from the very get-go, would this be a different style, a faster pace game from Pentanet, given what we've come to know out of them in recent times of past. But despite the draft, it is the same narrative. We've got a situation now where 3 Drakes are a piece. Baron spawning in 15 seconds, the constant pressure into these side lanes to always threaten the likes of an inhibitor. And now you're just getting more and more impact with this teleport. The fact is that he can just jump in at a moment's notice, and with that movement speed component too, both when Dragku and him collapse, you're overrun with the amount of threats to try and deal with. Makes the likes of Rogue and Biopanther's job even more crucial to find the right pick target.
Yeah, and once again, they've started up this Baron straight away. It looks like Avant not going to be contesting it. You can see that they've sat their Echo in the side lane again. See whether they go for this one, Skimmy.
They're looking for this one. As I mentioned before, teleport is available. There is a ward down if they need to try and use it, but he's just going to completely forego it right now. He just wants to go for this inhibitor, and that is what he will find. The Baron will not be stolen. As Pentanet are looking to try and disengage himself out of this pit, scurrying around. Bipanther might be the sacrificial lamb to slaughter as he slam dunks down 3, buying multiple time. They need to disengage, and this is the crucial reason why, because he is now threatening to try and take down these Nexus turrets. Baron, well, it does enough to try and stabilize them in this game, but Chaz, once again, just finding infinite value, holding that teleport and making them pay.
But you have to say that Baron for one member is certainly worthwhile. And guys, I don't know whether my microphone's back, so just give me a thumbs up in the old Twitch chat if it is. But that was certainly a very risky call there, coming through from Avant Gaming. They get themselves one inhibitor, but it was already open, and they only lose by it. Who's probably going to be grouping at this stage of the game, so I don't think he cares that he died.
I don't think he does either. At that stage, you could see him sort of resign himself in towards that Baron pit and says, look, take me, allow my members to get back to base, to buy those crucial item upgrades, to defend this Nexus from potentially falling on down. 65k gold, even as it could be 37 minutes in, absolutely insane narrative. 90 seconds until the break may just take place. Surely, Pentanet, with the advantage they have found, if they can keep Praetor alive, have enough to secure this Mountain Soul.
Yeah, you would have to say so. He's got the healing cut now picked up in his build. You're seeing big items completed now for Get Back, as well as the fact that he is level 18, capped out. I think their tanks are well and truly online. And this is the first time in a very long time, Skimmy, where we've seen a mid-game go very heavily in favor of one team, and the other team just bite, claw, bite, scratch their way back in. Chaz, once again, looking for Bio.
Yeah, every single time he's there, he's always giving Bio a fair bit of pressure. He's bullying, quite honestly, in this 1v1. And he's finding the better half of this one. Forced to actually request Sully's presence, say, please help me out, make it a 2v1, because I need a retreat, really, at this stage. Make that a 3v1. The whole of Pentanet responding now. Delete Chaz, put his respawn time out that high up in the game. Who's going to find that shutdown? Who's going to find that kill? Every skill shot missing.
He's out.
Chaz, he's free running.
And I mean, 20 seconds left. They now have prime position over this Mountain Dragon as well for the Soul. And you can see that Chaz, he's going to live.
He's
very nicely done.
So much time. That's insane. Mid lane is able to be opened up. And now that's going to force Pentanet to go back to base. They've got super minions to deal with on bot lane. And mid lane now always a threatened open inhibitor.
And you're just
Mountain
counting
Soul.
members right now if you're Avant. We've seen 4 of them. There are super minions in the base. We've now seen a 5th. Teleport. Double TP is also available if they want to go for it. This could just be the game right now.
Chaz doesn't care about any Mountain Soul. It's not influential enough for him to try and secure this game. They just want to try and buy some time. Note how Avant looked to try and play this one out. Dragku buying time. Burning flashes. Chaz going to disengage on out here. He's got multiple embers this time. Oh my god, he's insane.
Why are they
Rewinds,
not doing the
Sonya's,
dragons,
everything.
Skimmy? You can see right now that they've chased everyone out. They've actually picked up Sully, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but I feel like this dragon should have been done much sooner. Pretty risky play there for Avant, but in the end, they get themselves all the goodies on the way out. 1-for-1 trade. They now have themselves the Mountain Soul. Next dragon going to be that all-important Elder. And one Nexus turret also did fall down. Chaz was able to get that one before he died. PGG, kind of napping there, didn't do their due diligence on the creep waves before they went for that fight. And Biopanther with no teleport knew he couldn't be the one that stayed at home. So once again, advantage Avant Gaming in this game.
insane, right? Because the fact is they have double Zonyas, double GA, they have a lot of abilities to keep themselves, a lot of items, sorry, to keep themselves online throughout this pressure. But Chaz is doing such a great job to break the members of Penitent up. They realize, look, if we go toe-to-toe like we did before, yeah, Praetor will probably just run us down with the amount of damage he has. He's completed. He's full items. It's insane. So maybe small critique there, which is rightly justified to say that the Avant lineup should have definitely got that Dragon earlier. The fact is, they have it in their pockets now. 90 seconds on this Baron. The constant pressure to say, look, we have one teleport available here on the Wukong. We can always threaten to go for a backdoor. The Baron dance becomes that much more interesting.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And when you talk about Praetor's items, right, he is full damage build. When you look over to Gunkrab, sure, it looks like he's getting towards full items, but he's gone double stopwatch. He has himself also a Wit's End, which is a defensive item. So he's paying a lot of money for defensive stats right now. Whereas Praetor has just got all out the highest damage items that you can build in the game of League of Legends. So he is getting much more bang for his buck in the offensive sense of the word. However, you do have to be very nervous about this build and bottom lane wave. You see they've already sent Bio back for it. They might actually send the 80 carry across to just push this one out even quicker, because they know that if they give Chaz one more creep wave into the base, he will end the game.
Scary times right now, and I think it's been really the story here for Gunkrab, as opposed to being the hard carry, the hard threat on this roster, just to utilize his abilities to be a utility damage dealer, if you will, right? With the arrows to cut healing, the ultimate to lock members in place, which they found great success with every time Chaz and Draco have jumped in. So the responsibility is live long enough to cycle through those cooldowns. And once again, we're just seeing Chaz keeping the members of Pentanet locked in place.
However, not going to be able to survive this one for long enough, I don't think.
And he's going to force members once again down. It's going to be a four-man collapse. They are going to find another kill. It's that man again, Big Praetor, on the source sheet. But this is it, you know. Avant find pressure in the bot lane. They draw all the members down. And they repeat the exact same narrative in topside too.
Yeah, but this one a little bit too early. Chaz now going to be dead for the Baron spawn. And as there is no bottom lane pressure, there is no way they can actually threaten to end this game. Oh!
This is interesting right now, as they're going to sort of look to try and collapse and make it a 4v4. If they find this, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of big, actually, to really nullify out those respawn timers that you were highlighting. Pentanet realizing this, they want to try and chase this one down, knowing how much of an impact Chaz has been in these games. They have a lot of disengage potential, not to mention 3 Mountain Drakes to their name with those resistances. Won't be enough, though. Pentanet find it.
Yeah, very interesting that despite the fact that they were able to pick up the top laner, there is no willingness to fight PGG right now. They must have called that the only way we win this game is through split push. This is the 3rd Baron going across.
This is kind of crazy right now as the Baron gets started, but it gets disengaged straight away, and that's going to drop the aggro. Oh no, it's not, because Rogue is still getting battered on down. His resistance is shred, and Gunkrab picks that one up for free. He goes golden with that stopwatch, but runs straight into a bullet time, which through members, but they've got those disables. They've got the GA, Zonyas, and everything that can be thrown at it. It doesn't matter what he cycles through. They find these kills, and Dracu's chasing. What a turnaround, Spawn. What is this narrative at this stage?
Yeah, I don't even know what's happening in this game. Firepanther once again has himself the teleport available. They're going to look for the fight one more time. Do Avant even know?
He's got that speed online. Instantly slam dunks in 3 members towards that Baron pit. Get back across the wall. He finds the first shutdown. Dracu low and out of mana. Lisa incredibly low as well. No smite, no chance to contest. I don't even know anymore, Spawn. This game, as close as it is, nobody wants to end. We might be looking at a new record for the longest game in the split one.
And this is getting a little bit silly because there is another teleport coming in, Skimmy, and they're on mission.
They just don't want to end this game. He gets the full reset off, and he's trying to stop the back here from Get Back. He's going to find him, it looks to be. He's going to check these brush. Actually, no, he's just going to concede and pick up the minion wave and prep it.
Okay, both teleports used on the 1-3-1 comp, so that's no longer going to be available. GA also burnt from both carries, so they should be sold if there's any additional money. Let's take a look at how this fight actually happened. So they're on the Baron. Looks like it's going to be a very difficult contest. However, that God Cocoon holds up Praetor. Praetor would have killed Lisa already. And you can see Gunkrab getting out maximum damage on the back end of this fight. Able to use both stopwatches. Able to use that utility we spoke about. Can't even watch the end of the replay because they're already back on Baron. Note the bottom lane wave, but note also that Lisa is in base. They're going to have to fight 4v5. Let's see if Avant Gaming can do it.
They're going to look to try and start this one off. Is Pennant going to be the ones to find that aggression, blowing a depth charge on towards Appy support for support. It's going to be aggression on the map right now, but he is just so damn tanky, but he will fall down eventually. And Predator without a summoner will fall on down to the jungler. That's going to be a double kill now for Lisa, who's just going to find kill after kill. And Pentanet are forced to disengage.
What is
They
Wukong?
start the Baron, and they can't do it. They're just going to ignore the Baron and go straight down mid lane to end this game.
What is Wukong as a champion right now? Gets the 4-person knock-up, stops the misfortune, assassinates her in the middle of her whole team, and it looks like Avant Gaming are actually going to win the game.
I don't even know. They've prepped it, but who honestly knew at this stage? The dance, the damage, the death-dealing members of the boys in blue. They come through, they pick up the ace, and now they're going to go for the Nexus. It's not going to be a game ender in terms of the longest, but it will be a 46-minute fiesta.
And I just don't even know what was happening in that game, Skimmy, towards the end. You could see that they gave up on the 1-3-1. It looked like for the longest time, they were like, the only way we win this game is if we split them up on the map. And then they said, you know what? We can actually team fight again, all of a sudden. Wukong gets maybe the ideal team fight for a Wukong in that last fight, and 1v4 just took over the whole map.
He was limit testing, right? From that dragon at the very start of the game in bot lane where you're like, look, that is way too early. He tried it again, and the final decisive team fight secures it and showcases this is what a reworked Wukong can be like. It was pretty stupid.
Yeah, and I mean, that now ties them on wins, I believe. And I actually think that Avant might have played a couple more games. What have they played? They've played 16 versus 15.
Yes.
Yeah, so Avant's played one more game. But if PGG drop another game, I don't even know who they're playing next. That is very significant as far as standings now go, Skimmy. That means that this PGG lineup, for the first time all split, really, is on the verge of missing playoffs. And, you know, Gravitas have made upgrades to their roster. We'll talk about that soon, I'm sure. But this now becomes a very hotly contested 5th place seed. And honestly, I want to check out Order's wins, because maybe Order is also in a position where Avant Gaming can start pushing for their slot as well.
Potentially,
OPL
yeah. I mean, Avant are done for
up.
today. Pentanet have a second game today. They're going to be coming up third tonight. So Avant get a break until tomorrow. And as you say, yeah, that race for 4th spot is getting closer by the minute.
Order's only won 7 games, Skimmy. So they're only 1 game away from Avant Gaming as well. Now, Avant's played probably 2 or 3 additional games on top of Order, because Order's only played 14. They've played bugger all so far in the OPL. But I think that top 4 is now wide open. I don't think anyone should feel safe in this playoff race.
Well, that does it for game number 1. Let's take a break, relax, breathe, and re-energize. Game number 2 coming up after this.
welcome back. And if you're going to start a day of 6 games, let's start with a 42-minute game. And what a game, Rusty.
Yeah, it was an interesting one to say the least. AV started very strong, and then suddenly that was completely undone. But it was actually a roller coaster, and I mean that in the nicest and meanest way possible, all at the same time, because there were so many good things, and then there were so many throws on top of those, and really came undone just at the end there for Pentanet.
It was a real display of what the OPL is capable of, I feel like, and that's one of the most important things, indeed. And also, we are playing on a new patch competitively this week. We're on 10.6. Spawn, for you, how have the changes of 10.6 manifested themselves in that game? I suppose Wukon's a good place to start.
Hey guys, apparently I was muted. Wukong,
There
pretty
you go.
damn strong. I'll redo my speech. I think that on the current patch, his power level is probably too high. And he is a new rework champion, so they're probably trying to get as much data on him as possible. But I think that just given the Blade of the Ruined King buffs, as well as the fact that he is incredibly strong, makes his itemization way too smooth. And he's very, very good, as we saw Dragku in the last game show.
Yeah, the thing with Wukong, and like to put it simply, is he kind of has like the Azir treatment, where he just has so much stuff. Like at a certain point, you've just given a champion too many things, and that was what they started to remove first on Azir before nerfs and buffs really came through. Like as an example, with his E, the clones that he throws out can block abilities. Like that's like this random thing that you don't know until you see it. You're like, how did I not hit him? Like, why is that there? Right? And that actually kind of exists with all 4 of his spells right now. It's just actually pretty crazy, and why a big part, in my opinion, of why the champion's so strong is like no one knows like the depth that he has.
It's not only that, he scales off everything, right? So he's like innately very tanky, but he scales off attack speed because it gives him his Q resets. He scales off cooldown reduction because his Q as well as his clone are just so powerful as abilities. And then as he just scales really, really well off armor penetration as well, because his base damage and auto resets are also really, really high. So he's one of these champions that he's like, he's not necessarily a stat check, but every stat that you could build on him is very useful on him, which makes him very difficult.
Indeed. Skimdog, what else do you like in this patch?
I mean, for me, it was the teleport plays, right? The fact that we actually got to sort of understand why Chaz went for that teleport in mid lane, because he was just constantly prepping those lanes. Same for Dragku, just always keeping top and bot always threatened. So, I mean, it just really put Pentanet in a really rough situation where, Praetor had so many resources pumped into him. He was infinitely stronger than Gunkrab's Varus, but was always being run around the map, which is kind of different to what his strength has been, as Jake said during the cast. You know, he likes to turret up, have his team swarm around him. He was being the one forced to sort of rotate to those lanes to match and meet and find those shutdowns. And I feel like his window to really sort of showcase how far ahead he was limited to the likes of Dragons and Barons, which by the end of that game became a coin flip.
Cool. Well, 10.6, does it hold any other surprises for us, Rusty?
I think one of the other things, and again, I have the pleasure of not being involved in a lot of scrims now, so I get to speculate wildly. I really like what they did with Hecarim as a change. The fear duration based off distance is actually quite nice. Like Hecarim's one of those champions that you have to be greedy with to make work, but now that they've increased the fear duration, I think that's just an objectively good change to him. And because he's one of those characters that's always like kind of like on the cusp of being way too strong if he does exist, I think this was one of the better changes that they could have actually put in for him and moves him just a little bit closer to being picked again.
Beautiful. Can I just say, I cannot stop looking at the picture of Rusty. It is,
How good is it?
It is so distracting. I have so many questions. Where did the koala come from? What is the koala whispering?
Isn't it a wombat?
Is it a wombat?
No?
Well, there you go. That's another question. Is it a wombat?
Do you know about the wombat?
The what?
Do you know about the wombat?
I know that it's an animal.
It was a commentator on the OPL.
Oh, right. Okay, no, that was before my time, so therefore I don't care.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you about it now.
During the
Tell me,
Legacy
please.
versus Chiefs OPL Classico, Atlas and Rusty came up with an idea that they were going to put a Legacy jersey on a Wombat and a Chiefs jersey on a Koala, and that they were going to commentate the game. I thought it was disgraceful and brought the whole broadcast into disrepute. And then off the back end of that, we hired Nick Richardson. So obviously, I completely missed the boat on my feedback.
You're welcome.
I am the power of a wombat and a koala combined. What I want to know though, obviously that picture is there because if there is a technical difficulty, like we've seen with Rusty, where there's some sort of issue with the camera, they have this as a backup. So I want to know what other pictures they've picked. Is there a way production that we can see, say, Skimmy's picture, to see what there he is.
Oh,
Bold. Look at that hair.
sensing
I
it.
preferred yesterday's version.
that's a
back
very
when
weird
you
haircut.
cared. Yeah, that's nice. What are you holding?
think-
Some sort of.
Oh, I'm holding a
Looks like-
kiwi. I think I
Oh
got my
right,
haircut.
I thought that was a
and then-
wombat penis.
I mean, it could
No?
be.
No,
It could be. It
Wrong?
could be, but I think I was fresh off the boat, having just arrived in Australia by that stage, right? So I just decided to hold a kiwi, hold on to my ability to remain patriotic, and then I couldn't even sing the Kiwi national anthem. So
you
run
couldn't.
it down. Go next.
That was actually a surprising turn of events that none of us were expecting, and makes me think that you're some sort of double agent. Can we see spawns? Have we got a good one for spawn?
Oh, that's a good photo.
That's a great photo.
The theme
I
here is
look nice
definitely
there.
holding objects.
The theme is holding objects.
Like, what
you
the
do
hell?
look.
I look so good.
Yeah, you do look nice. Wait, face your left. Yeah, it's all gone downhill since then. Look at that. My God. And then, do we have one for me?
Oh my lord! Never
That's so
disconnect. Never disconnect.
Good.
You can't
Come
have
on,
internet
that's
problems.
That's what we're looking for. That's where
That's
we
your
came
new
here.
screenshot. No, that's your new display pic. I didn't get.
It should be. I will absolutely change that.
I didn't get the print screen in time.
That was a proud moment. That was the beginning of something special between me and Juves. All right, good. I'm glad that we have the technical difficulties sorted. Can I just also say, Skimmy?
Yes.
I don't want to spill the beans because we were saying before the show, Spawn asked,
Yes.
is it okay to talk about each other's houses? 'Cause,
Yes.
we're in a personal space at the moment. Your room was very bare yesterday.
It
You've
was.
now
It was
put-
literally.
Yeah.
It was blank. It was completely white. So I had all my stuff from when I moved to New Zealand still in bags. Like I used to
Yeah.
have on this big like cork board with like pins and stuff. So I used to have that, and then I just put it onto a bunch of bags. I'm just never bothered to decorate. I never sort of need to. I was like, well, only I get to see this room. Who cares? And
That's
then
right.
when we did the rehearsal yesterday, I was like, yeah, my room kind of looks like a mental asylum. So I decided to put up a bunch of places I've visited, jobs I've done, things I've achieved in my life. I think it's like really good to check in with yourself once in a while and not be full of negativity.
Can I, not to be negative, can I just make a small suggestion? Just like
What?
a decorative tip? that you should move the pictures further towards the wall because you're sitting in front of them, and so therefore we can't see them.
That's
You
what
have
I was gonna
decorated
say.
as a man
that's it.
not thinking
Because-
about the camera.
I want this to be the focus. Me.
Me. Yeah, right.
I don't care about.
But otherwise,
those-
it looks
that's
like
the
you.
past.
Otherwise, it looks like you only own one shirt and you hang it up on your wall.
No, but see, the focus should be on me, right? It's like that analogy. What do they say? Like the rear view mirror is small because that's the past because you only want to look at it every so often. I want to be
good.
looking forwards. I want
That's
to be looking
good.
at you.
Okay. I can pay
Yeah.
that. That's
Do
good.
you like that?
And Rusty, can we get the camera on just for 1 second? I'm fine to tank the audio.
I could try. Yeah, I might lag though. I've turned it on. I don't know if it's.
There we go.
There was a new bedspread that got revealed to us yesterday.
That was my grandma's.
Big fan of that
quilt
pillow.
covers. How good are they? It's fancy.
Look at that.
Ooh.
My God.
Can I just
Speaking
say,
of-
I feel really
Spawn.
left out that I don't have a bed in my room, that I actually just have a room that is designed to have a PC in it without a bed. I obviously have missed something where beds are quintessential for streaming setups, so I apologize.
So where do you sleep while the games are on?
I don't think I stay engaged with my job and my audience.
No, that makes sense. You're a consummate professional. Next game, of course, is Direwolves versus Gravitas. Spawn, the Direwolves pretty close to a order competition at the moment.
I think they're probably maybe close to a first or second competition at the moment. They are a very, very good team. I think that what we've seen is they may be the hottest team in the OPL and one of the only teams that hasn't started to drop these, maybe trap games, as you like to call them. They haven't been tripped up by a Mammoth or an Avant Gaming, and they seem to be going from strength to strength. So I'm super interested to see what Direwolves bring to the Rift today. They're obviously playing 2 games, and I think that they might be the hottest team in the league.
There you go. You've heard it here now. Gravitas, not necessarily the hottest team in the league, Rusty, but they have got a new pickup.
Yeah, they've actually brought back Pabu into the mix, so the pride of the OPL has returned. I think it's pretty exciting to see him back, but at the same time, I always hold my reservations on Week 9 changes to teams and what that will really be able to do for them. In saying that, in my mind, it's a real top laner. And I think that's very exciting for Gravitas because they've been using their mid laners and their coaches have said he's been auto-filled since the start of the split.
And also, at this point, you guys can just keep adding players until you have a small private school classroom worth of boys. It's just a lot of people going through this team. It's good to see Pabu back. Excited to have him on the broadcast. I know he was keen to get back on. So let's see how Pabu and Gravitas stack up against Direwolves for game number 2 and the Macca's Champ Select.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Well, let's crack on into it. It's the second game of the opening weekend of this Super Week. It's now Direwolves taking on Gravitas, a new Gravitas roster now, 20 boys on this team, basically a rugby first 11. They've got enough members to fill up a stadium on their own. But Direwolves on a 4-win streak, really, really hot on the heels of the likes of Chiefs and Legacy.
Sorry, I was completely distracted by my hair skimming. I'm not going to lie.
That happens to the best of us.
But that is certainly what is happening right now. Direwolves, the hottest of the hotness in the OPL. I think that this is a team that could potentially win it all. And I think that when you have a look at Gravitas, confusion is what comes to mind because they've made another 2 changes. K-pop out, Trashly going to be back in. And of course, no beats or nobody. It's going to be Pabu in the top lane.
It's always been interesting to sort of see the different versions of this roster that come out and trying to understand if there's a narrative based on the opponent, based on maybe their own performance. Obviously, without knowing scrims and all the rest of it, it's hard to really make any point-blank, really point, I suppose, assessment. But I'm interested to see if this is, quote-unquote, their strongest roster. Obviously, Pabu and Prayless, incredibly familiar with one another, right? Trashly is definitely coming to the fold of things and giving K-pop a run for his money, and Puma's always got Belong hot on his heels, looking to try and chase in a position. So maybe within the organization, there's a lot of competition to make sure, hey, I want to be a starting member here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be the case, but I'm just stumped by this pick ban phase so far because we see no AD carries targeted whatsoever at the moment, Skimmy. We do see a Wukong ban, which is good, but at the same time, they've prioritized Misfortune over Aphelios, and now Aphelios was tapped, but in no way do I think that he is the second strongest AD carry on the current patch, and Senna has just been ignored, and we've seen that Senna at the moment has got an incredibly high pick ban rate overseas, so this has been a bonkers champ select to me.
It's almost like a mind game, right? Of saying, look, we don't want to pick it. Are you going to pick it? And the fact is, Gravitas have opened up with the very same bot lane that we saw before in the Misfortune and that Nautilus. Obviously, going to have a very strong combo with the Cataclysm as well there from the Jarvans. So those 3 picks already showcase kind of what they're looking to aim to achieve. Maybe you throw an Orianna into the mix. Possibly you go for a ban in that regard. But whenever Shock has been playing mid, he's never been too concerned about what he faces. It's always like, I am one of the best. Hence why, they ban away his Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that as far as the traditional control mages go, Shock is certainly up there with maybe the likes of Claire as the best mage players. They threw the gauntlet against each other. Claire missed one shockwave in the game that probably ultimately cost Chiefs the performance, but up until that point was doing a really good job versus Shock. This is a much more standard pick ban phase, however, than what we saw in game number one, Skimmy. We got, traditional AD junglers going to be opening up room for some control mages in the mid lane. Maybe Human uses something like an Akali as opposed to a control mage if he feels like there's space against something like an Azir. But otherwise, beefy supports, gank heavy junglers, and the highest damage 80 carries that we can see in League of Legends.
Oh, that's the Orianna ban that we were expecting to see, and the Syndra as a response, one that Shock has always found value in. Obviously, it gives you the ability to one-tap somebody, much like the Aphelios and Lee Sin are looking to try and achieve. And the Ornn, I mean, it feels like a bit of a 180 from the draft we saw beforehand, where the likes of Set, Wukong, and Ornn were just going through, or just being picked last.
Yeah, and they get rid of some more side laners here. So, Direwolves, in very Direwolves fashion, don't even talk about
Are they going to do the
Malzahar.
Malzahar? Please don't.
They aren't going to. So what I was going to say is Direwolves like to hide their solo lane picks. On the red side, that gives them a lot of power to be able to do so. Obviously, Chippies pulls rank here and says, I'm going to get the final counter pick, and it's going to be Shock instead of locking in an Assassin. And we saw Human do this when he first joined the lineup, Skimming. Yep. He said, okay, I'm willing to play the anti-carries into the carries. And they had no success with it. And then he started playing carries into the carries, and they beat Legacy. And now, again, we see him fall back to anti-carry into carry. And I just am very interested as to why Gravitas go that direction.
Yeah, whether there's an evolution within the ranks of, look, I feel more comfortable in these champions now. I've sort of improved my capabilities as a player. I'm no longer sort of like that quote-unquote assassin one trick. Going to be interesting to see, really, sort of the performance as you highlight, if that is going to be much more strong than it was in the past. I mean, going to be a real skill check against the likes of a Shock LeBlanc.
And now all of a sudden it makes a lot more sense, right? Because they need some more engagement, they need some more team fighting, because they're running a double AD carry setup. So Parbu going to be going towards Lucian. I think it's one of the first Lucian tops we've seen all season. Chippy says, okay, let's throw down, fight fire with fire. I'm going to go with a Camille. If you don't beat me in laning phase, every time I ult you, you're going to die. And I think that this is a very, very spicy draft. I expect action from nearly level 2 in all 3 lanes.
Looks like we're going to get the double teleports coming out again from the mid lane, so whether or not that's going to have a significant appearance as we saw Chaz on Avant last game, but fact is, yeah, it's going to be Shock on LeBlanc. We're going to have a very strong lane across the board, quite honestly, and I feel like Direwolves, with their skills, their mechanics, and maybe just their overall strength, should have freedom on the map here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to touch on Parbu for 1 second before we get into this game, Skimmy. During the off-season, was playing a lot of jungle. I can see that there are some questions being raised in the chat. So he was queuing primarily as jungle, actually had a separate account that he got all the way up into Challenger, playing only jungle. Since the season has started, however, and he's gone back to being a little bit more of a streamer, top lane has been his primary role. So I'd say since the OPL started, we've gone 8 weeks into the OPL, so 2 full months. He has been playing primarily top lane. He does play primarily carry tops again. So things like Lucian, certainly in his wheelhouse. And I expect him to play a very aggressive style because that's what he's been playing in solo queue. And let's be realistic, they've only been able to scrim with him for 1 week. And in that 1 week, you should not try and change a player's habits. They should be playing around him. He's already got good synergy with Prayless from last year. So I expect this to be a heavy camp top style and allow Parbu to try and take over the top lane.
Yeah, the dynamic duo returns. The love story continues here in the OPL. I guess the lovers duo of Rakan and Zarya kind of get by these two here. So I'm quite excited to see if that is the case and if it's the dream reunion, the dream start to this top lane. Obviously, the check is this gauntlet gatekeeping roster of these Wolves. The Direwolves incredibly strong and, as we highlighted before, very hot on the heels of the likes of Chiefs and Legacy, who have dropped games. And, Legacy have dropped games, as you said, to Gravitas. So you start to wonder, what kind of version of Gravitas are we going to get? And the consistency factor that we've talked about with these different substitutions that have come in, whether or not this Parbu rejoining in is that magic ace up their sleeve.
Well, the thing is he has to be better in lane than both Beats and Nobody because he's a traditional top laner. But how does it impact that synergy? How does it impact the team fights? I guess this game go a long way to answering that.
Well, we're going to jump into game number 2 very shortly. And as we do, we're going to jump to a quick 5-minute break just for competitive integrity. Jumping into the rift now for game number 2 of Super Week. It's Gravitas taking on Direwolves. It's a reunion between Pabu and Praelus, and it's a continuation of power and evolution for Direwolves, looking to make it 5 wins straight.
And just a quick shout out right now, Sean Callanan, of course, the owner of the Gravitas lineup, is doing a live stream as well over on, I think, his LinkedIn. So if you're interested in what Sean has to say about the game, obviously dual monitor this bad boy. Let's go. I actually wrote in chat beforehand, Skimmy, who we think is going to win this one. And there is a lot of DW win, and then there is a lot of Pabu win. Unfortunately, there is not very much Gravy win, which makes me fear for the boys in the orange, depending on which jersey they're wearing. But all of them, I think, have orange and black on them.
What do you think that means, this one? Do you think that means that, like, you know, they don't actually want to see Gravitas win, they just want to see Pabu win his lane?
Potentially. I think what they're saying is if Gravitas are going to have to win, it's going to have to be Pabu having a very triumphant return, because otherwise, just I feel like they don't stack up raw power-wise. And then what we've seen with Direwolves is if there is a team, apart from maybe the Chiefs, that is just willing to play raw power, you know, split pushing, scrappy fights, like skill check at every moment, it is a Direwolves lineup. And I think they probably at the moment have one of the best top laners, the best AD carry in my opinion, and one of the best junglers in the league. So it's just all of those things put together that kind of make this a difficult matchup for Gravitas, because, you know, outside of Praelus, who's been playing fairly good League of Legends, not really many people from the Gravitas lineup have shone so far.
And I mean, we've sort of seen that, right, with the likes of Praelus and Seaman, when they've got themselves online with their comfort champions, able to just sort of run over the game. No more relevant, really, than that Akali and what do we have? We've had Echo and Renekton. Just whenever they've had those early game advantages on things they're comfortable with, able to really bring it to their opponents, who may, in some cases, underestimate them. But I think, really, yeah, you bring up a fantastic point in the sense of, you know, Chippy, Shock, and Vital. Vital, bear in mind, you know, this 17-year-old Korean prodigy that's just come into this roster and just emitted aggression, power, and sometimes just straight craziness.
Yeah, it doesn't like to buy boots, but apart from that, you know, has had a very good year. And, you know, now that the league's online and we're in the comforts of our own home, Skimmy, I personally am not wearing shoes on the broadcast, so I don't see why he has to buy them anymore. So that's a
fantastic point.
This is a kid that honestly has gone from strength to strength. I love watching him play League of Legends. He is very aggressive, but he is also just highly skilled and very rarely makes those mistakes. So interested to see, you know, against probably an underperforming bottom lane, like in terms of the league. Certainly wouldn't say Trashly and Puma as a duo, you know, one that they would be all that worried about. See whether he can bully him a little bit in the laning phase.
Well, they're not going to go for the Ignite or the Exhaust in bottom lane. They're going to run with the Barrier Heal, so give themselves plenty of protection up against what is traditionally a very scary Misfortune Nautilus lane. But let's keep our eyes firmly fixated on these junglers. Obviously, Miru's very comfortable in this Lee Sin. It's his most played this split by a fair margin so far. And Praelus, whenever he has been able to get the ball rolling, he's definitely been a catalyst to his team's overall success.
Yeah, he certainly has. And I just want to highlight the difference in the jungle clears that they've gone for. Lee Sin stays very healthy in the jungle. So you can see that he does a full clear and gets his bottom lane with their push to be able to pick up that bottom lane Scuttle Crab. Now, what has happened with Praelus, on the other hand, is his AoE clear before Talisman sucks. So he can't get himself those 2 AoE camps without taking a lot of health. And obviously, Lee Sin being one of the better jewelers in the game, doesn't want to meet him on a Scuttle Crab necessarily. So I think that that's a good clear from Praelus. He has shopped a little bit early than what you like to. You want to complete a jungle item on your first clear. Miru's definitely going to have that. But right now, you can see hovering chippies in case there is a gank imminent coming in.
But just look, really, as you say, what it's allowed them to do in the bottom lane. They've been able to get a very deep vision ward down to really follow up that Scuttle. So bot lane is incredibly secure. Now you have your eyes set to top lane with a red buff Lee Sin, looking to try and bully this sort of dream reunion. You know, you're going to play the Lucian, you want to be aggressive from the, you know, range perspective. It'll be interesting to see how Chippy tries to bait this one in.
See, Pabu takes a lot of damage.
Ooh, actually going to force the flash out as well.
Okay, so lane bully status over. This is generally how these marksmen in the top lane work. If you can get their flash out, they can no longer do what Pabu was just doing. And that's a really good news story right now if you are a Direwolves fan, because that was the one lane that was doing really well. Obviously mid lane, still fairly even. And Trashly going to try and freeze this one up. I feel like that's just outright BM, trying to do it in Decoy's phase, and he will instead let Decoy push. And it's going to be free base in the bottom lane off all of that vision you've already said. Now they think maybe Praylist is on the bottom side of the map, so they'll go for a cheeky base.
Hang on.
Maybe not even.
They've actually faked the recall. Every summoner available. So both these bottom laners are going to open things up here. Look to try and get that concussive blows online. Obviously, Gravitas is going to do work as well. So just so much CC between the two of them. Who cares about Senna when you've got an Aphelios and it bullies them out incredibly hard?
And this is what I was saying. I just don't think that Aphelios' nerves were big enough to push him this far down the priority. And Vital has shown that on this matchup, he is very comfortable. Trashly has been stopped.
Meru gets the ward dash, gets the Sonic Wave, forces out a second flash in his bottom lane, but the hook! Trashly, at the last second, mentioning to disengage, but the damage is really surely done.
Yeah, and they will be able to pick themselves up a turret plate. And just look at the CS. They've staggered the recall, so they're going to get a free shot. This isn't going to be a big building wave, and it's 53 to 38 CS and a turret plate already. Meanwhile, however, in the top lane, Teleport's coming in.
Absolutely, everybody connecting into this one. He's going to flash that flag and drag. Out comes the culling to try and get some damage onto this one. The stun connects, the damage is done, and first blood for Lissandra.
And I wonder what the game plan is, Skimmy. Because right now, it seems to be camp for Pabu. Because they've just burnt everything to get Chippies off their turret. They're going to give him another turret plate, and they're actually sticking around for a re-dive.
Well, the hashtag Pabu wins are coming online right now because he's going to get himself in with the flow of things. Miro tries to rock up to make that teleport from Chippy's fine value. He's not done just yet because he's obviously buying time now for Shock to come from the rotate. Even bot lane responding too as Decoy meets himself in mid. Top lane, it seems to be the focal point. It seems to be where the action is at. But we may just see a clean disengage.
Yeah, and that's really nicely done from the Gravitas lineup because bottom lane is a dumpster fire right now. However, that teleport has put mid lane in a great position, Skimmy, and top lane has well and truly been accelerated. You can see Pabu CS numbers, despite having to burn the flash early, are insane. 54 CS to the 34. Has done a really nice job up there. Has also gone and picked himself up some fruit so he can stay in the lane. And now a legitimate win condition for the Gravitas lineup emerges. I think this is what they've been waiting for all split.
I think so too. That sort of sense of consistency and maybe that craziness factor of the fact that he's not afraid to play multiple different champions. Going to showcase the Lucian here, which is already a different sort of show of what Gravitas have been able to bring into the mix. But this is a guy very vocal on Twitter. He's definitely said, "Look, I'm not afraid to bust out the likes of Zillion, Janna, Volibear top lane." So I'm excited to see as we work our way towards playoffs, sort of how the Gravitas, identity really sort of shakes things up there in that top lane.
And this is a great change for Gravitas if we can just think of it from an orgs perspective. Pabu has represented Oceania at All-Stars 2 years in a row. He's certainly one of the more liked people within the OPL as well. He's a fan favorite, and I think that, it wasn't working beforehand. They had, I think, 3 or 4 wins, so it's not like this is a big risk to take at this part of the season. It certainly is a worthwhile gamble to take if you are a Gravitas GM or owner or coach or whatever the case may be. And now they're looking to fight for this dragon. Decoy might be in some trouble here.
You know what you're getting, and right now it's Decoy that's looking like he's getting the battering end of an engage. The Cataclysm secures a double kill. Dragon started by Miru, but Dragon picked up by Praylist and Gravitas.
And sometimes this is just all it takes in a lineup change. You just get a little bit more confidence. Pabu's going to be a big confident voice in the comms as well. And you can see that they're just willing to take these fights that I don't think we've seen Gravitas take in the past. And that's going to be another kill picked up for Human. This anti-carry play has certainly worked out much better than it has in the past. And you can see that they're willing to keep Pabu on that bottom side of the map so the teleport won't even be punished. We take a look at this one more time. Human's already left. He's on his way down to this play. He doesn't care about the creeps in the mid lane. And I feel like Decoy is just caught in no man's land between both Miru and Vital. No hesitation there from Praylist. Knows he has the damage with the red buff and the Cataclysm to be able to pick up another kill. And they're so far accelerated right now of where you would expect their composition to be. They are a skirmish-heavy, 4v4, 5v5 comp. And yet they're ahead at 9 minutes into the game.
This is what you wanted to see, and this is what you're going to get, as now we turn our attention towards the top lane, where the lanes have swapped on out. Bit of a late one compared to the 8-minute tradition, but nonetheless, Rift Herald becomes the next objective online, and, Gravitas of what they have, definitely working towards those first completed items, with that Drake in hand as well. Rift Herald becomes the next objective for them to look at, and, sort of same story with Miru being the first one to sort of show his face in that lane. Maybe a little bit more restrained and disciplined as to where the rest of his team are before he attempts something like that.
Well, what's been happening is Miro has been getting to the plays on time here, but he's doing it at the sake of, costing himself a little bit of farm. And because Gravitas are playing respectfully and obviously playing pretty heavily around Praelis right now, Praelis is getting that additional camp. You can see he's 14 CS up. He also has himself that kill and 2 assists. And if you have complete control of your team, the way Praelis does, and I've just seen it every single week that they solely play for this guy's farm, right? Then Miru will slowly fall behind unless these ganks start working. You can see already Cinderhulk pretty much purchased up. That means it's now Jarvan favored, I would say, in the jungle matchup. He's not going to die one-on-one versus a Lee Sin anymore. And unless they can get themselves this Rift Herald, which is certainly a possibility because Praelis is on the bottom side of the map, Direwolves early game could be in shambles here.
We were sort of questioning, right, the Simon pick returning to the Lissandra. Well, currently sitting at 2-0-1 with the bounty on his head. It'll be interesting to see and sort of follow that progression, if it can really translate into anything meaningful during these sort of mid-game skirmishes, if he's able to sort of replicate the same hot form as he is when he's on those sort of assassin-type mage controls.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you because what we've said about Suman is he's a really solo kind of like independent player, right? And that's why I love him on things like Akali and Ahri because he can make solo plays very successfully. However, I think it was last week they tried it against Order and the team left him on an island and Order really bullied that tendency to be a solo player. So I can kind of understand if you are the coach of Gravitas, you say, you know what, that didn't work. We can't leave him on an island. Let's play more of a skirmish team fight heavy composition. Let's get him involved a little bit more. And Lissandra seems to be a very good pick for that so far, Skimmy. Good trade coming across here from Shock, however. Does put him at half health. And you can see Chippy's heading up the river. Herald started already. Pabu only now just rotating to the play. They know what's going on. This could be another fight.
This could be indeed. No teleports available for both those solo laners, but Decoy is going to bear the brunt of this damage again. Nowhere to turn. If he turns right, he's got Prelis. If he turns left, it is a Rift Herald, which is going to get burned on down by a bullet time. And Simon finds his third kill in this game. Absolutely monstrous stats. Really giving a Shock a run for his money. Prelis on the hunt still, showcasing how far ahead he is of Miru. And right now, it's the dream start for Gravitas.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, 4 kills to nothing. They're going to grab the first 2 neutral objectives of the game as well. And that was just Puma's willingness to sack farm. We talked about it already, but you can see that Direwolves are getting greedy. They're keeping people in lanes. They're not rotating to near. Every single time Praelis calls something, everyone comes. This time around, his bottom lane sacks a wave. They sack a turret play, but they get themselves a couple of kills as well as this Rift Herald. And the game already 2,500 gold in the Gravitas favor. I don't think they get outscaled by any stretch of the imagination, Skimmy. Game well and truly on right now. Direwolves about to fall into their first trap, it looks like.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be that way, and we're going to jump back into this replay to get a better understanding, really, of how this all first sort of took place.
Yeah, and this is just really great zone control from Praelis. They know that the solo laners are the damage threats right now for the Direwolves lineup. You can see that Vital hadn't even rotated across towards the Rift Herald, so they fight 2 2v2s. The jungler, who is very fed and very tanky at this point, creates enough distance that they can't follow. Human sees a window to be able to pick himself up a kill. Pabu was there as well. And Direwolves, unfortunately, looking a bit uncoordinated at this stage of the game.
Yep, they'll be looking to try and stabilize things. Right now, Vital is the one that is still finding himself a lead in that CS department, but keep your eyes, once again, firmly fixated on this Lissandra. The amount of pressure, the amount of items now as an advantage over Shock's LeBlanc, if that could translate into anything meaningful. Top lane is where the action is right now, as the duo take down some turret plates to sort of get themselves back into the mix of things, work towards further items. But the bottom lane is where Gravitas will trade things out for, and find a better trade once again, because the Rift Herald has been spawned.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting trade for sure, because if Vital gets himself solo turret, then it's definitely in Direwolves' favor, in my opinion. If there is one area that you would say is stronger, it's definitely going to be the fact that they have an Aphelios, who late game is still pretty much uncontested. So I think that if we're going to take a look at the gold, which I don't know whether observers are on comms, but they've just given all the gold across to the Aphelios. And that means that this game well and truly on Vital's shoulders. During that break, there was a little bit of a play in the mid lane. Take a look at what it was. Shock probably dives forward here to clean out a wave, and I reckon he's going to die. Yep, that's exactly what happens. Pabu picks himself up a kill.
Frozen Tomb, and there's not really anywhere you can go without a cleanse in that stretch of imagination. So, game on. Yeah, Gravitas definitely in the driving seat. The second Drake, Herald's in their pocket as well, finding ability to take down these structures. Yes, it's only 1-for-1, but with this gold lead, 3k at that, you're looking at major items spread out between the members of this team.
Yeah, and the benefit of casting online, Skimmy, is I get to read Twitch chat at the same time. So
How good is that?
we'll just have a little bit of a chat here. Because I mentioned scaling, a couple of people in Twitch chat disagree. So if Elios outscales Misfortune, I think that's a very fair statement. I don't think it's by all that much. I think Camille also at 4 items, 3 or 4 items, is going to outscale Lucian. That's very fair. However, when you have a look at Jarvan, Nautilus, as well as Lissandra, there is no way Direwolves, if they are even or behind in gold, can team fight this lineup of Gravitas right now. They've got double marksmen into triple frontline hard CC tanks. That's just impossible for a LeBlanc to get anything done against. That's going to be impossible for Chippies to access these team fights. Face checking right now, he's in trouble.
They are indeed. They're really bullying Chippies out here. He manages to juke himself out of that Cataclysm. Burns a flash. Keeps Gravitas preoccupied down here in the bot lane.
But it's a flash for a Jarvan Cataclysm. You would take that on the split push threat right now, and they're just controlling Chippies, making sure he doesn't have access to all the farm he normally does. And I think that, you know, ease of execution is certainly something you talk about a lot in League of Legends. If you are not running a hard tank, how do you start a fight around major objectives? It just becomes very hard.
It's rough, right? Because Chippies is not familiar with these situations. Definitely likes to find himself as the ever-growing threat to allow his team to have free run of the map to do whatever they like. But right now, Gravitas are definitely showcasing that, you know, after their victories against some of the top dogs, they are willing to showcase that it wasn't a fluke, that this is, you know, the new expected performance coming out of them.
Yeah, and imagine if in the last couple of weeks you beat Legacy as well as Direwolves. Both teams still in red-hot form. Tally seems to have slotted really nicely into Legacy, and you can see that Direwolves, I mean, they're on an incredible run so far. They took down the Chiefs only a couple of weeks ago. So this is a lineup, I think, if they win this game, that certainly you all of a sudden put in the playoff race with Pentanet, Order, and Avant Gaming. Like, as I said, no one seems to be safe at this stage, Skimmy. Gravitas certainly playing better League of Legends than I definitely expected after last week's performances.
Well, Direwolves still hungry for that first kill. They've got themselves still firmly fixated in this mid lane, working towards trying to take down that turret, which Gravitas have had the better exchange of so far. They've nearly taken it down, as Direwolves are bleeding structural damage. And this man right here on your screen, Pabu, yeah, definitely comes back into this roster, gets given the resources in the early game, able to find a significant CS lead as well. And yes, whilst Chippies is even that out, like we said before, definitely not able to find this free roaming potential where he can sort of dictate single-handedly the 1v9 potential of this game.
And I think what they've done really, really well is scout out this play here. Generally, when Chippies and Direwolves are behind, they will send Miru to shadow his lane. That's not something you often see in split push comps. Generally what you'll see is the jungler sit mid lane, help the mid lane trio get control, and then with that control you can either, you know, help LeBlanc's lane or help Chippy's lane. What we see constantly from Direwolves is they skip that step. They say, you know what, Vital, just challenge mid lane priority by yourself. That's probably why he's gone an early QSS, because he knows that he can get collapsed on something like Lissandra and he's not going to have the protection of his Lee Sin there. And they're just giving all the resources to Chippies. That's why he has built himself back into CS lead. You can see that they've kind of left Shock on a very deep island up in the top lane. And, you know, Decoy moving down to Chippies, Miru moving down to Chippies, everyone hovering the superstar carry top lane. There's a reason they do that. It wins them a lot of games. But it will mean that these objectives will be quite hard to challenge for. And on top of that, if Chippies doesn't have flash, he probably doesn't have all that much kill threat onto anyone in the side lane at this stage. So I like the strategy from Gravitas right now. Every time Chippies has flash available, you just throw a Jarvan at him and try and burn it again.
So do you think it's fair to say then, given that we're going to be waiting for Chippies to have that flash up and available, maybe work towards that complete Trinity Force before Direwolves even look to try and mount a comeback and get that first kill on the board for them?
Yeah, I would agree that right now that Chippies is probably going to be holding out for at least 2 to 3 item power spike. And Direwolves are a team. They keep the map big. And I talk about this all the time. They don't crowd around objectives. If you take an objective, they just keep pushing. You can see additional gold goes over now. They don't ever crowd them around mid lane. So the most people you're probably going to kill there is 2. The most you're going to get is probably maximum 1 turret. So they keep the map nice and big. They stop you from getting these aces at 20 minutes. I think that they played it the perfect game versus the Chiefs when they played with Cupcake, and then they made one mistake, made the map small once, and the Chiefs punished them. But they are really a smart team. However, Gravitas right now showing they're also smart. Dragon's just come back up and available. Mid lane turret 1 charge away from Herald. They're going to take the mid lane turret. They're going to look for the Dragon. And they're going to try and start forcing the Direwolves lineup to fight them around these objectives.
Well, that's the item that we want to see come online now. Chippies will have that flash available in under 60 seconds. Trinity Force is complete and does have still that Tiamat. So if there ever was a world in which they were to contest, I don't believe it is just now. They'll probably be looking to try and contest when it comes to the likes of Soul Point. But with the map being an Ocean Rift, if they can achieve 4 of those on their side, well, wouldn't that be sort of the late game power spike dream turnaround?
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Direwolves, that's the nightmare dragon to be picked up, because you're running a 1-3-1 comp that wants to look for poke, wants to look for chip, and wants to have extended trades go in your favor. Well, you're not going to get that with an Ocean Shoal. You're just going to be continually chipping people down, but then they're going to be healing up with their pretty much free Warmogs passive, Skimmy. And I think this game is becoming quite dangerous. Now, obviously, it's still only 2,000 gold, and Vital is still a monster. He's got an additional QSS over Puma at this stage of the game. He's significantly far ahead, still 1,000 gold up. So definitely not out of the woods yet if you are a Gravitas fan. But you can see that gold lead in the mid lane is really what it is all about.
And that's the biggest thing once again, right? We've definitely seen it happen before in Gravitas where they've had a lot of resources into one single member, and it still begs that question, right? Keep your eyes peeled on this Lissandra. Will it continue to find these strengths as it did in the first 10 minutes? Or will it, if Direwolves keep given this sort of chance to sit back and relax, sort of get outscaled? And I mean, they picked up 2 Heralds, they picked up 3 Drakes, now they can always threaten the likes of a Baron. Sort of Gravitas saying, look, we want to sort of team fight you, we want you to be brought in whilst we are at the sort of peak of power.
But look at the difference between these two teams, Skimmy. Direwolves always pressing forward, but you can see Lissandra has just let maybe 10, 15 creeps crash into her turret. Doesn't want to show on the side lane. Is worried that if she shows, then Lucian is going to get killed. So you can see he's actually hovering Parbu's lane. It's just a completely different game plan for these two teams. Parbu might be baiting this very nicely. Prayless is down here. Human, did he get spotted? No, he did not. So this could be the play of the game.
It's going to be a collapse instantly into a Cataclysm. That's going to be the kick to get himself out of harm's way. Chippy's instantly going for that recall back to base. Insane with Parbu. The top laners are having none of it. And the gank attempt, it's just a cheeky hello.
I cannot believe they didn't check that brush. You think about this for a second. Why would Miru be down there if Chippies isn't there? You need to check the brushes if you are the Gravitas lineup, because every single team knows that Direwolves does this, that they hover hard around their top laner. So as soon as you see Miru, and Miru once again has to burn the flash to get away from the Cataclysm, your spider sense should be saying, hey, the Camille is somewhere in the vicinity. But that's definitely not what happened.
Well, both decide that they'd rather fight another day. And Gravitas, once again, sort of showcasing their strength. Always running around this map, trying to keep these solo lanes in check, not allowing Direwolves to slow the tempo and keep them split up in that 1-3-1 that you've highlighted. Maybe going for a second attempt here at a kill as they turn their attention towards Shock. Miru, once again, in a great position to respond and protect. But Chippies will just be able to re-stabilize his pressure in the bot lane again.
Yeah, and I think this is a really nice move from Gravitas. If you ever want to contest Baron, it's really important that mid and top tier 1 are down. You need those creep waves to give you very good vision over the 2 areas. And putting Human into Chippies is probably a good call at this stage. I think Chippies is starting to build kill threat onto the Lucian, especially with the ultimate available, especially with flash back up. So instead, puts Human into him. You know Human is so accelerated. He's got those 3 kills, as well as equal farm as the Camille right now. Same level. So I think this is much better lane assignments. I wouldn't be surprised to see, maybe Direwolves try and swap this back up, but then you have a teleport away from the Baron, which might be the next big objective. With Dragon back up, can you navigate it somehow? Maybe. But Gravitas, until they lose a fight, should be considered definite favourites to win this game now. I'm still very worried about Vital. He is 50 CS up now, and once again, a full QSS and a completed item over his counterpoint now.
Rather disgusting. It really is. We had to see if Vital is able to achieve the dream kill combo with this lead, if he's able to get his team back into the mix of things.
That's really sloppy from Puma. Because Puma's recall has been cancelled there, Direwolves probably know that they can take full control of this area.
Yep, division. Which
and
they do.
We've already mentioned that this next dragon and the snowball that it's going to create, if they are able to pick up the Ocean Soul, is going to be really, really damn strong for Direwolf. Not necessarily because they get 1 Ocean Dragon, sure, that's a big deal, but because they stop the 4th one going across to the Gravitas lineup.
Well, Chippies is going to go in for the invade into the blue jungle, look to try and take away that red buff, donates it across to Vital. It's going to be a big acquisition, especially with his item combination currently. A lot of lifesteal between the Scythe Dagger and the Conqueror passive. He has no healing cut to deal with at this stage, so if he can survive, he can definitely live to tell the tale and sort of exert his force in this game.
And he's just got ideal gun skimmy. When you have a look at what he's got the lifesteal, yes, but he's also got the turrets.
Yeah.
And that's Praelus going to pull the trigger here.
He is indeed. He's going to flag and drag over to start things off with. Instantly Camille locking the lock members in place, forced to flash away. Bullet time used very early on as the members of Die will scatter. Now they look to re-engage, dragging down to half, looking to try and collapse, looking to get a kill, and they find out Praelus instantly. No smite, no chance to try and turn this one around. That's going to be the turnaround.
Look at Vital.
Value, but the dragon gets picked up, and Vital on the backline is able to pump out damage, falls for his efforts, but he picks up a triple kill. That's for sure. It's going to be 2 for 4, and a dragon. Direwolves explode back into this game.
That is such a clutch team fight from Vital. Flashes forward with the barrier available, with those lifesteal daggers, as we mentioned. Gets himself the dragon, but more importantly, gets his team the triple kill. Have another look at this. It's going to be a clever flank coming across from Praelus, and I've never seen this interaction before. So he's going to ult the Braum, but because the Praelus is inside the Hextech ultimatum and the Braum leaves, the Braum just kind of ignores the ultimate, doesn't pull him back into place. And here is the all crucial moment. Hits the ultimate, is going to be flashing forward in just one moment with all of his scythes available and just mows through the entire lineup. That is how you want to play a Aphelios, ladies and gentlemen. As aggressive as possible, and very nicely done from Vital.
It was almost as if it played out as we predicted. Imagine that. Imagine that. But regardless, Direwolves are going to be quite content with that one. Able to stall out this game to 26 minutes. Still keeping that buffer of a 2k gold lead. And this sort of showing, able to sort of show what they can do when those summoners are available, when that QSS can be utilized as well, when that damage is there. So tying it up, 7 kills to 4. Baron available, but the Ocean Soul is delayed just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I mean, now the 80 carry gap is becoming very significant. And if you are Suman, you do not want to ult this guy until he's burnt QSS, which means that he is going to be free hitting in so many of these fights. Whilst they do have a good tank line, without the threat of the Lissandra ult, I feel like they don't really have all that much kind of, I mean, I've already said threat, so I'll say it again, threat onto the 80 carry. And you saw how long Decoy lived with the shield in that fight, despite the fact that there is a lot of damage coming out of this Gravitas lineup. I think that the game is becoming quite difficult, only because of how strong Vital is. If you put the LeBlanc this far ahead, and, you know, Vital is in Shock's position right now, I think the game's pretty much over, Skimmy. But it's just because it's the Aphelios one more time that has all of this gold.
Yeah, as you mentioned, you know, with all these tanks and the ability to really sort of do your job as a LeBlanc, not really the easiest way to find those one-shots. I think Gravitas sort of understanding the situation now. Not that they're going to start the Baron, they've definitely controlled the vision around it, but realizing that, you know, this game is being put on a slight timer with how far Pabu is behind to his ADC counterpart.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a look at Pabu, he's obviously very worried to go towards that bottom lane. I'm surprised they didn't send Suman there again to try and deal with Chippies, because I certainly think the Lissandra is going to have a much easier time of it now than what the Lucian is going to. Lucian's strength at this point is that he's going to turn into a crit 80 carry in the latter stages of the game, you know, going to build himself an Infinity Edge now, potentially going to look for a Zeal item next, and then will be 2 80 carries versus 1, despite the fact I would still probably rather have the Aphelios, who is greatly accelerated.
Yep.
And I think that when you have a look at this game, Direwolves are just, you know, once again, keeping the map really big, not crowding an area, Skimmy. They're making sure that they're playing the smart game of League of Legends, and they're trying to make Gravitas feel the squeeze. However, now Ultimate
they're
comes
going to
across.
find Vital now. This is big, actually. Bullet Time finds a lot of value, dropping him down to a third of his health. And that's a shutdown onto Puma, the one you want to get back into this game. Double claims used, QSS are gone. Probably going to find a massive culling that gets blocked in place by Decoy. No shield, and he's forced to disengage away as well. The pain, the pressure. Now, surely Baron is an option on their cards.
It is an option, but I don't know whether they can still commit to it. Chippies has teleport. You can see that they're going to start this one up. They know they're on vision, and Direwolves are going to give it. They've sent Miru back to base.
Wow. Direwolves really respecting how far ahead Vital is, not feeling confident enough, I suppose, to even contest this one. Baron going to be picked up here by Gravitas, and that's going to be viable and online for this next Drake, spawning in 1 minute.
Yeah, and I don't think Vital's flash is going to be up in time. So we saw what actually happened there was Jarvan just willing to throw everything at Vital because he didn't have flash. And one thing about keeping the map big, as I've been complimenting the Direwolves for, is your AD carry has to play on the precipice of danger every single wave. Vital giveth, Vital definitely taketh away in that situation there, Skinny, because as he dies, so do Direwolves' hope of ever challenging that Baron buff.
Lots of power in one member. Can the redemption come for Direwolves? Because Praelis definitely found himself back in the mix of things. And with Baron buff online, double the kills, working towards double the structures as well. They realize what's on the card here, and Ocean Soul would almost certainly spell defeat and the demise of the boys in green.
And if you Gravitas now, you really want to protect this mid lane wave, because if you can have the pressure of a Baron buff hitting the second turret of mid lane, you can get this dragon maybe for free. However, they've regrouped. They're looking for a fight instead, Skimmy. I don't know if I love this call from the Gravitas lineup. Vital's flash is back up and available. They do not have the same kind of threat on him. And instead, they're going to look for the coin flip.
No level 16 on Shock just yet. Siemens level 17. ADC still working towards it as well, but the rest are definitely online with those fully completed ultimates. Dragon going to get started down to half right now. Direwolves doing a great job of zoning them away.
He got it!
He picked up here. Praelis gets the Ocean Soul. The fight continues. Quiverfied and Mantis Value with the bullet time putting out multiple members. That's a double kill. Make it a triple. Puma, a slow start in the first 25 minutes, but he finds a dragon. He finds the kill. And he's just basically got this game under wraps.
He might have found the game for his team. 26 seconds is going to be the timer. They have the Baron buff. They have huge creep waves coming in. Can they actually look to push for the end? It looks like no, because Pabu is going back to base. The base is going to be broken. However, Soul has been achieved, and Gravitas is on the precipice of picking up the game versus the Direwolves.
What a massive upset. We talked about it at the start of the reunion. The duo of Pabu and Praelis, the redemption of him making himself a known factor in 2019. Now we speak of him, and a fight takes out. Can Chippies find that 1v1? Can he find that kill? The ultimate goes down. He goes for the stopwatch to duke out the culling. He's going to look for the hook shot. He's going to look for the shutdown. He finds it. A sliver of hope. A chance for Direwolves to stall this game out just a fraction longer.
And I think that's really bad from Pabu. We'll take a look at the replay. I'll explain why afterwards, but this was so well played from Trashly and Praelis in particular. So once you've given up mid lane wave control right now, you are looking to fight. Pabu pumps so much damage into Decoy, and Praelis wins the 50-50 smite. Now Trashly, no hesitation at all. Flashes into this pit, great knock-up hook onto the man that you need to be able to kill. Vital still has flash available, but there is no time to react to a Nautilus flying out of a brush like that. And that secured his team, the Ocean Soul, and secured them the team fight.
So upgraded that QSS now to a Mercurial Scimitar, so extra life steal to compensate not going for a Bloodthirster, but the all-important cleanse does have flash available. He's waiting for that barrier to come online as well. Need to see a big team fight come out from this man, because it has definitely been the story of when he finds a kill, his team definitely finds success.
And you can see right now that Gravitas playing heavily around this bottom lane wave, Skimmy, trying to chase Chippies off. Chippies has himself a GA now. This is the 3 items that you need on Camille to be able to team fight. So he's certainly at that stage of the game. First to level 18 as well. You can see how much farm they funnel into this man. But we'll see whether they're actually able to defend these turrets.
Yeah, there's a 2-level difference between the junglers right now. Praelis level 14 to 12 of Miru. And as you say, turning their attention now towards Chippies, making sure that he can't find that success. And this is what double AD carry comp can do. Shred through structures, kill objectives very quickly. Find an inhibitor in mids. Now look to get a second inhibitor for constant lane pressure in bot lane 2.
Yeah, and without Vital, they have very little wave clear as well. So unless they look for a fight right here, right now, the exact same thing can be replicated on the top side of the map, and you can be in a situation where you're under threat of being triple inhibited. You can see the wave is bouncing off top. That wave is going to continue to grow, continue to build. I wonder if we see someone just sprint across Summoner's Rift and try and deal with it before Gravitas can start shepherding it in. Because at this stage of the game, sure, you're getting a lot of farm, you're getting a lot of ability to be able to purchase items, but Gravitas have opened your base up in 2 areas. And with only a minute left on major objectives, this game very much on a knife edge.
I'll tell you who will be objecting this defeat as it stands right now. It will be Direwolves, down by 6k gold. Baron in a minute, as you say. 2 minutes and 20 for the Elder. Whether or not that is even a condition to consider begs the question here. 2 inhibitors have fallen in a Direwolf space, constantly forced to deal with that, constantly forced to show their selves on the map, obviously responding to it. Only 1 teleporting chippies. It'll be interesting to see how Direwolves look to try and set things up here.
And this is a benefit of running tanks, Skimmy. It's not necessarily the best way to play League of Legends right now, but CC and damage is a very easy way to play League of Legends. You know, that's why most solo queue teams will look like this. And I think that Direwolves just fell behind a little bit too early in this game. Sure, they've had moments of brilliance where it looks like they're going to be able to pull it back, but at this stage of the game, Gravitas' comp is just so mumuch easier to execute outside of the 80 carry role. Everyone else, I would rather have every champion on Gravitas outside of the 80 carry role at this stage of the game.
Well, it's going to be a teleport to actually get chippies back to base rather than the full recall. Gravitas responding to that, they go, cool, we just disengage.
Now you just sit, you know, topside jungle. They can't face check this area. I would be very hesitant to hit the Baron buff, but they are going to do it. Because in the ideal world, you just do this. You just sit with your carries in the jungle and you just look to pick anyone off. Chippies, however, going to zone them out. And I think that Gravitas have really played a little bit too scared here. They now know they're on Baron. You don't want to ever 50-50 this. Dragon also coming up and available. You hate to see it, but I think that could have been played a little bit better, Skimmy.
I don't know if we get to a situation where the Baron, sorry, the base is just a straight push. Obviously, these objectives are online. I'm getting very close to the Elder Drake, whether or not that becomes the priority. If we do see a split, or if we see a face check, Gravitas still in the driving seat. Final hook to start things off with. Onto decoy, shield goes up, and his health bar goes on down. Chippy drops in very aggressively, looking to try and isolate out 5 members. It's going to be a double kill from Misfortune to start things off. We've got a shutdown onto Misfortune straight away. He's going to find more kills, but it's going to be all lighting up green. It's all going to be blue. I don't know what colours it is right now. It's going to be Gravitas regardless.
They've done it. They've won the game. Teleport.
They've get the ace. He's going to TP into the base. He's going to go for the end. And we said, would this Lissandra be a threat all throughout? From start to finish, this man, he's going to end the game.
Yeah, potentially 18 seconds left. It is just a Lissandra. However, super creeps are coming, Skimmy. And I think they might have been able to done it in a couple of weeks. Back-to-back games. Gravitas are going to upset 2 of the top teams in the OPL.
Consistency, new members, a bigger roster, and a bigger victory here.
Oh, they're up. Can he actually end?
Will fall on down. I don't know. Mirror's
He
going to jump
can't.
in. He's going to look for the kill. The mid-inhibitor is going to fall down to Winions again. He's going to survive for such a long time as the Frozen Tomb comes out. He takes Lee Sin down before it even can be considered as an option.
He can't end.
For such a long time. But these minions are going to pile on into this base. And the respawn timers, they need to deal with top lane too.
Okay, so they can't end. However, they are going to get themselves an Elder Dragon. There is no jungler available right now, Skibby. There is a Baron buff available on Summoner's Rift. All of the base is broken. There is only 1 Nexus and 1 inhibitor available. So Gravitas, the parade was out. It was playing the music. But unfortunately, the game still continues. 30 seconds on Human, only 9 seconds on Miru. Can he actually get out of base? Can they defend this Baron?
How do they do it at this stage? They have no vision, no ability to even step up forward. Elder Drake now online, working towards Baron with the double ADC. That's going to fall down very quickly. Watch their health bar showcase what Deco can do with the vision reveal, and he realizes it's not possible. They're going to be resigned to their base. They need to find a fight in this jungle, surprise style, before anything can take place.
Yeah, but they're not going to get it. And that's very smart from Gravitas. Everyone just takes the recall. Buy the potions. Buy your final items. We're 38 minutes into the game, guys. We are so close to winning this one. Don't you dare screw it up. And you can see that Direwolves, they have to just hope for the Nexus fight of all Nexus fights. And because there are 2 turrets standing in the mid lane, they probably need the Nexus fight of the Nexus fight, followed by another Nexus fight of a Nexus fight to be able to win this game.
They need repeat wipes at this stage, which is like a 0.1% chance based on the trajectory of this game so far. Every buff online, elixirs, full items, everything. They're going to find a fight, which is not going to be the exact reveal. A massive flag and drag onto 3. The Cataclysm locks them in place. Perth's going to fall on down, but it's going to be a double kill to start things off with. And everything else is gone. That's it. Vital. He was a massive component of the composition, but he's not going to be able to do anything to make this narrative different. Elder Drake executes as their Nexus falls on down, and Gravitas see nothing but victory.
What a game from Gravitas. As we come back and I'm being blinded by sunlight. This is how I've been commentating the whole time. The sun is setting on the day, and the sun just set on the Direwolves win because Gravitas, with the return of their top laner Pabu, are able to pick up what was a huge upset. I can't stress that enough. I thought that coming into this game, Direwolves were the best team in the OPL, and Gravitas has just corralled them and won out a very hard-fought game.
Well, they were exact opposites, right? Direwolves 11-4, Gravitas 4-11, and this was a Direwolves team on a 4-win streak. They were just bodying people across the board, not afraid of anybody they went up against. But Gravitas, once again, this army of 20 members just say, let's roll the dice, or let's just model up this like
Skimmy,
Jenga
I'm going
block and
blind.
decide
When
who
they
we wanna
say
go
you can
for.
throw, just throw the game.
I had an analogy, and it's going to have to wait. We're going to jump to a break so we can once again, for a second time, rest, relax, recover, and just wonder what the hell's going on in OPL.
What an upset there by Gravitas. Not at all what we were expecting, and particularly after the conversation from Spawn before that game, saying that Direwolves potentially a top 2 team there, Spawn.
Yeah, I thought they were the favourites to win the split, to be honest. Obviously, we've got some pretty hard matches today, in the Chiefs and Direwolves. And having broken down a lot of their games recently, I was really a fan of how Direwolves were playing League of Legends. But Gravitas just had a great draft. And I guess in clutch moments, Prayless really led from the front again. And this is a team that when Prayless fires, they look really good still.
Yeah, that and Human, right? Really came in. The early teleport to top lane was a big factor there. The 3 people diving chippies, giving a lead to Pabu, and that really spilled over to the rest of the map. Human getting those leads, ended up with 3 kills, and obviously was a big contributor to those victories. So I think adding that extra cog to Gravitas in Pabu, in a macro sense, definitely. He was the one priming the waves for that dive in the first place. When you consider that, Gravitas looked a lot stronger early, and that translated well to mid.
Absolutely. Spawn, how are the eyes? Because it was getting...
I tell you what, mate.
You were on the surface of the sun there at the end.
I was like ducking and weaving, and then I'm like, oh, finally a relief. They said we could throw. And then Skimmy talked for probably an hour and 20 minutes on his last analogy. And if I was anywhere near New South Wales, if your borders weren't shut, mate, I was coming for you because I was like, I just want to get out of the sun.
I was looking to sum up some beautiful sound bites, so I'd end up in one of those little montages, and then old mate's just like, cut the string, get me out. So,
mate, I was literally, I'm on Mercury right now. For those that don't know, that's like, I don't actually live in Melbourne. I live in Mercury. It is the closest planet to the sun, and it was very, very warm.
Can I ask, at what point during the game did it start burning your retinas?
About 5 minutes in, I'm not going to lie.
good.
Oh, you're joking.
Yeah, I was contemplating going to turn it off, but at the end of the day, guys, I am a professional. Unlike a lot of people within this broadcast, I am here to do a job, and I will ensure that I do that job. So
That's some big shade.
like a true professional, I just sat here and copped it for 35 minutes and a very long analogy.
Like a true professional, I sat there and copped it, and then complained for 5 minutes afterwards. All
that's
right.
good.
Well, I mean, look, it has so far been a very surprising day. Not only are we not allowed to enter the right studio, and we're broadcasting from home, but the first game, long and a shock, and the second one there, obviously, Gravitas
Long and a shock.
taking down long and a shock. There you go. That works well.
Long and 2 shocks.
Long and 2 shocks, actually. There's a shock. There's a shock somewhere in the mid lane. And then obviously the second game, a big surprise result there for Gravitas. Well done. The power of Pabu can't necessarily be attributed to that win because, of course, they did take a W last week. But you know, those guys are on their way up, which is good for them to see. Bad news for the teams above them, as Spawn was talking about. The teams below order are the ones that he's watching with the most anticipation, and that one gets a little hairy. Speaking of hairy, we have some new April Fool's skins for League, and one of them, the Pajama Guardian Urgot, seems to be a big fan favorite. Spawn, this was a little before my time, just meme-wise. Can you explain why this is such a big deal?
Urgot is a hideous creature, and people wanted him to have a Star Guardian skin, which is purely reserved for very cute and cuddly creatures. So I don't know why. I think Urgot is something straight out of a nightmare, and I would like him to be removed from the game, not have more skins. But, you know, it is what it is.
Do we think that it has achieved the goal of making him cute and cuddly? Or is it more horrifying to put something disgusting in something cute and cuddly?
Oh,
Definitely more horrifying.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a murder machine that now has pajamas on, you know, like
That's
those
true.
stars will still murder you. It's even creepier now. But
That's true.
It got what the community wanted, is what I'll say. Is they wanted a Star Guardian Urgot, and they got it.
So then my question to you guys would be, if you could design an April Fool's skin range, either a single skin or a range for Riot, what would you want? Skimmy, I'll start with you.
What would I want? Probably just sport themed. Probably just more. You know how they had like Ezreal and Blitzcrank with like the soccer skins. I'd probably want more of those. But I'd probably want thematic ones for like countries. So like, I'm trying to think of a champion like kangaroo
Like weird
Kazakhs.
sports from different countries?
Like Kiwi Kazakhs or kangaroo Kazakhs, you know, like something that you could say like, you know, I have a New Zealand champion, or I have an Australian champion, or a French champion. I feel like it kind of just adds a bit more of identity to the game. Perhaps if you're hesitant to buy a skin, you can be a bit more patriotic. I don't know, just something like that.
Okay. That makes sense.
Cool.
I like
see
the
that.
idea of theming it around country sports. I saw something on Twitter a couple of days ago, which was a video, I'm sure it was Welsh. It seems like Wales always have these sports, of a man running towards a river with a huge pole vault, and then he jams it in the river, vaults up, climbs the massive pole vault as it's tipping over the river,
yes,
and
in
then
the sand?
reaches the apex, and then jumps off and lands on the other side of the bank. And a bunch of Welsh people just lose their shit. Oh my god, what a country! I'm attributed it to Wales. I don't know if that's true. Pole vault, man, river, sand, Wales.
I reckon, like, surely that's how Nordic people used to storm small villages or something.
Absolutely.
I could see it as
Maybe-
Scottish.
Yeah.
I think it was Holland.
Holland.
It also seemed, I can see
That's
that.
what I mean. They were jumping people's lakes and taking their women long before the Welsh were doing it, I'm sure.
That's true. Canal jumping is Holland's oldest sport, and in Dutch, it's pronounced verjibbel.
Yeah,
so there
that
you
sounds
go.
about right
Yes,
as well.
Nick. Yes.
Spawn, if you were going to have an April Fool's skin, beat verjibbel.
I've got two. So
Please.
I would, if I released a skin line, I would want Raz-based skins. So I would
nice.
want Raz Draven, like Raz Lucian, and I just want Razzleplasm shouting the champion's voice lines, but he's not allowed to listen to them beforehand. Because Raz thinks he has a good memory of what people or things sound like, but he actually has a really bad memory, and he's
That's
really
nice.
enthusiastic when he does impressions. So, like, that would be the best skin line ever released for an esports fan, I'm pretty sure. The other one I want released, because it's actually a fan concept, and I'll dig it up and chuck it on my Twitter, is Candy Cane. Candy Cane. I'm a big Cane player. I'm probably the only person in the whole of Oceania that still plays Cane. He's still my most played. And I think Candy Cane would be a dope skin.
That's nice. That Raz one is awesome. That's
I thought you meant
very good
Orazio
choice.
Fantasia for a second until I realized it's an esports broadcast.
Nah,
No one will know
not
who
that
that
Raz.
is.
Different Raz. He's in chat as well, and he apparently appreciates it. So I would say, yep, Raz-based champion skins. Like, can you imagine a Raz Cho'Gath where he has to shout all of Cho'Gath's lines? That would be hilarious.
Rusty, do you have one?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be cool to have like a Space Jam theme for champions. So like, I think the Ivern basketball skin's a little bit boring, but like if you Space Jamified like a line of champions like that, I think it would be super cool.
That's cool. That's cool. You could put Dr. Mundo would be another good one for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's nice. I like a Space Jam. I'm looking forward to Space Jam too. I'm into that. Spawn, you totally stole mine. I thought that a good skin range would be like casters, like the feature caster from each region, and completely customized, like their favorite champion. They do all the voice lines, and like I said, yeah, that's an awesome idea. I absolutely think that should happen. Either that, or just skin your character, skin the champions like members of other MOBAs, and just really confuse everybody. I'm sure they're going to do that one. That feels like the most. That feels like the most on brand one. All right, it's time to get into game number 3. It's Mammoth versus PGG, and Rusty, PGG not having the strongest day so far. Coming up against Mammoth though, who if you're going to style on anyone, it could be Mammoth. But that being said, Mammoth have styled on top 2 teams.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what's going to happen in this game after the results of the first game. I think that some of the adaptations you might see would be like a Wukong not being available for the other team. But we'll see how they play this one out, Pentanet.
There you go. In chat, let me know what April Fool's skins you want to see. Either drop it in chat or send it to me on Twitter at NickBoy. All right, it's time to get into game number 3 of our 6-game evening. It is Mammoth versus PGG, and it is coming up with the Macca's Champ Select.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Super week. Pentanet.gg up for the second time today, taking on Mammoth, making their debut online, because it is the OPL, and we are rocking it at home. Definitely not our studio. Definitely not going to critique what my setup looks like.
You just got a hell of a lot taller, dude, because your head's bursting out of your frame now.
Well, like I sat up, like really getting into that opener. But I was about to finish off by saying, and you're not blinded by the light, maybe as Biopanther is blinded by the sky, as he's locked in the Pantheon. Yeah,
and this is certainly the most comfortable comp I've seen PGG play. They really like to play around Pantheon and the early pressure it has. They can set up a lot of, pre-written plays. 4-man dives bottom lane, dives top lane. They can play it in multiple positions, get backsplayed it, rogue splayed it. So I'm excited to see exactly how this Pentanet squad looks with maybe a more practiced draft scheme.
Well, 2 ADCs banned away and 2 supports as well, so the variables in that bottom lane have been heavily reduced. The same could then be said for the likes of Ornn and Set 2. And what's interesting, no Wukong ban, no Wukong picks. It's almost like a game of chicken, like no, you pick it, or maybe we will. So going to be interesting to see if it comes out in the second rotation of bans, because it looks to me as if currently no team is willing to blind it.
And this is insane to me, Skimmy, because we might have just had Mammoth on red side give up counter pick to just double blind pick solo lanes. Lived is a huge fan. Kwaku is a huge Renekton fan. And they might have just thrown the gauntlet and said, you know what, we think that these 2 champions are so incredibly strong on this patch that we're willing to give up our counter picks and solo lanes, which is what red side's all about, to just take our comfort picks.
Instant response here from Pentanet is to hang on with the Ezreal and rock and roll with the Rumble. So you got a lot of lockdown, a lot of slow potential, especially the Iceborne Gauntlet. So the aggression that can come at you with that Echo and Renekton definitely can be stemmed, CC'd, and punished.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this is much more standard bans coming across. So we have to see a second tier AD carry picked up. Ezreal, Varus, Ashe are kind of the second tiers that we've seen a lot in competitive play. And Boma does have a pocket Heimerdinger, however, and that's what's going to be locked in.
Okay. What do we think of that one there, Spawn? Honestly, I'm looking at that. I'm a little bit confused. I do know that obviously we've seen a bit of a return in the bottom lane with sometimes the mages, but Heimerdinger is a new one for me to witness.
Yeah, Heimerdinger is one of those champions that you have to have a million games on to be able to play it. Like, you're either a Heimerdinger player or you're not. And Boma right now is rank 8 in solo queue. He's playing an absolute truckload of Heimerdinger. I think he's one of the slept-on players in the league, and I think that he plays it really well. If they get any form of follow-up CC here, I'm talking Leona, I'm talking Nautilus, this is an out-and-out kill lane, and it's also a lane that gives you a lot of priority. Now, the difficulty with drafting something like this is you don't actually know where Pentanet are putting any of their champions apart from Ezreal. They can play Rumble support. They can play Pantheon support. They can pick up a completely different support, like maybe a Karma, and play a little bit more of a skirmish-style push-heavy bottom lane. So this is certainly still a flexible composition for the Pentanet lineup, but we'll see how it goes.
What would you ideally want to have going into this Heimerdinger? Because as you highlight, again, there's going to be a lot of pushing power with the turrets and the rockets and everything else that he has in his kit, but is it similar to most mages that's susceptible just to sort of aggression of, Freshes, Nautiluses, and the rest?
Not really, because you don't want to hook into a Heimerdinger. He's got so many turrets set up. So you generally want to try and outpush him and take those turrets down. I think, mages like Syndra have traditionally done well into Heimerdinger, but they'd already locked in the Ezreal. So I would pair it with something like a Karma and try and shove it in early and try and take control of the lane. If you let Heimerdinger get set up, it is so dangerous. And that's why they've paired it with a Blitzcrank, because now you can't pick a mage into it. If you pick a mage, they just kill you.
That's pretty rowdy. It's going to be a Heimerdinger Blitzcrank. Lots of CC, you're locked in place, stunned, silenced. Pretty much everything. It's going to be a juicy little pick comp there, and they were considering the Rakan. Now it looks to be the Braum, so they're going to sacrifice a lot of pushing power with that and look to, I'd imagine, just survive the laning phase.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? We're just picking something for the mid game. We're going to go down, a couple of CS, maybe a turret plate or two as well. We're ceding complete early game control over to you guys. Maybe if we get the best gank of all time, we can look for a cheeky all-in. But otherwise, play towards the top side of the map, play towards the Pantheon, play towards the Rumble, because this bottom lane is going to be real rough for PGG.
Incredibly rowdy, and that's going to be a Kindred Sorely. We've seen this come out of him a few different times. But it is one of those picks that either he incredibly pops off on or may fall a little bit far behind in. So I'm excited to see how Sully performs in this one. Was able to get ahead, obviously, on that Lee Sin earlier today, but wasn't able to actually utilize that much more. So I guess the likes of Mammoth, obviously sitting at 8th place in the league, they're not taking any chances here. Not going to make this an easy game for Pentanet by any stretch of the imagination. Definitely drafting something rather creative and quite spicy.
Okay, so this is interesting. So Mammoth do flex the Echo into the jungle. This is one of those compositions that you certainly can do that. The reason I thought that Echo would be going mid is if you look at Lived, pick ban, he either plays Set or he plays Echo in solo queue. They're his two biggest champions. However, is known for kind of his bruiser matchups. So they're going to run an 80 bruiser into the Rumble. And I think that this is one of the better answers to Rumble in the mid lane. You're able to skirmish with him early because you have the power of Bruiser. You can look for all in. And I think that there is plenty of pseudo-engage here for Mammoth to really get the party started. They have hooks, but they also have the pressure of flanks coming through from Aatrox, as well as the Renekton and the Echo. So this should be a relatively easy teamfight comp for Mammoth to go towards. I'm actually really happy with the kind of lower ranked teams in the OPL right now. I think they're playing very easy to execute compositions that do get advantages in the early game. And I think Pentanet are once again in one of those really tricky matchups where I don't know whether they necessarily win any lane.
Well, that was going to be my next follow-up question. I was like, if they don't win bottom lane because they're going to get out-pushed, how does mid lane, how does top lane work? How are these junglers going to influence that to get themselves through? And are we going to see a similar situation where, you fall behind in the early game and you can just never really stabilize to get into that mid game to flex, your mechanical prowess on a champion or as a whole unit?
Yeah, I think that what they will be looking for is push in the mid lane and try and team up with their mid-jungle 2v2. You've got a really good skirmish jungler in the Kindred, as well as the fact that you've got Rumble for all of his pushing power. Now, if the best Rumble plays into the best Aatrox, I think that Rumble will win the lane, but I think that Aatrox just has so much room to move in that lane. I think it really is a skill matchup. Top lane, I think the Pantheon can win this lane matchup, but Renekton has way more sustain, right? So I would, once again, ease of execution wise, I would be favoring Mammoth's comp this time around.
I'm excited to see what they actually decide to lock in with. When we finished that draft, I saw 3 teleports online, and it definitely has found a fair bit of value compared to the 2 that Petanet have. So top lane and bottom lane will have it, but this is going to be a second time again, a aggressive Ignite Rumble to try and match Lived here on his teleporting Aatrox. So going to be interesting to see how they can utilize that, if they can sort of play the macro super hard up against Pentanet and really have them sleeping with nightmares tonight.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think that Pentanet are one of those teams that they do seem to be a little bit momentum based. I don't want to say the tilt word, but they will certainly get emotional about the game, it seems. So if they do carry on any of those emotions from last game, it is only an hour turnaround, Skimmy. We could be in for a spicy one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one, right? Especially with the current situation. It's not like you can go outside and go for a run and get some tilt off. You're sort of stuck in that room. Maybe put a bit of washing liquid on the ground, start jogging on the spot like a makeshift gym. I don't know. They gotta have something lined up here to sort of mentally reset, cleanse the system, and get themselves in the right frame of mind to get a dub on a day.
Talking about home gyms, do you know how hard in Australia it is to buy a home gym right now? I don't know whether the big boss Carbon has any weights lying around, but you just cannot get anything online.
I don't think I actually have seen him do anything except for he's got tons of stretching mats and yoga mats and whatnot. He's always doing a punch of that, but outside of that, I haven't seen him do much more. But let's leave it on that bombshell. That will keep Carbon very confused in the VOD. I'll clip it and send it to him. Go grab yourself a drink, get some snacks, get yourself ready as we jump into game number 3. It's game number 3 of Super Week as Pentanet.gg take on Mammoth, who are looking to upset the balance in what has already been a day of multiple upsets today, Spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. See whether we can make it 3 for 3. On paper, it looks like PGG should be able to pick up the victory here. They are a couple of wins ahead of the Mammoth lineup. However, Mammoth have got themselves a good composition. Playing with Artek, I think, for the first time as well, Skimmy. Unless he played last week, and I'm forgetting.
He played last week, yeah.
Oh, okay, there we go, and I am forgetting. But I like what they've put together here, and I think that a lot of comfort right now for the Mammoth lineup.
It's been interesting sort of seeing the evolution of this Mammoth bot lane as they've sort of flexed it out. Originally picking up Mboma with Emelg, and then now drafting in Artek and just giving that a lot of competition in the role. And I think it's definitely been an upgrade for them in terms of the performances they've been able to net as a result.
And I'm interested in kind of that conversation further, and obviously pretty standard early game unless they invade behind Artek's Blitzcrank. So I kind of want to explore that. In traditional sports, the idea of a substitute coming and taking your main spot is just always there. It's there from like you're a 5-year-old kid, right? Playing your first sport, you get benched. In esports, that's never really existed. It's like once you have been set up, at least in League of Legends, for the split, you're on for the split, very little roster changes go across. What we've seen this split in the OPL is a ton of roster changes. And I think I agree with you, Skimmy. I think it has made these teams a little bit more competitive than we would have seen otherwise if, they just accepted the fact that they're going to keep the entirely same roster. If you can't have that pressure of if you play poorly, you're gone within, a second or last place team, how do you really drive that performance? I would say not all that well. Whereas maybe this is one of those times where inter-squad rivalry, Artek or Amel getting the starting position can actually give you that competition you need as a coach to be able to motivate these players.
Well, I was going to say, to further that point as a coach, right, if there's nothing really on the line, you've got that complacency factor, very hard to really get your narrative across to say this is what you want to work on if they aren't as invested in it as you are. And I suppose if there's aspirations for some of these players to reach the big stage and maybe hit up a major region, they're definitely going to be wanting to be that starting face and showcase what they can do on the big stage.
Yeah, and I just want to echo the sentiment, that especially after this offseason, how many people we saw go over to the NALCS and Destiny obviously go to the LEC. Everyone's goal in the OPL should be to go overseas. There is just no reason to play if that is not the goal in its entirety. And, winning the OPL is also very prestigious, obviously, but it's that long-term stability that people want. Biopanther looking for a gank here, however, now very low health. Bass also chased out Skimmy.
Yeah, Quaku forced to disengage or hide under his tower as Biopanther incredibly fatal on critical health. Not really allowing Sully to do much, but the junglers will meet when it comes to red buff. Sully definitely pathing farther ahead with a double buff completed so far. Despite Bass having an extra camp over him, he's still going to manage to pick up his red buff for free.
And I really like that from Sully, just because of what it did to the solo lanes. It relieves so much pressure. As Rogue dodges out on that hook again.
Blitzcrank's always an interesting one for me. I was just going to say, to add to that point, I always get so debated of not necessarily needing to throw out the hook, but just always being that constant threat, right? Like, I could at any moment make your life a misery.
Yeah, well, it's the old Abraham Lincoln quote, Skimmy. You miss 100% of hooks you don't take. Obviously, Abraham Lincoln, a big Blitzcrank player. Flash in the top lane.
Top lane is where the action's at, and that's where the first blood's going to be achieved. Sorely right on the mark once again.
Yeah, and Quaku not using that teleport to get back to lane, I think is a huge mistake. But that's all off the back end of Sully's invade. Hook will land. Good arcane shift. Will get him to safety, however. Infernal Chains does rip him back. I think Liv would have looked for the all-in there if they had it.
Well, Bass is on the hunt right now, coming for a gank attempt as the Qs land. The sphere gets dropped on down. Getback just going to stand by it and say, you can slow me, but it will not stun. We'll be safe and secure under that tower.
Yeah, but you can see already that Lived is starting to get the shove here. Without potions available, quite difficult. Embowment needs to be careful. This is the little things on Heimerdinger. The fact that he was really ready to drop that rocket to actually stop the Q coming across from Braum. And then you saw grenade hits and he drops another turret while the grenade going out to get double lasers down, and they're both just out of range of that turret. Now Rogue going to look to be dove.
Kratos has left him. He's going to TP back in, and Rogue is very secure under that turret as a result, knowing that his team member will rejoin. Shield goes up, and damage mitigation gets utilized. They have show face in the bottom lane, but unable to find anything from it.
Yeah, and you have to say that they're farming really nicely down there. I thought that this would be pretty hard winning lane, and so far it looks like they're getting the push, but you can see that Praedyth is ahead or equal in CS and starting to run out of mana in the bottom lane is the Mammoth lineup. Meanwhile, top lane, another gank coming across.
They're looking for it again. They're definitely making Quaku feel the wrath. This is almost like times of old where Quaku was the target to focus on down. Sully with a second kill. Definitely going to accelerate this Kindred's power spike.
Yeah, and you can see that Sully just kind of living up there in the top lane. Has also rush boots too, which you only normally do if you're going to be a gank-heavy jungler. Obviously, will not help him clear out the jungle all that much as the jungle item would. Puts him behind in being able to complete that big first power spike. But all very nice for this kind of game plan.
Chains won't connect, but Get Back is secure. Able to draw that minion wave under his tower. Only a few CS behind at this stage, but definitely holding his own. And once that red carpet is there to use, which it is at level 6, going to be very scary when it comes to the likes of contesting Drakes and for the roaming team fights.
And I think that this early game has been very strange. We said that we expect all of the lanes to be pretty heavily winning for the Mammoth lineup, you know, mid lane kind of the exception. But the fact that Quaku has been left on his island means that he is significantly far behind. And then when you have a look at the bottom lane matchup, Praedyth has navigated it really, really well. They haven't been able to land any significant damage onto Rogue. He's just been able to dodge out of all of the hooks. The hooks that have landed have been onto the Ezreal. They haven't been able to shove him out of lane outside of the one teleport base. And I think that PGG should be really be commended for how well that they've played this so far.
My best, you know, obviously with the Ezreal, you had the Arcane Shift, if perfectly timed, able to juke out the hook like we've seen in that lane so far. So Praedyth...
Not even perfectly timed, Skimmy. It used to be a perfectly timed ability. Now it's just, if you hit it anywhere that you've been hooked, you're fired.
It's been made easy, okay. But we do see... Okay, so the teleport has actually been picked up here by Rumble. So originally in draft, it had the Ignite, so now we do have triple teleports from both these teams. So expect to see some crazy shenanigans, kind of like what we saw in the Avant Pennant game.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think that we're going to see probably heavy priority being put on the Rift Herald pickup. We'll see where the teams start to swap to go towards that. We are 7.5 minutes into the game. First Dragon hasn't been touched just yet. Sully would love to be able to grab that one. And Sully is starting to fall behind in farm, but because those 2 kills is looking very good. Lip under fire here.
He is indeed. It's going to be a 2v2 in the mid lane right now as the red carpet comes on down. Get Back not going to find any value on it because the members aren't stepping on top of that, but Sully is looking at that kill. One more auto will do it. He's lived for such a long time.
Baker's here.
Breaker is going to respond. That's going to be the rewind to dodge on out, and Artek is in hot pursuit as well. Pantheon showing no signs of even going for the Grand Starfall. As he doesn't want to sky jump in. He's definitely not 007 in this movie flex, but... Well, Sully able to hang on to that bounty and that flawless score.
Yeah, and just a 1-for-1 trade, but once again, Sully being able to pick that up. He's going to be even further ahead in gold right now. Jungle is ticked over to level 6 with the respective kills going across. We take another look at this one. Lived, pops the ultimate nice and early, however, missed the first Q. And a very nice response flash coming through from Get Back will keep him alive long enough. You see Sully and Bass both ticking 6. Will both have the ultimate available, so they know they can't kill each other. Will instead just decide to disengage. However, Quaku had made the full journey down, and Biopanther had not. With that lane pressure, Sully's going to be able to grab himself a Rift Herald, and Pentanet kind of with the first significant lead in this game.
Absolutely, and I think that really hurts so much for Quaku, right? The fact that he invested that time to come in down and try and get an assist to his lane, but try and get some action of some form to even out the CS difference. You can see now falling behind by close to 600 golds. Definitely feeling the pain of that sort of camp early on, and yeah, despite Sully being down 15 CS, the tier 2 boots have been working wonders.
Yeah, completely agree. And kind of this aggressive playstyle has netted them advantages also in the top lane and in this neutral objective. You would like to see him now try and get some plates onto Praedyth. Whether they do that with a clever swap or maybe a gank into the bottom lane is yet to be seen. But I think Sully, after having a pretty rough game versus Lisa, now looking a lot better.
Action in the mid lane again. Sully keeping ever so aggressive. Control wards are down. Constant vision. Ability to make sure that nobody is in hot pursuit. There is actually a lane ward down by Mammoth. Maybe looking for any cheeky shenanigans behind the wall, but this is just giving Sully more and more time just to free roam the map. Yep, picking up vision here, picking up a scuttle, and always showing that Quaku, you're just never safe wherever you are.
That's going to be another mark picked up. However, Dragons should be traded away on this bottom side. So, Mammoth starting to fight back around their strong point. You can see that this Heimerdinger just has permanent shove down here. It is so annoying to deal with, whatever the heck Heimer is. I think he's a Yordle with an afro, but not quite entirely sure on the lore there, Skimmy.
I have no idea about the lore as well. All I know is it's making big brain plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see that if they have push in mid lane, if they have push in bottom, they're even getting pushed back top, despite nearly a 30 CS lead right now for Biopanther. The pressure is just going to remain very high on Summoner's Rift.
Arctic with the flash hook, looking to try and get that kill, and that kill he will indeed. The Lamb's Respite
Oh,
goes
stun
down,
lands!
and it's
No
not gonna
flash!
do much, but the spear lands, as you say. No junglers have flash to get out of this one, and that's a fantastic shutdown. Bass instantly promoted the fact that he has extra CS, and now all that gold too.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, there's a lot of action. Top lane too, Skimmy.
Oh, actually, everywhere on the map right now. Praetor actually finds a solo kill onto the Heimerdinger, left without protection, evens out the CS. And Kwaku, despite being so far behind, nearly taking out Bio.
Yeah, so it wasn't a solo kill. Rogue certainly burnt both summoner spells there to pick up Mboma, who didn't back away. However, we take another look at the first one first. So this is going to be get back, posturing aggressively. He wants to be able to get Sully involved in this mid lane play. Great flash from Artek. And the ultimate, just a pixel wrong. Now Sully kind of regretting the decision to try and save him, or will give over a 600 shutdown to Bass. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, this was a flash tag. Mboma tried to get the turret down in time, but did not. Empowered turret is not going to do all that much damage unless you can use abilities to get the laser out as well, Skimmy. That's the way that one works. And now three-man dive being set up on the top lane. They might be able to take this turret completely.
That was a rough kill there for Praetor without any mana. Forced to auto-attack him down without even those passive attack speed buffs. But he won't complain. He'll pick up that gold quite nicely and make that lane, which was pretty rough for him, a nice even trade. And even better is this clean execution of the turret. 2 plates remain, and the true damage will one-shot it.
Yeah, very well done. Silence into Hook.
Oh my god, that is the dream combo. That is what we're looking at. Silent stun, Hook, disengage, and then Mboma with the flash fade away rockets.
And this is really nicely played by Mammoth. And you might be thinking, Spawn, you're an idiot. This is a 2-for-1 turret trade. Well, while plates are still up and available, there is no point defending that second turret. You would much rather get plates in the bottom lane. They've been able to pick up 3 for Mboma. They've also just got a teleport out. That's going to be Ezreal. And if they have members down here still, they can still look to fight this.
Trisha Barrage is available, but Glacial Fissure's not for maybe another 10-15 seconds, so a little bit hesitant to engage in that situation. Will back out and won't have any vision to really know if there were any other members of Mammoth looming around. There was a reset in mid as well, so Lived only working his way towards it now. They weren't to know that at the time. But they do secure the bottom lane, and that's the most important objective. And, well, you say it once, it happens again. Maybe looking for a second attempt at a gank there.
Yeah, it certainly could have been. And I think what they're looking for right now is just continual pressure in this bottom lane, because you always need an area of pressure to play around. So you can see that Blitzcrank goes for a shot. He's nearly got his Ignite back and available. As long as Mboma doesn't die right now, Skimmy, this bottom lane should be really, really tough for the PGG lineup to play. You know, support, no flash, full mana going to be available. Jungler on this side of the map. There's just so much going right for it. Meanwhile, top lane, now a very long lane. You would have to expect Kwaku is not happy with the current state of Summoner's Rift. He's going to get chased down if ever there is a jungler in his area.
Well, keep your eyes on Bio, who's rotating through the mid lane. There's the hook to try and get a kill onto Israel, but does shift on out. We've yet to see that Skyfall come in from the Pantheon. He's just been quite content bullying out this Renekton and making sure that that lane is, well, pretty much over. So it'll be interesting to see where he decides to then try and assist, if it's mid lane, who's currently down 0-2, or if he's looking to try and force a map flip.
Yeah, I would be interested in that as well, because generally what happens when your top laner, you know, gets really camped and ganked like the way he is, you swap him into the short lane and you put your really safe duo lane up top, and they just try and play for push once again, try and play around their turrets, and you just put Bass up there to support. We've seen the absolute opposite. We've seen Kwaku left on an island instead, Skimmy. And I'm wondering whether that is going to cause him to fall even further down, because you can see he's 40 CS in a hole right now. He's nowhere near completing that Blade of the Ruined King. So they're just conceding top side of the Summoner's Rift and trying to get something done down here on the bottom side.
No resources invested in towards this Renekton, and that's going to allow Solid's always a free reign of this topside jungle. Going to go in for his second Herald acquisition and allow them to accentuate this gold lead that much further, currently up by 1k. And get back. Always wary now of when this Blitzcrank is gone. He's met the wrath of that roaming three-man squad a few too many times to remember now.
Yeah, and with this play right now, they're going to also look to break open mid lane turret. You can see that they're pinging on that wave fairly heavily. They have the Blitzcrank who can, not Blitzcrank, Pantheon who can ult in from the top lane. If Blitzcrank with Pantheon ult, that would well and truly be a very terrifying champion. But they don't fully commit to it. Instead now, they're going to have to play against a shoving Heimerdinger in the mid lane. And I think Mammoth probably should have been punished a little bit more heavily there. Skimmy, that turret should have probably fallen by my stretch of the imagination.
You saw Mammoth definitely peel members away, not deciding to fully commit. They were kind of expecting, as you highlight, the turret to go on down, but the simple disengage comes out here from Pentanet. Teleport is still online for Get Back, whereas both Predator and Biopanther still waiting on that one. Yet to see the true global finesse
this could be big.
Comp can do.
I'm very concerned that PGG will try and reclaim their bottom side jungle here. You can see how much vision they have. And if they had have been slightly more patient, Skimmy, this would have been a catch onto Rogue. It still might be.
It may be indeed. They're going to go for the hook, the silence, and the damage to follow up with. But with a two-man squad like that, without the shield even going up, he just mitigates so much.
Yeah, he's able to just walk away. And I think that if they had have been there waiting with, a grenade for the stun with turret set up, that's definitely a one-shot. But no such luck there for the Mammoth lineup. Instead now, Ezreal going to do his best to clear out these turrets in the mid lane. And they're trying to find exactly where Sully is. Bass is a full level up over his jungle counterpart, despite the early kills that were picked up by Sully. He's actually 2 levels now.
He's 2 now. Yeah, he's got the second ultimate upgrade, 11 to 9. It's pretty big. It's pretty crazy. Yes, you get all those kills, but you've fallen behind by 40 CS. And, Biopanther's definitely been able to find that advantage, but unable to really show it to the rest of his team.
And this has been a really bizarre game so far, Skimmy. Areas that we thought would struggle are significantly far ahead. You got Renekton, one of the early game kings of League of Legends, being camped. Is down 40 CS. I thought the Heimerdinger would do well, but that's fine. The one area I called a skill matchup, Lived has absolutely demolished Get Back with the help of his jungler as well as Artek on the Blitzcrank. And this game has just been, it's been wild, to be honest. 4-man dive now being set up on the bottom lane, however. You can see that Liv just says, you know what, guys, I'm out. Peace.
Well, they're looking to open up this map once again. Top lane is broken, bot lane is broken. And both times the Herald has come online, it's found a lot of value. That headbutt will do the damage. Turret destroyed. The Glacial Fissure burnt to prevent Lived, who's forced to use the flash.
Yeah, Rogue used the flash there as well, so Liv just respecting. I think he made a mistake reapproaching that turret. You could see his team wanted to move down and be able to help him out, Skimmy, but really when you're trading like that, you should be playing for probably mid lane damage or even, potentially a kill onto Get Back if you can land a cheeky hook or get a turret dive going. At that point, you kind of got to accept reality. Shelly's killing that turret. They're backing away before you can do anything of that nature. Still, it is only about a 1,300 gold difference. I think that this game is very, very close still. Scaling, I think, once again, comes down to who's going to be able to execute in these fights better. You never really want to counter Heimerdinger out because of his neutral objective control, how well he does Baron and Dragons, and how well he controls vision. But Sully putting on a topside clinic at the moment. And Bass trying to capitalize on farming advantages, which we don't really see in the jungle anymore.
It is interesting. You talk about the level differences between the junglers right now. That can obviously be accommodated in some sort of way. You substitute a level on Sully to give it to Bio instead. But, you set yourself up for these sort of siege pushes. You can see just how much those turrets alone, even with the ultimate upgraded turret too, just free damage to respond, to almost give you like a mini Herald in some form or fashion.
Yeah, completely agree. And the thing about trading Heralds for Dragons is that the Herald power is just in the gold, right? If the gold ever equalizes, you got nothing for the 2 Heralds. Whereas the Dragon power sticks there all game and also just gives you that huge win condition we always talk about. Soul point going to come up in 50 seconds if the Mammoth lineup is able to take the next Dragon. And that means that this game, once again, we're looking at kind of that 26 to 30 minute, game deciding team fight in air quotes. If you are the Mammoth lineup, Hook, gonna miss.
The hook would have been juicy. The teleport came in, and it was inches away from picking out Israel, which I don't believe would have even known to Arcane Shift until the last clip, when it would have been too late. But they now assert themselves as a 1-3-1 comp, looking to defend mid lane, and really putting up with the Heimerdinger, which kind of screams Veigar synergies of bunkering down and preventing anything from happening.
Yeah, it's a really annoying champion. However, without blue buff, he is going home. I guess that's a good news story right now if you are PGG. One more wave and you can probably keep him locked in that mid lane. See whether they can get re-control of this area to go into Dragon. You see Get Back rotating here first. They're going to rely on Quaku's teleport, which means PGG should have the setup for this objective. And Infoma goes so low.
So, okay, he's down by 2 levels in the jungle with Sorely, but he's dead even in gold. All that gold difference, once again, is found by who's up for like 2k, nearly 2.5. It's pretty incredible. 50 CS in the assists. Yes, it's been a quiet game for him. He's literally been just pushing
Hook is
today,
on.
but we'll see exactly what happens when he gets into a team fight. Equalizer goes down, the Flame Spitter comes out. That's going to be the stopwatch. The turret is doing damage. The Protobelt comes in from an Echo engage to try and save Arctic and try and find some vengeance, but revenge won't be enough. And Biopanther backs up the boys.
Yeah, and Quaku not teleporting there, I think could have been a mistake, Skimmy. There was a creep available for him to be able to get into that fight. Instead, they're looking for the top lane push, trying to equalize that, but teleport will be able to save the turret. Another kill going over to Pentanet. And as you mentioned, Pentanet GG, they've got themselves a Mountain Dragon now. That soul point win condition has been delayed by at least another 10 minutes. On top of that, they now have themselves the advantage of the kills going in their direction. It's trickling in slowly. Mid lane turret, again, going to be saved by Rogue. And Mammoth, without opening up this map, without having the neutral objectives to be able to fight over, are starting to really flounder in this mid game.
Well, it's tough, right? Because they are chipping away, kind of like erosion tactics towards this mid turret. Every single time this wave pushes in, which they are always getting ahead of the Ezreal and Braum, they are doing a little bit more. But especially when this Ezreal has mana, that much harder to do job, and you know, with Iceborne Gauntlet and Mana Moon all completed now, plenty of CDR, plenty of ability to kite back, which is something that we highlighted during the draft, the CC and the ability to lock members in place.
Rogue now going to face check back.
Yes, indeed.
Get back's coming down as well. This could be a fight. Where are the teleports?
I'll take a look to try and disengage away, but that is just so much CC, exactly what we highlighted, and that is the job. Just clean and cut. Now Blitzcrank, a huge threat on this roster, without them to defend this mid turret.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the mid turret's just going to fall down. You can see Creep Wave now coming in. Oh, Bass very cheekily is able to cut that wave. No one able to keep it alive, and Rogue now too low. But this game is starting to become very, very scrappy. Bottom lane turret will fall, so Mammoth do get a little bit of gold back, but I don't know whether anyone was even in the vicinity of it. Skimmy, I think already that Lift had backed away.
I think we're going
to be here for a long time.
Yeah. It's looking like a slow burner at this stage, Spawn. 2 minutes and 40 seconds until the next Drake. I think, yeah, we're looking at definitely another 10, 15 minutes on the card.
Yeah, I think PGG certainly look a little bit rattled from their earlier game, so they're not playing as fast as they normally are. They're definitely not as decisive on their moves. Instead of, trying to dive that turret, try and take it down, they're just content with the one kill into a pick and trading across the map. Whereas Mammoth, honestly, they look a little bit lost with their comp. Really playing heavily around the Heimerdinger, which is just there to be able to clear out waves and have good objective control, as opposed to trying to play towards maybe Lived or Quaku's lane. Maybe because Quaku fell too far behind early in the game and they feel like they can no longer play around that win condition. But I think that this is quickly becoming a little bit resident sleeper, and we might be here for a very long time.
Well, it's been the battle of the mid lane, and Mammoth have definitely had the better exchange of that so far, as every single time this mid wave comes in to allow Pentanet any kind of form of damage themselves, the lane gets deleted. So it's been a case of we have triple teleports. If you try and get any kind of split siege off, we've always got a response.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what's happening. You can see right now that Quaku is just more than happy to be the whipping boy of his team. He's giving up complete control. He's respecting everything. He's dropping very defensive pink wards. And Mammoth are getting trades. Bass, good damage.
Bass is looking for it, going to use the Protobelt as well. Now, obviously, this is a champion that Bass is very comfortable on, so if there was ever a person to try and really get the tempo going, sitting at 2-0-1, definitely would be looking towards him to find that moment of magic.
And if you're 2,000 gold ahead in a mid game and your champions are well and truly online, Ezreal at the 2-item spike, you have a look at Pantheon. This is the strongest Pantheon is going to be in the game. This is when you would normally be looking to heavy fight if you're Pentanet. If this is a Chiefs playing this composition, they've got themselves an accelerated jungler. Claire is on something like the mid-game powerhouse that is Rumble. I can guarantee you they are trying to push the tempo of this game, the pace of this game as much as possible. That's not to say they get outscaled, Skimmy, because I think Ezreal Braum is going to be a big nuisance in the late game. So potentially they're just not on a clock and they're playing towards that. But I think that their comp is really, really strong right now. And they're just not looking for anything, really. They're still looking to split the map. Now, finally, they group up as 5. They're looking for the next dragon. But Mammoth can just give this one again and look to split topside.
Yeah, Fire is pushing bot lane for the meantime. That's going to collapse into the turret. And he's now going to look to try and group up with the team. May see the starts of a mid-ARAM to try and gain control over towards this Dragon Pit. They don't know they're going to be the ones in the driving seat so far, as they've already pushed out mid and they've always got the vision there. But Mammoth will give them a conundrum to deal with as they look to just to jump onto Praetor, who has no protection. A little bit too cautious in his approach there. Equalizer goes on down. But there's no one to follow things up with, and Ezreal just gets pounced upon.
And this is a problem if you keep looking to trade. If they don't handshake the objective, if they say, no, we want to fight right now, you have to be able to get away, and they cannot do that. Now, with the Heimerdinger, they're looking to start up this Baron. Hook will miss, though.
Baron got started. Members are low. At least Artek and Bass down to a half, even Ben Boma, so it's going to be a risky one if they decide to sit around and fight for a little bit longer. They're not going to go for the recall. Benenet will say vengeance for Breda. Get that hashtag trending as they look to try and take down this mid tower, but Mammoth have words that they want to have with this team as well. That goes the Glacial Fissure. The turret still survives, and these turrets just will not fall on down.
Skimmy, what a mess. What are we watching right now? This is an absolute disaster for both teams. They're going to look to maybe try and defend this turret again. They do not want to let it die, Skimmy.
They are holding on to everything at this stage. Finally, Biopanther looks to jump in. Not any choice of his own. He gets hooked on in, and they say that's not the target you want, buddy. Ezreal gets a kill. They finally break through mids.
Just let the 2-1 die!
Why are they fighting over a T1 turret
at 27 minutes into the game?
Oh no. Who knows at the stage spawn, honestly. We've had too many moments like this already today.
I mean, I feel like we've had some really high pressure games, but this game doesn't even feel like pressure League of Legends. Teams are just seeding objectives left, right, and center, and then that one, the nearly dead mid lane outer turret that you've already taken the counterpart of, is apparently where you draw the line and say, no, we must fight here with 3 members on half health and no ultimates available.
Yep. I think that's one of those situations where if you're in comms, you don't flood it and you just say, go next, let's clear the slate, we'll talk about it afterwards, let's move on.
Yep, I agree.
Because definitely not something you want to be talking about in the middle of a game, where you're going to have some very pent-up aggression towards your teammates, thinking, why on earth did you do that when I can't even contest? But regardless, 2 Drakes now apiece, 2 Mountains for Pentanet, working towards that tankiness that we've talked about, likes of Bio and Rogue, you highlighted earlier today, love to play that tanky style, definitely great for them.
Okay, so instead we're going to have a dance for this mid lane. Hook is on, though.
It is indeed. They're going to go straight on towards Rogue. He goes gold and the equalizer comes down, creating a complete divide between mid and that turret. Out comes Pantheon, the spear goes down. He's locked in on his own, shield goes up. Cosplaying Rogue. He's preventing a lot of damage right now, but Kraken, despite being so zoned out of this game, he's able to keep members locked away. They chase on down, and Bass finds a stellar performance. He gets the shot down, and now surely Baron is the choice.
And again, Sully misses his ultimate, which means that Rogue dies, which means he uses an ultimate on 4 members that are full health. Without that, they can't win the team fight. They're going to look to try and stop this Baron. No, they're not. Finally, they're backing away. Quaku might be in some trouble. Mammoth will get Baron, however. And finally, we have a team that is definitively in the lead, and it is Mammoth.
It took us a while. It took us 29 minutes to be precise, but we are finding moments where maybe we know where this game is headed. A minute 30 up on this Drake, but quite honestly, it could turn any single second.
I don't want to hear that we know where this team is going right now, because no one knows where they're going. Hook is on, right? And at this point, you're like, okay, I'm just going to time my ultimate, but he doesn't. So he dies outside of it. Stun will land onto Fire Panther, just as he's flying into this, Liv doing a very good job of zoning the 2 real damage threats from this. Kwaku also will solo out Sully, who had no spells left and available. And this was a disaster, from the catch onto Rogue to the Sully ultimate that missed to everything. But now they've got to be able to close out this game. They're very split on the map right now. They do have teleport available onto Liv, but this core needs to be careful.
Yeah, Quaker can't respond because his TP is down. The Bass, we asked for a big performance out of him with that power spike that he found, and he definitely showed up in that last team fight.
Yeah, Bass he's always been kind of that jungler that's slept on. Like, people have been talking about Prayless this season, right? But I feel like Bass has also quietly become a pretty good jungler in the OPL. We've had junglers in the OPL before that have really struggled to transition to the pro scene, and Bass certainly is not one of them. And now they're just pressuring the whole map. Skimmy, this is a full court press. Oh, another hook.
That's a hook as well. Turret's already down, and a second turret in the fact that that's a Baron-inspired cannon. Every lane is feeling the wrap. They're going to find a lot of pressure on this map and finally break open this map to get themselves on even terms.
Yeah, and this is why you have something like a full court press, right? You're able to get multiple objectives down. You're never going to win the game off it, but you can break, multiple turrets in very short time. It also allows them to ensure that there is no vision behind them from a push wave. There's only one ward in the Raptor camp that really is a good teleport ward that maybe Get Back or Biopanther can go towards. And with Dragon being the main objective, that's definitely not going to be utilized. Actually, there's one in the river, so that's a little bit sloppy here from the Mammoth lineup. But all things considered, mate, they got themselves a couple of outer turrets, they get themselves another Dragon, and they've now built up a 3,000 gold lead.
Was the Sieging Baron. That's obviously a locked in place Pentanet, and now gives them that win condition to discover with the Soul. Now going to be available in 5 minutes. So, not a bad turn of events. They've been rather slow in terms of kills, in terms of siege, but the Baron will give them a big swing of gold.
Mate, this game feels inevitable. Like, it just felt like PGG never really used any of their advantage that they built up in this early game. They had such a huge window to use Biopanther's strength to take over Summoner's Rift. But this has felt like the Titanic hitting an iceberg. Like, I felt like they just slowed down to such an extent, and there was clear danger signs ahead, and they just completely disregarded all of them.
But that's what I was wondering, right? You put all these resources into Biopanther to mean that, you as a jungler fall behind in levels to your counterpart. Bio is absolutely crushing Kwaku. He still is in terms of that 50 CS lead. But, if you look at the score of 0-1 and 3, you think, sure, you got some good sieging damage, but Mammoth just completely, evened it up.
You even look at the item spikes between Kwaku and Biopanther, right? He's a healing cut behind. I would take the Renekton at this stage of the game. Pantheon does definitely fall off in terms of his relative strength. He's not a team fighter, he's a skirmisher. Doesn't love the 5v5 scenario. And that's why I think we haven't seen all that much Pantheon in the OPL, despite it being valued so highly overseas, is because you need to be able to win games early on this champion. And teams are just showing that they can't do that. So I think, you know what? Kwaku at the moment, he's completely fine with where he's at in this game. He would be able to kill Praedyth in a 1v1. He would be able to kill Get Back, I think, as well. So his job, quite easy at this stage. And really, they're going to look for these next wave of objectives to come up. The Mountain Soul as well as the Baron in, 3 and 2 minutes respectively. And they're going to look to use the strength of Blitzcrank and Heimerdinger again to be able to control these neutral objectives. You cannot face check these champions.
And look how they've itemized towards it as well. You've now got 4 stopwatches. Yes, Zonia's is complete here on the Heimerdinger. The 3 stopwatches between everybody else. Obviously, Blitzcrank not really known for needing to use that as much. But the fact is, if they do go for a team fight and they're very scared of that one-shot blow-up, it's that much harder now to try and really achieve it and get the ball rolling.
What I do want to see, however, is Mboma actually get given the next blue buff that is available on Summoner's Rift. Because this guy's constantly running Skimmy. He's not having a good day with suffering. His mana. He really is. Every single fight I see him in, he has like 1 rotation of spells up and available before he's going to run And he's in a very similar situation right now. So just give him a damn blue buff, Bash. You don't need it anymore. You're well and truly past the point of the game where you need it for farming any quicker.
Perhaps he wishes he was on the MPL, where we all take presence of mind. Do you know what I mean? And we're all just farming kills, getting mana back, and it just looks so clean.
He's not getting it, Skimmy. He's getting a recall instead. It's a disaster.
That's a feels bad, man. Might need to tweet at him after this and say, how does it feel to have 0 mana all game?
I mean, I would like to ask him, like, whether it's a deliberate choice. When you add up the CDR coming out of Bast, that blue buff does give him 40.
Sure.
Whereas, you know, maybe Mboma feels like he doesn't need 40% CDR to do his job on Heimerdinger, has a little bit longer cooldowns in these fights, so it might not be as crucial for him. But, yet again, looking for mid lane push here. Kwaku on a flank finally. 5 members here. Lift coming from the bottom side of mid lane will be spotted out, Skimmy. Is this going to be the elusive 5v5 team fight that we have been dreaming of for probably the last 20 minutes?
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. They're going to go for the Baron. It's going to be Pentanet that start things off with. Now, Drake is up in under 80 seconds. Are they going to look for a bait? Are they look for a actual contest? Bass is going to find a massive stun onto 2 to start things off with the hook goes out, but it does not connect, but the damage is massive. And that's a fantastic ult there by Sully to try and survive for a little bit longer, but he's looking to try and jump on over. He's not going to survive for much longer. It's a 1-point trade so far. Renekton goes out, but the junglers are deleted. Bass finds value with that blue buff. He gets 1, he gets 2, and it is going to be a response in the end with Bio Panther taking shutdowns. It's a slow, drawn-out fight with CDR being the really major objective here of what's dictating it. We're going to see an ace very slowly, but who knew how the tide of that fight would have turned out?
That was a mess. I mean, you could see Mboma went over the wall and could not get back into the fight. They don't take Baron. I mean, obviously they don't think the Fire Panther and Praetor can two-man at this stage of the game. Instead, they are pinging out onto a dragon. We take another look at this one. Bass starts it off very nicely. It is going to be a two-man stun onto crucial targets. However, great equalizer on the back end. And this time, it is going to be a very nice ultimate from Sully. You can see how long it keeps his team alive for. Artek goes over the wall. Mboma is with him. And now Mboma can't get back into the fight. He doesn't want to flash for whatever reason. He goes the long way. Bass dies in the meantime. And it becomes an absolute disaster as Mboma's still just waddling around.
Yep, it was a rough one, that's for sure. Biopanther finally showcasing his strength in this game, able to pick up a triple, and Praetor, the sort of rock of consistency, able to get some kills too.
And Skimmy, I thought we were going to end tonight at 10 p.m. And I thought it was going to be a late night. But I can tell you, we're going deeper than that.
I think I'm going to hit a quota of having maybe too much water in my system because I'm slamming back these glasses to keep this throat ready to rock and roll. These games are just juicy.
Because they didn't get Baron, because they went for the dragon instead. You can see that they've given up the area around here, and they're pinging so heavily onto this Baron.
True Shot Barrage will scout things out. No ward there at the moment. Is one deep, but behind the Baron if they were to look for a teleport. Mammoth will disengage from that one for now.
Hook?
Very close.
Mate, my heart can't handle this. I'm too old.
Every game. There's not been a single game where it's been stompy or just, you know, clear for us to narrate. It's just been what is going on. And if you're feeling that, then I'm feeling it too. It's a mood, and that's a hook, and that's a kill right now. His Getback is deleted, not having the best game of his life now. 0-4. Kwaku on the flank saying, I hate you, Bio. You made my laning phase a living hell. Does the damage and gets himself out of harm's way. True Shot Barrage once again. Bass goes to the wee one. He nearly got taken out of that fight. Jumping into the members of Pentanet when he's trying to disengage out. 1 for 1. Well, actually, it's 1 for none. It's, yeah, all to play for still.
Yeah, okay. So, they still have 30 seconds on the death timer. They can start up this Baron. Heimerdinger will tank it forever if he wants to. He uses the ult for it. Kwaku has teleport. There are good flank wards here, Skimmy. Instead, he just goes straight into the damn pit. And he Baron should be the objective. And they might get it here.
Baron is secured. Hook will not land. Biophase checks it with the shield. Now, do they look to try and force out a team fight? Lance Respite is available for Solid. He looks to try and survive for a little bit of time. But Bio falls on down. That's a shutdown with Baron online. 3 Drakes apiece. No soldier required just yet. Another 250 on that one. But with this, surely they look open to take an inhibitor and put a nail in the coffin.
Very, very interesting decision there to be able to contest that 4v5. Artek still is half health, but everyone else quite full, Skimmy, so they're going to look to break the base. I don't know if they're brave enough for an inhibitor. They are! Wow. Hallelujah, the base is broken. 40 minutes in, we might have an end in sight. Still 30 seconds left on Biopanther. A hook will do it right now.
True Shot Barrage comes out to trim the wave. I'm ending
That's
with
not
rockets
happening.
to clear it as well. The hook is not going to be there. Arctic is down to half. They're not even going to stick around to inspire these cannon minions. They want to reset. Fire's up at 10. Set themselves up for a next strike.
Okay, next strike. Going to be the goal. 2 minutes away, Skimmy. Maybe they use Baron buff beforehand, but I'm not getting my hopes up at all. This one has certainly been a grind, and you can see how much it means. If Pentanet lose this, I would say, it's hard to say. You have to say that their 5th place spot is definitely under fire if they lose this game, with the upswing that Avant and Gravitas seem to be on at the moment. In saying that, can Mammoth still make the playoff race? I don't think that they're mathematically eliminated yet. I don't think anyone is.
Interesting burner, because I mean, Pentanet tomorrow, they play Gravitas, and that's their only game, so they definitely want to finish tonight on a win, especially when you're challenging teams below you.
Yeah, I completely agree. And Pentanet, another trip up here would be disastrous. 2 losses in a night is very hard to recover from, especially when you've got to play more games of League of Legends tomorrow. Ending the game on back-to-back Super Weeks. Every team playing a minimum of, I think, 6 games. Some teams playing 7. That's brutal as far as scheduling goes, Skimmy. When you only play 18 games in a season, or whatever these teams play, playing, a third of them nearly in 2 weeks certainly gets the blood pumping.
I mean, there's one argument to say that you love it and it's your job, but there's another to say that you get a little bit burnt out for too many high-stakes situations that have implications on whether or not you make it to those high rankings in the playoffs. But let's have a look at mid lane right now. It seems to be a bit of aggression to try and get some prior as the straight gets contested. The hook goes in. That's going to be a resurrection shot over the Jet getting online. He's going to go down right now. True Shabaraj is going to get negated by 2 stopwatches. Sully in his own ultimate. He survived. Flashes out. Doesn't receive the heal. Bash chasing on down. He's going to wind out. There's just so many potentials for people to survive and live, but it's not going to be enough. Predator falls on down. He gets shut down as well as Bash finds the second. Mammoth, what are you doing to me? You're just single-handedly destroying this game. Screw the dragon. Go for the end. What does the Mountain Soul do? It makes our health bar look good, but the end is what we want 42 minutes in.
Yeah, and with 3 members dead, they should be able to pick it up. The hook onto Praetor. Artek styling on Pentanet.gg. And Mammoth should be able to pick up the victory.
They are going for the first Nexus turret, and we've had enough members here to survive. There's no equalizer, and what can Brom do in a situation like this? Nothing. The core, the Nexus, it's gone. And Pentanet will receive their 2nd loss of the day.
And this has been a brutal day for Pentanet.gg fans. 2 games that you would have viewed as must wins if you want to be able to push for 4th. Second game, probably a must win if you still want to be able to compete for playoffs. Yep. And that was back-to-back very brutal upsets. And the way they lost as well, 2 very different styles of losses. One game felt like they were never really in it. They were chasing their tail a little bit. This game so far ahead, especially in the key area of that top lane Pantheon that you can move around the map, and just the inability to accelerate the game was honestly pretty brutal to watch, Skimmy.
I felt like a little bit of paralysis there, but let's get ourselves tuned up, ready for game number 4. Super Week has had plenty of updates, and we've got plenty more games to show you after this.
Welcome back, and I'll tell you what, you do not want to be the favorite heading into a game today. With wins for Avant, Gravitas, and Mammoth, absolutely a huge amount of upsets here on the first of a few Super Weeks coming up for the OPL. Skimmy, I think you were the most delighted by all of this.
I mean, I'm just lost for words, right? There's a part of me that goes, what am I watching? How do I commentate this? Because even I have no idea what's going on. But when the likes of Spawn goes, yeah, I'm confused too. You sort of think Super Week is really kind of delivering in a world where there is nothing really much going on except you're staying in your room begging for sport. I think you really want some entertainment, and that's definitely what we're getting right now, right?
And it's just
Absolutely.
wild result-wise, though. Like, and not just the actual results themselves of the games, but like when you come into a season of League, you hit the split, you hit your honeymoon period, and like things are going well, even if you're losing. And then you knuckle down and you get serious, and that's usually where the cream of the crop starts to really rise above. Is they still get those consistent wins, and then like by week 9, everything should just be solid. And it's weird to me that like we've hit this period and nothing's solid. At all right now.
And I want to continue
in
on that
flux.
point because even the way teams have started to play is in flux. You know, Pentanet, normally, if you give them a clear game plan, are so good at playing towards that game plan. And that composition was like, you know, all mid-game champions. And normally when you see Pentanet play a game plan that's all mid-lane champions, they give you the whole 9 yards, right? But I feel like that game, they slowed down to almost a halt in their mid-game.
Yeah.
They weren't challenging for any objectives. They weren't looking for mid-lane turret dives, even when it was 5v3. And they have a Pantheon who has literally the ability to make turrets immune. So I think that was a game where I would really question like the confidence of Pentanet. And I think that we've seen, you know, other areas be challenged as well.
Yeah, Spawn, I was going to say, this is more than just nuke patch on competitive, right? This seems like a bit of a shift in either, like you said, the confidence or the ethos of these teams.
Well, I also think that the area that I would question, because I'm in the same situation, is how do you prepare for all of these teams in 2 weeks? Like the patch changes. I have 7 games, right? I'm playing against wildly different teams. And what you probably do, to be honest, is you say, which games are must-wins for us? Let's prepare for those more than the other ones. And then players' voices pipe up, right? Like, so you're saying the game against Chiefs is a must-win. It's like, no, well, they're first. We're never catching them. Head-to-head doesn't matter. Like, we need to be able to beat PGG and stuff in the next couple of weeks. So I've honestly had these conversations with our team. And then you're like, these are the bonuses if we win. And these are the ones we need to win to actually make playoffs. And I think that if you overlook a team, and maybe, you know, it's very easy to overlook something like a Mammoth in your preparation, then they come out with this composition that is double 80 bruiser, which they haven't played all that much. And Lived is a very good bruiser player. You get a little bit stumped, and maybe the game does slow down because you are trying to fight them when they're strong as well. And you're not used to playing that way.
Well, I'll tell you what, a lot of us might be bored, stuck at home, but it's not boring here on the OPL. But if you are stuck at home, we thought you could be stuck at home with some League of Legends champs. So I am introducing the 5-stack.
Have fun, bro.
That is a whole lot of League of Legends champions, and it is the 5-stack. So on here, this is a segment where we're going to decide the top 5 champs that you would want to be stuck in a nationwide lockdown with. The criteria is basically you can stand to be around these people for up to a month, and you're happy to keep them in your house. Yeah, let's go with a month for now. Let's be optimistic. Rusty, who would you, out of all the League of Legends champs, like to be in a lockdown with?
Can we just before I answer this, just make it known that Sport has left because he's just suddenly become an image. He's not here. Order's about
He's
to play,
off
so Sport is
to do
gone.
draft.
Just so everyone knows, that's where he's gone. I think that we're gonna go by size of champions based off like in game, right? Not lore. So like,
Yes.
fight the literal
Yep.
mountain.
Yep.
Okay. I would go Yordles because they're tiny.
Just
first of
for
all.
space saving? That's nice.
Well, yeah, and then I would pick maybe like 1 or 2 characters that would be okay to be around. So like Sona doesn't speak. Sona can't speak, so probably Sona for one. And then maybe like Braum because he's just a nice guy. And then Yordles.
Braum seems to go against the opposite of what you're saying. Like, he comes with an enormous shield that I've never
but the
ever
Yordles
seen him put
compensate.
down. That's true. I don't know. Do you want a guy with a shield just wandering around your house the whole time? I've got a toddler. He carries like a little drum everywhere. It's annoying as hell.
It's fair.
It'd be interesting. Rusty would have his own like personal white knight.
That's true.
Shielded. He'd be shielded
That's
from
true.
all the dangers
It
of
comes
the
with
outside world.
Toros too, and you know, I'm an animal person.
Okay.
Well, this is the OPL 5-stack, so I'm happy to accept up to 2 Yordles. Do you have any preferences?
Not Teemo.
Oh, God damn you!
I don't know. Well,
we're
that
keeping
places
the
toxic
theme
shrooms
of-
everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Actually, I don't know who else.
Poppy could be useful.
Yeah,
Like your home
You play
maintenance,
Poppy support,
like
you like
knocking
it?
down some walls.
I'm good with
you know,
that.
like just some Reno, Poppy and Trist or something.
yeah. I'm not sure what Triss provides, but Poppy definitely. Heimerdinger maybe for the same logic as Poppy, but like
Heimerdinger's a good one.
inventor.
Yeah, plus he's probably got a wacky personality. So he would be.
I think I'll
Loki
take
Cat says Timo
Vega.
would go stealth in the bathroom like the creep he is.
Vega, you want an evil
would-
villain?
Yeah, no, so I'd go Vega because I'm assuming if there's a world in which we have 5 League of Legends, characters hanging out with us, it's probably the apocalypse. We're probably all doomed, right? So I'm
True.
gonna be living out in the wild, and I need somebody to hunt for me. And they're gonna look at my Vega companion like a Pokemon and go, "Oh, like this is a harmless little creature. I'm just gonna one-shot it, and there's my meat. I'm ready to go. I'm straight on that barbecue." So I think Vega's insanely OP in my scenario. I think. Otherwise, I'd probably go towards a Bard because then I can just teleport towards, delivery stores. Wouldn't need to pay the pesky delivery fees on Uber Eats. So I feel like
Yeah.
Bard is pretty OP.
Yeah, that's good.
I feel like Yumi is OP as well. Yumi, because you want somebody that's always buffing your mentality, your physicality. You want somebody that's making you stronger in life.
That's a great choice.
And I
Plus,
think everybody likes a pet, right? So I feel like having a pet dog or a
Exactly.
pet cat is just OP, especially if the world is doomed. So I feel like my choices are pretty OP.
I think that's the Yumi one is great. Buffing your mentals, cute cat, and she comes with a book, so she can help you keep. You can
study
get some
up.
reading done. That's good. Okay, so we've got Poppy, Heimerdinger, Vega, Yumi. I need to add one more. I would say I like the idea of. I can't decide between 2. I like the idea of Zoe because she could just you're all sitting on the couch watching a movie and she can just teleport into the kitchen to get something out of the fridge. That seems like that could be a good option that she could just get around the house. I also don't like the idea that she can get in anywhere at any point, but I'll sacrifice that to be able to just get chips whenever I want. And then the other one I'm tossing up between. I like a Mumu, and it's basically just because TP's hard to find right now.
That's
and
smart.
He's just wandering around, dropping it everywhere.
Wouldn't
He
he
throws
like-
it out. He throws
He'd
out
just murder
bandages
you.
like it's no one's
Like-
business.
He's not allowed to have friends. And I think just by proximity, he'd actually just have a tantrum and you'd just die.
But what if I
That's
just kept
actually-
him in? What if I just kept him in the in the cupboard in the downstairs bathroom, like I do with my toilet paper, and so then I
Isolate
don't
him,
need
yeah.
to deal with him. Yeah, just isolate him. We self-isolate Amumu. Okay, cool. So maybe we go Amumu in the cupboard, Yumi buffing the mentals, Vega as bait, Heimerdinger and Poppy for home renovations and space saving. Also, all 5 of these are tiny champions. These are probably the 5 tiniest champs in the league. There you go. That's your 5 stack of champs you want to be in lockdown with. Send me your suggestions and why on Twitter, or put them in the chat as we head into game number 3. Spawn is ready for it. It is Order versus Direwolves. Direwolves, I don't know if they're ready for it because they certainly weren't ready for game number 2. But let's find out as Order versus Direwolves starts after the Macca's Jam Select.
When the difference
Between winning and losing,
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything counts. The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Game number 4 now, as we crack on in. It's Dials for the second time today, going up against the likes of Order, making their debut on this online format. We've only played once so far, Rusty, so not too much to go off on that, but definitely Direwolves looking to keep themselves firmly fixated in that top spot, whilst Order kind of swinging in a balance at that perfect 7-7 score.
Yeah, big game of questions coming up with this one, right? You've got Direwolves off their loss. You saw what could happen there with the likes of Pentanet.gg in their forthcoming game after their first defeat, looking a little bit shaky. And Order, kind of the opposite, right? Like, we just haven't seen them for so long. They were the team that weren't going to be there in the day that got cancelled. They had 2 games on that day that got cancelled. That's now playing now, and it's on a new patch. It's a new week. So there's a lot of questions there for the likes of Order to see what exactly they can bring to the table.
Interesting to see also they've been cooking up during that little break, and how this affects things going into this different format that we have. Once again, we're going to see a very familiar bot lane. It's going to be that Misfortune as well as the Nautilus. Chippies gets the first pick priority on towards the set as well. Bear in mind that can be played as a jungler, so not going to give too much away. And Order right out the gates. Gems truly are fabulous.
Yeah, they've got the Taric here as the third champion of choice. So Direwolves, it shouldn't really come as a surprise by any means that their priorities, they're forced to go to the Misfortune because they chose set, which means that Order do, of course, get their priority champion in Aphelios. We know that Vital is very good on the Aphelios, so it always feels a little bit bad to give that one away, but we've also seen him quite literally 1v9 almost on the Misfortune once he gets his items up, and that was against the Chiefs. So, you know, there's a lot of potential there. This Taric pick, though, very, I want to say it's surprising, but we have been seeing more and more Taric rising up in solo queue here and there in practice games. So at the same time, while it's surprising to see it locked in first 3 just straight up, they know their matchup, and they're obviously confident in the choice because they've gone straight for it.
And I suppose you could say it's also been, starting to get played a little bit more on a global front too. So maybe seeing some inspiration from other teams are discovering on this new patch. You'll be curious to see how things flesh on out. Silas and Jarbin denied here by Order, and Karthus taken off the board by a Direwolf. So wanting to remove as many protection elements as possible. You can imagine Cosmic Radiance onto a Karthus would be a bit of a terrible affair for Direwolves to engage into.
It'd be a nuisance, to say the least. And also, you've got your Silas and your Jarvan taken away here. Also, note that Enchanter supports have been pretty much removed. You've got your Yuumi, your Senna taken away. So, Taric is actually one of the last few healers left standing that has some sturdiness there to be able to match the likes of the Nautilus matchup. Now, Order, of course, with the bans done, look towards their 4th champion of choice. And only, there are a lot of Lee Sin players in Oceania Skimmy, but only has always been one of the few that was above and beyond as OS Lee Sins go. Most of the other Lee Sin players you will note in this region that are very good are Korean.
Definitely seen some beautiful plays coming out of them so far. I stuttered for a second because I was looking at the Aurelion Soul. I was like, Shock, don't do it. Please don't. But he's going to stick with the Syndra. Wants that reliable stun, CC, engage, and one-shot potential. And obviously with LeBlanc being gone as well, offers him exactly that.
Yeah, doesn't know the matchup, doesn't choose to go for the Cassiopeia here either this time around. And I think that's a pretty good choice here. Go for the Syndra, 1 hit with the rest of your team. Physical damage, jungler now going to be locked in as well. So I definitely wanted some magic damage in mid lane, which was the one thing they really needed to round out that draft. And they have the Nautilus for engage, but now they have a second follow-up option in the Syndra stun.
Well, what is the pick here for Harry? Where is he going to go when it comes to magic damage? Obviously, they have a fair bit engaged so far with the Lee Sin Renekton to follow things up with. He's going to stick with his Azir. You had to wonder if it was going to be the case. Gives him obviously fantastic scaling ability to mirror what that Karthus could have achieved, but this is a pick that whenever Harry has it, you're always quite worried of what it can achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. Harry is a very scary Azir player. He's one of the few people that will just pick that one up in the OPL without hesitation. Not a lot of teams besides Order are locking that champion in right now. But in saying that, if you're a fan of Oceanic solo queue or you're in the Challenger Leagues yourself, you're seeing Azir everywhere at the moment. He is just a very strong champion. It does command that respect. And with the game length right now in the OPL, particularly today, it's like 37-minute average or something is the game time. Like, Azir comes into his prime in games that go for extended periods. So I like that they've gone for the Azir here, and they've gone for the Taric to really get that late game team fight going for these frontline champions that tend to drop off as well. And so I kind of look at Order's composition, and I do really like that a lot. I think there's a lot of strength behind that.
And I suppose talk to me about this Tarek Aphelios lane. So obviously Tarek, we're knowing him for the fact that, his ultimate's insanely strong, does have that wind-up time, so you've got to have that good read on how the skirmish is going. Obviously, armor component and stun are the major points, hence why the binding comes into effect when you're linked up with your ally in lane. But against the likes of a Misfortune Nautilus, which we know is so strong through laning phase, is the Tarek enough to really stop the assault from the armor buff that it can be provided?
Yeah, I think it'll be fine, not just because of the armor buff, actually. I think more than anything else, you'd play the Tarek like a defensive type of champion in that 2v2. If Nautilus throws the hook, tries to engage and goes forwards, Tarek then presses his stun at the same moment the hook connects, diffuses the matchup. The one turning point for that could be the level 6 mark, where Nautilus can start throwing his ultimate onto the Aphelios. But like when you consider the champions down there in that 2v2, it's not some kind of like Tristana Tarek where Tristana's going to jump forwards and the stun combo connects. It's kiting backwards and playing more of a strong champion duo in a weaker side play style wise in the map.
I'm quite curious to really see how that actually affects the bot lane priority. We've seen some interesting jungle paths so far with them camping top lane and then for the most part ignoring bottom lane. So I'm wondering if, given this is two sort of aggressive engaged supports, if they're going to look to sort of bear the likes of Lee Sin and Rek'Sai down there to really try and accelerate these two, because Vital is an incredibly great ADC. Rhett is one of those interesting ones, right? Especially when he's in his prime, when he's in his I suppose like feeling himself, for lack of a better word. The guy gets creative. The guy does a lot of crazy things, and if you look at the protection they have between Lee Sin's shield, Tarek, and for lack maybe even Harry with his defensive ability to disengage, there's a lot of room for him to, exploit that craziness.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of room for him to be feeling himself. I think that to your first point, though, on like, will bot lane be a really gank-heavy or gank-centric location? My expectations are going to be towards no. Again, you've got a Renekton in top lane, wants to be pretty aggressive. Mid lane wants to be, if nothing else, protected. I think what you'll actually start to see is the battle for push in bottom lane, I think, above all else. And then once you've got the push, both supports work very well with their respective junglers and can actually get ganks off, control the river together, look at mid lane together, and start to dictate the pace of the game through those points of control that they start to build for themselves. That's definitely the thing I'd be looking at.
What's interesting, if we actually swing our minds back to week 4 when these teams played last, the game lost 27 minutes in its entirety. It was a pretty quick affair at that. Only 4 Drakes were picked up, 2 apiece from both teams. Not the most amount of kills, but definitely Direwolves were able to find an advantage, and that was primarily from Miru, who went 7-0 on a Lee Sin. So now he's going up against only on the Lee Sin, knowing that he is such a good Lee Sin himself, should be quite competent in matching those paths and allowing Direwolves to find a victory to sort of counteract the upset against Gravitas earlier today.
Yeah, definitely. It's gone for the Rek'Sai as well, Mir. It's a soft counter matchup. You can't ever hit the resonating strike on the Lee Sin. When that Q connects, you can't follow it up. They'll be able to track you down, knock you up, prevent the damage. So in a position to try and punish what he knows very well, like you highlight, is that Lee Sin. Yeah, and I mean, the other thing for me, though, is we've just hit this new patch. There's these new champions. We've only really seen the Wukong in the first game and nothing really of the likes afterwards. And all of this, the point I want to make from that is that there's a lot of change in this patch. Even though the changes, some of them were small, some of them were significant and added up quickly. And with all of that change in mind, Direwolves have always been the team for me that adapt instantly. And I have experience with all of these players because I've coached them last year. Like a new patch comes out and they'll usually come to you on the Monday and be excited to play those champions. It's a prospect of like, oh, Wukong got changed, I'm going to play at mid lane. And you'll see Shock put 20 games in solo queue in a day. And so to not see that 2 games in a row, I find very curious.
I've always been excited by Direwolves, right, for the fact of they are so active on social media, primarily with Ubisoft sort of leading that front with the banter and all the rest of it, but always sort of seeing their solo queue dominance, right? There was a few weeks ago, I believe, when they were sort of showcasing and flexing the fact that they were like all top 5 as a team in solo queue. So definitely not losing that desire to improve and showcase their talents. Yes, there was that big upset. Hats off to Gravitas for taking it to them. I can't see a world in which, they suffer 2 defeats in the sort of same fashion. I feel like they will find a bounce back in their arsenal, somewhere tucked away in the back of their heads, to not sort of maybe fall victim to the sort of same nightmares maybe Pentanet did in the game before.
Maybe. I mean, one thing they have going for them is a lot of experience.
Yeah.
All of the individual players, besides the AD carry of Vital, has a lot of experience. So when it comes to how will they bounce back from a loss, I think it should be okay. But you have to look at like how they lost, who they're losing to, and what that really means. Because their loss to Gravitas was kind of a slow, drawn out affair where it felt bad a lot of the time they were losing, and they could have won the game. So I do still think that the question mentality comes into this one, and the early game probably going to show a lot because there was a strategy from Gravitas, it worked, and will Order have the same type of early game strategy? Well, they're a very aggressive team. So I'd say the answer is likely that they will have some kind of plan cooked up.
Well, we are just waiting to get into game, guys. I'm sure you're aware. Slight pause at this stage. So whilst we get that one ready on up, we will continue to talk to you a little bit about analysis jumping into this one. I suppose my next question really, Rusty, would be teleports for me. I echoed it at the start of the day, was the biggest takeaway on 10.6, just with the amount of members picking it up and just the movement speed component allows for these crazy flanks and just base recall engages again to follow things up with. Have there been, from what you've experienced in these first few games so far, anything that you've maybe overlooked from the patch notes or sort of solidified on your own opinion?
I thought that the Blade of the Ruined King changes were good. I didn't expect them to be like prevalent enough to even in a losing matchup, first item, Blade of the Ruined King broken. Like, you know, the first game of the day, we saw the Trinity Force versus Blade of the Ruined King item spikes and Trinity Force losing it. So, like, I knew it was big. I didn't think it was as big as it was. And the thing with teleport, particularly in a competitive game, is if you don't teleport like the perfect time or the perfect position, it can backfire. But now that you've got the home guard, effectively the movement speed buff when you arrive, it actually helps a lot of shortcomings, or like, you know, the ward isn't close enough, or my timing was a little bit late. It actually helps to, you know, fill that up, and it makes it easier to make mistakes in that 1% and really covers for and teleport even more prevalent perhaps than before.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to sort of see how teams are adjusting to it, and as you say, the forgiveness of, you know, if the ward wasn't ideally placed, or if you're a champion that has, you know, no innate mobility off the bat, the fact that you can sort of just get onto a target and execute your rotation quite cleanly has been something quite interesting for me. I think really the number one factor is just how creative these drafts have been so far. You talk about, or me and Spall mentioned before, you know, you're prepping for a super week when in some cases you're playing maybe a third of your rostered on games, you know, in this back-to-back weekend. So I start to wonder how much of this is tailored towards specific teams, or if it's just, look, we're going to really practice crazy things or try and get an edge on the meta, which you'd imagine is the case, as it is always. Who are the teams that can really rise to the occasion most? But, you know, I'm expecting Direwolves to really sort of showcase that, you know, that first game was an upset, and that, you know, we are wanting to show what we can do. But, you know, Gravitas keep coming at us with surprises, and, you know, you come into this one, you wonder really now, what do Order have up their sleeve, and sort of what have they prepared for themselves as we get into this game?
There's so many things to consider, right? Like, who is the best team in the OPL? Is a question that, like, you genuinely have a hard time answering. And then if I follow that up with who is the worst team in the OPL, like, do you say Mammoth, but they just won? Like,
yes.
You know, like, no one really understands the state of the league anymore. And I think what's interesting is a point that Swan actually brought up before was, how do you prepare for these weeks? And if Direwolves were considered the best team coming in, did they prepare for their game 6, you know, opposed to their game 4, because they play the Chiefs? And maybe they put more time into that than the others. But, you know, with how confusing the league is, I don't think you can afford to do that anymore, to be honest.
I'm just confused, right? Because, you know, you look at the league standings, you got Mammoth 2 and 12, and you think, yeah, they must be a write-off. They must be, you know, hotly favored against, and they just come in with a performance like that, and you go, we're not too sure what to think anymore. So it's like one of those biased perspectives, I suppose, on looking at the league. And I feel like definitely as we get closer to playoffs, as these games get through, be it fatigue, be it preparation, be it just a edge on the meta, the narrative becomes a lot more of, you know, forget the league standings. Yes, they give you a good position coming into this, but sort of assess where these teams are at right now, because these changes, they keep coming in thick and fast. I mean, I looked at 10.7, and that just changes a whole bunch of things again, right? So there's one part of it that says it keeps it nice and fresh for the players and maybe for the viewers at home as well. But I'm sure for the coaches, it's a living nightmare.
It's a nightmare. What are they doing at 10.7?
Like I looked it up before, and it was just like there was nerfs to Wukong already. They were changing
good.
the
He
game
got
to
hotfix
items.
nerfed already as well, so it was needed.
Yeah. I'm just looking up to see if I can find that tweet, but I can't see it off the top of my head right now. It looks like we still got a few technical difficulties. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw it back to Nick so that he can brace you and grace you with all of his presence and funny antics. So let's throw it to a quick break, and we'll jump back shortly.
No, there's no break. Hey, Nick.
What kind of pressure is that? That's insane.
This was the break. This was the break.
I don't need that in my life. Yeah, we are just waiting on a bit of technical difficulties. But while we are waiting, I've got some answers from you guys in the chat regarding the two questions I threw out about April Fool's skins. So, power level over 9K says fully sick skin line. Fully sick. So the toilet paper Amumu and the hand sanitizer singed. I reckon that's legit. That's it's a skin rage of its time. In a year's time, we can all look back at this and laugh. And also on the OPL, we can now look at it and laugh. Ranger Bree 2 says Infernal Ash. It's a plausible skin line, but she is the Frost Archer. I don't quite know. Well, is there that thing of like a blue flame that gets so cold that it burns? That's a thing, right? Is that a thing?
So cold
I saw Game of Thrones. Yeah, there's a dragon that breathes like icy cold. Look, we're just filling time.
Well, ice does burn, right? Like
ice burns.
The sensation is burning.
Ice burns. There you go. Davo Erlo, always stepping up. Mainly with the puns, though. We've got Glass Cannon, not bad. Quinn gets a motorbike and becomes Harley Quinn.
Is Spawn talking to his team while on webcam?
No, I'm not talking to my team at all anymore. It's a pause. Oh. I'm back.
Well, who are you talking to? You weren't talking to us.
I was just waving at Skimmy.
Were you doing?
I saw him come back, and I was like, "Well, that's a Spawn. Hello."
So
are you doing like the Brady Bunch
like
thing?
that? And then I did like the whole "hello down there, hello."
Yeah.
Dry Ice Burn says for us. So that is helpful. And with something else that is helpful is the amount of time that we just killed, because I believe we are ready to get into game number 4. Let's stop talking about skins. Let's see some League of Legends.
is Super Week, and well, Rusty, been plenty of upsets today. So we're not even going to make any predictions. We're not even going to look at any win conditions.
Yeah, predictions are banned.
They may not even happen, and we may just need to spectate League of Legends and be immersed with the viewers as it unwraps.
Yeah, to be honest with you, there's been a lot of surprises. There definitely has been a lot of upsets, like you mentioned. And if you ask me who's going to win this game, I could tell you who the favourites would have been before the day started, and that would be Direwolves. But it is hard to say for certain. And when we looked at the draft, once the champion select was finished, there was a lot of positive talking points for Order. And so what we should do is we should take a second to actually look at the compositions again, because there was, of course, that extended pause. Apologies for that. And highlight what Direwolves have got going for them. So first thing is that Hayri's gone for Teleport, not Cleanse. So Shock in mid lane with his Ignite actually does have a lot of kill threat. And a Rek'Sai who's meant to handle the Lee Sin nicely through the early jungle clear and, by design, mechanically has counters to the Lee Sin. So there's a lot of strength there for me in the 2v2. Chippies is on a much more comfortable champion in Set for team fighting. The style of those champions, Camille and Set, very similar. But one starts, I think, a bit stronger than the other, if that makes sense, in Set over the Camille. Camille wants to have those items completed. And then bot lane, they're always going to be strong. If Misfortune gets ahead, becomes obnoxiously strong, but is just strong regardless. And then Nautilus for the hooks and the engage tool for the team as well. So if they get ahead early, I find it very difficult to see a way that Order would bring it back without pulling a Pentanet or GG, if that makes sense, and just scaling.
That's not going to be a term that we're going to get much love lost for. I can tell you that. Probably going to get flamed by some of their players. But regardless, let's crack on with this one here. Direwolves up against Order. And I think for me, you highlight some great points. Obviously, I've got my eyes firmly fixated on this Taric. We've only seen it once in the league, I believe, so far. And that was played by Nausicaa on Mammoth. And they ran a composition where it was looking to be used on a Nocturne as they jump in, get the pick, and get out without any pain really being delivered. So you look in this composition, you've got a lot of members that are looking to try and dive, but also definitely can protect that Aphelios as well. So it'd be interesting to see how they utilize this combination of abilities to really get the job done.
While we're looking at the Taric, he has gone for the steel shoulder guards as the first item here, opposed to the relic shield. One of the things for that is that it's AD over AP, so there'll be less healing for the Taric to provide, but he'll have more auto attacks and more damage, and his passive, of course, giving 2 very fast auto attacks will do wonders there for the Taric, but I don't think it actually matters too much. I just decided to talk into it.
I like it.
I couldn't hear.
I couldn't hear, and you know what? That's what happens. This is what happens when you're going live, is things go in your ear, and because we're humans, you can only hear one thing at a time, so you zone into one part. I had no idea what, honestly, you guys said.
I just went into great depth on Taric for no particular reason.
I was trying so hard to listen into what they were mentioning to us from production, but you know what? We'll get there, mate. I'm sure the viewers have been educated, and we might now see some Taric and solo queue. Thank you, Rusty.
No, I hope not. It's not one of the reasons that you'd want to see it. The Taric provides a lot of other things other than starting the steel shoulder guard, which is what I was mid lane.
Mid lane is where the action is at, but Harry will have that mobility to dash away with the soldiers in supply. That's what happens when you don't have a cleanse. That's a flash engage, ignite, and a first blood here for Direwolves.
Yeah, really easy stuff there from Direwolves. Shock runs himself out of mana, but gets the kill in the first place. The kill, of course, going over to the Rek'Sai, but Shock still gets the experience, gets to push this one out, and a free reset in there. And while he doesn't have the teleport, and Harry does, that reset will equalize. And, of course, now the Rek'Sai is going to try and find himself a Lee Sin, who has snuck into his jungle and stolen the camps away.
Well, you're going to do a fantastic job there of getting that jungle and getting on out. Meru would have spotted that, and the pings go down on the minimap, but unable to respond just yet because Shock is back in base. Hook will land, however, in bottom lane. It's going to be onto Ayla, who will be able to tank a lot of that. And Rare with a fantastic weapon assault arsenal right now, able to do damage from afar whilst keeping himself healthy.
That's basically the matchup, right? If Decoy hits the hook and Ayla is the one who tanks it, it goes well, but...
The hook lands again, and I don't believe the stun actually landed onto Decoy. Actually went between them, almost like a very interesting game of Venn diagrams, Throw it back to a little bit of high school because you're back from home. You're not allowed to go to school. Or are you? Who knows? At this stage anyway, Decoy does survive, and 2 from 2 with these hooks.
Yeah, it looks like the second hook almost off cooldown there by Decoy, trying to get in before the spells of their respective opponents, and obviously by winning that trade, forcing the heal out of Ayla, they're in a comfortable position down in bottom lane. You think back to mid, Hayri dying actually kept his flash, so very useful for him to still have that one, thankfully, if Rek'Sai was going to try and make a repeat gank in the mid lane. Of course, Mir having his own flash.
Only heal being used in this bottom lane from that previous attempt. And Harry is still there. It's just one of the delays of the spectator pools that we had from beforehand. So we'll continue with that one. Nothing to be too alarmed about.
Pretty calm start to this one, I think it's fair to say. Only with some very nice moves getting into the jungle of Miz, has been able to get himself a pretty good experience lead. That is one of the things that could bleed over into, exploding the game in favor of Order if only he's able to get 6 faster and make plays on the map.
These hooks. Decoy is on an absolute tear right now. Going to drop down rare to half. And Miru will have the priority to back them up if need be. Going to pick up the scuttle to start with. May opt to go try and chase down this Lee Sin before he decides to start up that Herald. That Dragon. Doesn't want to make it a 50-50 contest.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually looking to mid lane. Harry does have the push, but Nautilus, like mentioned just during the draft, is free to move now, as they did have priority. And remember, no cleanse for Harry does mean that if the Syndra stun hits, the follow-up would always be there. Of course, Order, hyper aware of this fact, where their opponents would be. They've switched to the other side of the map to take some more experience and camps away from him as he goes towards the Drake.
Yep, definitely only finding advantages right now. He's up by 12 in his CS department. That's a few camps at least right now as the first Drake goes over to Divals. It's going to be a Cloud one. I'm sure they'll be happy that that's not going to be the soul at this stage of the game. Definitely looking for the Ocean if we can get a repeat of that. I'm sure they'll be living it up big time. Stun once again coming out here from Shock. And Miru is hanging around.
He keeps running himself out of mana, so Shock has had a pretty good time of it in laning phase, but because he's gone for the Sork Shoes rush, he has no mana pretty much all the time. While the kill threat increases, the windows of opportunity decrease, and so that Honey Fruit will be nice to keep him in lane without having to recall. But you can see the advantage that teleport from Hayri does actually have.
Chippy's using his teleport to get back to lane. Swiper still has his online. The lane swap won't take place just yet, but the reset will come across here from Direwolves as they rotate now towards mid, but looks like they will path towards top side and time it out quite nicely, hitting that 8-minute mark for Herald.
That should spot only there, so they should actually see that he is level 6. And now Chippy's, knowing that Lee Sin has crossed through the ward that he just placed, has actually started off the Herald as his team has obviously flipped. Mir behind in experience, but still nothing to be seen from Order yet in terms of making plays. They've actually kept their bottom lane down there, even after the Drake has gone down, willing to sacrifice a couple of objectives to just try and get some extra gold right now.
And, based on the trajectory of these games so far, if you're happy to give away a few freebies, I feel like, it's a worthwhile sacrifice if they can get this Azir online and give him a few items. Harry has been able to definitely sort of run rampant with it. He's played it up against the likes of Legacy, and although they didn't win that game, definitely, emitted so much pressure and did a lot of damage to keep them in as long as they did.
Now Mir with the Herald is actually looking to place this one in top lane, so when you consider all the gold that was picked up by Order, just by getting those extra waves while Direwolves were resetting or doing objectives, that actually does get undone just by immediately being able to summon that Herald in top lane. 9 minutes in, that'll be all the plates in top lane as well, most likely. Big swing in favor of the bottom lane. Very nicely done by Direwolves.
Very nicely done indeed, because before that, as you say, big CS lead achieved here by Swiper and Only, finding advantages in top and jungle. And that'll give the gold to the member that you want on this team, and Vital with this misfortune, always a threat to be aware of.
Yeah, the real question comes from what do they do from here, right? You've seen that Chippies has gone towards bot lane, but he doesn't really want to show in that wave. They're actually going.
The second headbutt gets baited out there. Vital's forced to burn that flash. Decoy and nowhere to actually help him out. This is a disaster right now. Swipe with the dominance is going to chase on through, but just unable to find any mobility to actually connect. Flash for flash. Vital very lucky to get away with his life.
Yeah, that was the flash from Swiper and the heal from Ayla for both of those exact same summoners off of Vital. It doesn't mean anything right now, of course, with the disengage. It was on someone who was resetting anyway. But what it does mean is that a window of opportunity presents itself to continue to try and kill Vital in the future.
Well, Chippy's back to this bottom lane. Sub's going to be the first to hit the glory number of 100 when it comes to these minions. Not a familiar situation here for Chippies where he's falling behind this far, but you never underestimate his threat in the game. And I suppose it goes back to your point before about, Camille and Set operating in very similar veins, but Camille needing those 3 to 4 items before she's really sort of known to be that major threat. Set definitely, once it's got an item or 2 online, always going to find value with the face breaker and the slam dunks.
Yeah, still very significant is the CS difference. And, a lot of that can be attributed to the vertical jungling that we started to see in the earlier stages of the game. Only was definitely on the top side jungle. And Chippies very clearly respects that fact. I mean, there could have been some trades that we didn't get to see up there as well. But Swiper, in a very comfortable position with CSD, now has the freedom to rush that Blade of the Ruin King very quickly and be in a very good spot for team fighting. If not just split pushing anyway, because that Blade of the Ruin King on a melee champion, kind of bonkers.
Absolutely. It's definitely been a case of rushing on every single champion so far, as Drake is up in 40, and you can see now both junglers basically just stuck in this bottom lane, not allowed to even go to their top side. All those camps have been cleared out except for Gromp and Giants, but leave that to the 2 Titans in the top lane. And look to try and establish yourself, not only some vision, but some priority to be the first one on that, and make it a clean sweep.
I mean, we're almost 12 minutes into this game, which is about a third of the average game time today in the OPL, and it's still only 1-0 in kills, and the gold is dead even. So these opportunities do exist. These opportunities do present themselves. No summoners on a misfortune. Elisa on the other side. There's definitely moments when these opportunities present. It's about, do they take them? That was the first look in mid lane, basically, as we were speaking. I'm not able to find it.
Yeah, you could see that Syndra was really, really keen to have that follow-up. Burns everything. Keeps the ignite, but the ultimate goes out, but barely scraped the skin of that Azir. Lee Sin was on the flank, but it is a big day for Order. Obviously, after this, to close out the day, they are taking on Chiefs for our final game of the day. So, to have a glimpse on a new patch when we haven't seen Order play in a while, maybe it's a welcome party, or maybe if you're Spawn, you're not happy at all.
I mean, it could just be finding their sea legs back in a competitive game, but they'd still be scrimming even in the times when we're not seeing them anyway. So I think it's a very conscious choice. Play super slow. They've been trading across the map anyway, and it's not like they're weak. We mentioned it in the draft, but their scaling is wonderful. The Azir, the Aphelios are always going to be a big deal. Renekton going the Blade of the Ruin King build is actually a powerhouse split-pushing champion. So always going to be a force to be reckoned with. And so just being able to scale in this game and let it progress naturally is never a bad thing.
Well, they're going to finally take down that bottom turret, and they're going to even out the damage that was done in the top lane before. They're going to go for a full reset here as well. Trick was achieved by them moments before, and Swiper is going to continue having fun in the top lane. And I suppose now we look to sort of see, yes, this is a player with a ton of experience, arguably, the biggest veteran in the league at this current state. How we can utilize this CSD and sort of influence these team fights. Or if they're just quite happy to say, look, I am winning my lane, let's just keep playing as slow as it is with only a kill in 13 minutes and just keep getting this Azir fed resources.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be the objectives, right? So this is an Infernal Rift now. The first Infernal is going to spawn in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. That's definitely going to be something worth fighting for. Both teams are able to get 3 Infernals on the Soul. That's a pretty game-breaking amount of stats if they get all of those. And then, of course, you've got Herald number 2 coming up shortly. And that being able to break turrets, now we're past 14 minutes, the damage it'll do is crazy to something like a mid lane outer. These objectives are definitely places worth putting attention and focus towards and perhaps committing to your 5v5 for it. And that's where you have to bring your attention beyond that to do we have the items to fight? Do we have the levels to fight? Are we prepared for it? And the teams are getting closer with every passing minute to being at that exact point. The Syndra's the one champion, it is there.
And that's going to be Decoy walking into a bush, surrounded by multiple members. 3-man collapsed, the 3-man stunned. He can try and get Decoy locked on out. Nautilus forced to disengage. Teleports come on in, and they're not going to even find much as a result. The disengage will take place, but that will buy themselves a fair bit of pressure to freely rotate to this Herald.
Yeah, it seems the stopwatch kept him alive. Swiper did use the ultimate, and Shock is hunting still here. They may try and pressure Order. I don't know if they're going to commit to the Herald. They could be right now. It could be only currently soloing that one out. Chippy's here, though, means the Direwolves may try and contest.
Direwolves will have the ultimate advantage, so bear that in mind. We'll be able to look to try and make something happen right now. That's going to be Shock to try and open things up with the stuns. Not going to find anything, but Ayla actually flashes on forward to try and take it the mid lane of the Direwolves, but he turns around. Harry finds the kill. Both mid laners getting aggressive and finding kills, but that's the man you look to see do the job. Big Rare 7 finds the dream. No play on words. It's Velios getting a double.
Yeah, Swiper actually kicking that one off with a flash stun, but at the same time as he does that, he's pushed away by Shock. And unfortunately for Direwolves, they run themselves out of mana once again, as the sustain of order through that fight proves to be just too much. Of course, we'll get to see this one more time. Mir very low before the fight starts, keep that in mind. And you can see that stun that actually kicks this one up. Chippy misses his face breaker, and Ayla flashes forward to try and keep Shock out of it. And at the same time, Hayri left completely uncontested during this fight because the focus is elsewhere. You know, Swiper in front of them, Ayla flashing in front of them as well. Well done from Order to get themselves the kills.
Fantastic performance there, burning a lot of resources to make things happen, locking the crucial members down. I suppose Only will be a little bit upset there because the perfectly sort of timed flash over the wall from Tarek to lock in place Shock, then the kick to connect, and then just the raw damage that really came out there to make sure that that execution wasn't going to be a threat. But you know, Decoy is getting much closer to that scary moment as a tank. I'm sure once you know, the stone plate is online, which is not too far away, he's got all the major components for it. He's going to be able to do a lot more sort of face-shaking plays like that and not get nearly as punished.
Yeah, whereas the Tarek is going to be a bit more ult-reliant. Has, of course, gone for the Redemption Rush, so not going to be able to pop a stone plate. It means you can't afford to make any mistakes, as right now, this is a Swiper-favoured trade, for sure.
The dash on through, Slice and Dice does its job, the flash goes out, the grit comes in, the damage is there, the Swiper unable to find it, unable to get that kill.
No, but he'll get the turret pressure
the
at the very least, Skimmy. He'll be able to push that one in nicely, considering he won the trade. It's a Blade of the Ruin King versus the components. And so they're picking their battles at the correct times. They're picking it at the item spikes. And once again, Swiper, he had the lead early, and he's using it again.
Absolutely is. Going to get that turret down and still keep this 50 CS lead healthy. Action looks to be taking place in mid lane still, as multiple members are keeping themselves active there. They're looking to try and break open these mid turrets, which are still rather healthy. Order's faring a little bit worse at this stage, but a lot of that comes from the aggression that Direwolves can really emit with their free stack.
And Mira is a very fragile champion right now on this Rex side. You see his health bar just casually glide past your screen, and you'd think that a stiff breeze would actually take him down right now. He needs to really respect that ultimate that comes out of him has to be used perfectly if he wants to be able to survive through a team fight. As his role is kind of to stand in front of the carries of Shock and Vital. It's almost just that he will die from now on.
Yeah. It's almost guaranteed at this stage. Well, there's going to be an Infernal Rift, which obviously has implications on more damage, as if we need any more of it on these teams. And it's going to be the first one picked up here by the Direwolves, based on the fact that they were able to find priority in mid lane. Only tried to start off the Hera, as you can see from the tail end of that screen, but they would do enough damage and able to keep his team preoccupied enough to really offer any assistance or make a contest.
Yeah, just chooses to disengage, and once again, there's no harm in trying, and if you can safely get out, you know, continue to do so. Decoy once again going to get his recall cancelled, must be getting closer to that item and definitely needs some wards. If they want to even consider contesting this Herald, as Only, after disengaging, they'll get mid priority, definitely get vision control as you can see right now, and that should just be a free Herald.
Yeah, without the vision there and that ability for him to reset, I'm sure if they you know, notice that they are still disengaging away, especially now that Chippy's just showing bot lane without TP, no contest available. Second Rift Herald here picked up by Order. Now we're curious to see where to decide to use it to try and break open these bases.
I think you just break mid. You know, Swiper's in a pretty comfortable spot in the 1v1 for his own devices. You know, he's able to take those trades as you saw from him before. And you could just plant him up into that top lane. At some point, he'd be able to break the turret. The alternative to that is use it to break top lane and then put Swiper in that longer lane with the turret gone, because then he has a higher kill threat against someone like Chippy's being able to chase him down. So there's a couple of options there, but I do think, you know, mid priority is so valuable in competitive League of Legends. Probably just use it to break mid, especially past the 14-minute mark on the second Herald, as it just smacks a turret with no plates.
Well, Chippy's going to do a great job now, just sticking it out, not falling victim to any further damages or I should say deaths, actually. Still sitting at 0-1 and getting closer to evening up that CSD, bringing it out to 25 as opposed to 50 beforehand. Direwolves are sitting in his bush, completely locked in vision with the control ward there. Decoy making sure to protect Vital, making sure that he doesn't get picked off in mid for 3, as it does look to be, the plays just to break up in mid.
Yeah, but Direwolves are missing, right? So Order may have looked at it just then, but you've got Shock, you've got Mir just hovering in the wings. And so Order actually very diligent. They'll push through mid, they'll try and get some control on the top side of the river. And if no one shows yet, they might consider the Herald. But Direwolves have actually been navigating that vision as best they can. They're doing it at a deficit. They don't want Order to see them. It's vital.
Bear this in mind. They tried to go for the flash kick to set up Tarek's stun perfectly there. Wasn't going to be the case. Stun's getting used here by Oli. It's a big sonic kick to try and juke them out of harm's way. Finally now the Herald comes on in. And they want to pick up at least something from their attempts in mid lane.
Yeah, it'll just be damage onto the turret from the looks of it. And they'll just disengage. You know, the threat of Direwolves is too great to go forwards. Actually hit that turret. You know, Azir now shows in top wave. You've got 2 minutes till the Drake, so that's probably the thing that they'll look at once again here, Order. Unless they can get some picks beforehand, such as...
Looking at bot lane now, Dominus gets popped very early on. Oli in support, Ayla there to assist as well. The full collapse here from Order, and Chippies has nowhere to run, no team to support him. They're all locked in place elsewhere. Order executing beautifully there.
Yeah, again, they've got the vision control through mid lane priority. You can see that it just gives them a free highway down the river to be able to find themselves a Chippies. And Chippies in a position that he definitely wishes he wasn't in right now, as it's just a free pick for Order. More gold into their pockets, more control over the map, and generally speaking, just more momentum.
Well, the momentum is looking good so far for Order. They've held control of this lead from the start of this game and haven't shown any signs of wavering on that. No mid-game shenanigans where a team fight has gone a little bit the wrong way. I mean, still, look at this, Rusty. Only 6 kills in 22 minutes. We've not seen a full blown-out team fight as crazy as we saw, you know, sort of the maybe remnants of what could have taken place in that Rift Herald earlier on. We've definitely not seen, you know, the full outlay of what both these teams can achieve when they, you know, guns blazing.
It is most certainly a calm affair on the Rift in the 4th game of the day. 22 minutes in, 6 kills. It's not like the OPL. There are some teams that have those tendencies for certain. You know, always looking at Pentanet.GGs who like to have a slow mid game. But there's still a lot of reason behind the pace of this game. You know, for a team like Order who have been taking the reins in this one, they've been very conscious in their choices and they have been very deliberate in the things that they've been doing.
10k gold on Rare 7 right now. 1,000 over Vital. Been a very close game between those two. And I'm going to look to see a contest take place towards this next dragon. Order looking to try and delay things. There's going to be the Tarek ultimate, which is just going to delay so much, but it's just not quick enough. Shutdown comes on out. Bullet time and a shock. Doing damage to really shock Ray's existence. Barrier won't be enough, and even heal too. Everything to try and create a buffer before the Cosmic Radiance goes off. Not going to be enough.
Yeah, they'll get a return kill here, Direwolves. 23 minutes in, and of course, the mandatory rare spotting will happen at least once a game. They were able to pick him off this time, and now Direwolves, it'll happen as the Drake's there for them, and that's the 3rd. It's 2 Infernals in a row. This really does actually put some pressure back onto Order. You know, they're able to get some picks. They're able to get the Herald, and they're starting to look good, but, you know, here we are. The gold hasn't really amounted to anything, and they're at soul point.
And it's definitely brought this game back into the fold of things of where, you know, you had a 2k gold lead before. Now you bring that buffer to 400. Definitely everything to play for. And, you know, it's definitely feeling like a consistency factor of, you know, who can engage on the ADC first, who can get caught out of position first, kind of dictating whether the fights are, you know, desirable or not, as it tends to be.
And I think that it'll just be, you know, with a Baron as the only real objective up on the map besides the turrets, pretty calm once again. You know, we had that pick, it happened for the Drake, and now really it's just about vision control. So if a team makes a mistake or someone makes a very good proactive move, you might get picks, but I wouldn't hold your breath for an immediate team fight.
Well, Shock sitting on that Oblivion Orb, working towards that Rabadon's cap as well. Harry's definitely gearing up too with a CS advantage and ready with the sword complete online. Now, what is the dream situation? What sort of power spike item-wise are we looking at for this Azir before he really wants to say, I can 1v9?
Well, he's actually got a lot of components for items right now. So once he gets the Ludens, his damage will be set. But going for the Zonias is definitely going to be very valuable here against the opposing comp. You know, you can use the Zonia to stop a Rek'Sai ultimate, Nautilus ultimate, set W perhaps after he ults you. So like having that utility, I think, is what it will take, because those champions that I just mentioned will probably be in his face if a team fight is to break out. 3 items definitely an important factor here. And looking at it right now, especially with the mix-up of very fragile builds on top laners, the Void Staff becomes less crucial. It's really only supports that are tanks right now. And so I think that, yeah, 3 items, he'll be probably peak strength, unless someone starts stacking magic resistance and he needs a Void.
It'll be interesting to see if he's given that grace to even get to that magical dream of 3 items, the luxury that it presents, or if Direwolf's going to put this game on a timer. They're going to hook on out, and that's a lot of damage onto Tarek. That stun looks good, but it doesn't do anything. Does not burn his flesh, and hangs onto that Cosmic Radiance. Chippy jumps into the backline, slam dunks one down, buying a lot of time with that tankiness. But he is very squishy, as you mentioned, with that build. Now Decoy jumps in, Stoneplay online, Miro on the hunt, looking to execute with his ultimate. Harry is the target, and he is the focus. He disengages, and he pops his own turret.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1. It was a support for a top laner, though, and it's Decoy constantly hitting these hooks that's setting the fights up to be happening in the first place. And while it was only a 1-for-1, there were still some low health members there on both teams. And low mana, once again, for the side of Direwolves. So it'll just be the disengage. Opportunities are there, you know, picks are definitely showing themselves sporadically. Team fights just yet as dubstep remix.
That's a clean replay. We needed a screenshot of that. That was almost like you when we were ghosting during rehearsals. I like that. That had to be a GIF. I would have posted that on every single post you made on Twitter. That would be my response. Just like how you guys memed me during rehearsals, and I'm just lagging, and I've just got that tilt face on. These are inside
record scratch. Freeze
no
frame.
Idea.
You might be wondering how I got here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the Zonius is now complete, as you highlight, Rusty. Now working towards that Ludens with the Lost Chapter already complete. So the timer is on, as I highlighted before, 90 seconds, and Soul Point is being threatened. I mean, if you look toe-to-toe, is it easy to estimate who is still in the driving seat at this stage?
Well, it's hard to estimate who is in a driving seat. A lot of this comes down to setup and timing and all the planning for it, or to have all the vision right now. So it'll be about how do Direwolves get that back. When you're looking at completed items, Azonia's is there for Hayri now, and you've got 2 items for your top laner and 3 for your AD carry in rare. So Auto in a very good spot, and especially after that pick onto Mir, now missing half his health, he can reset still. There's 40 seconds, but it does mean that getting to the dragon becomes significantly harder.
Yep, Auto will allow themselves to sit in this brush. Decoy very hesitant to go for that face check, realizing that surely somebody is still there.
The tremor sensors spotted them, so they definitely know people are in the bush. Decoy just kind of faking it out.
You're going to spot things out there. Definitely playing with fire.
Well, I mean, Direwolves, they could look for an engage, but they'd have to hit Hayri, and it's risky because he has the Zonias now. They have engaged onto Ayla multiple times. If you can kill the Tarek before he ults, it's viable. You can see Decoy, he's got his eye in, he's looking.
The hook misses. The Moonlight Vigil nearly connects as well. That's going to be a look to try and kick him into the team. Stoneplate surviving for such a damn long time between his shield and everything that his kit has to offer. Nobody's going to fall on down just yet. But Renekton finally takes down the Nautilus. But the mid laner there, it doesn't matter if you have a Zonya, you're still dead. Shock. This is peak League of Legends. Finds himself a double kill. Secures his team the soul point. Because now with a numbers advantage, they can freely rotate.
Yeah, and they're just going to go over and pick themselves up an Infernal Soul at that. It's not just any soul. It is a Syndra having a Ludens and getting an Infernal Soul buff. Ayla's going to come over. It's at 2,000 health. But I think he's just too late. And the rest of Order, of course, not going to be there in time. And what you can't see on screen right now is there's 2 other members of Direwolves. There they are, hitting the Baron. They're looking for the 2-for-1. Order would never expect this.
They really wouldn't. And right now they are in no position to even go for it. They are fully resetting. Lee Sin, the only one there. And this Baron is falling down rather quickly, so this game has completely exploded. Let's see exactly how it all unfolded at the start.
Yeah, it was a kick onto a Nautilus, and the idea here is if you kill him before he can Stoneplate and ult, then it's valuable. But unfortunately, he got Stoneplate, he got ult, and then he got a shield and was pushed away. Swiper, of course, chasing Vital will find it, but the amount of time that took should have just been quick pick, numbers advantage set up for the Drake, and that backfired massively. It was a gamble that only took, and unfortunately that gamble is the exact opposite result of what they wanted. It's a Baron, and it's an Infernal Soul with 3 Infernal Drakes now sitting on Direwolves.
Surely there's a world in which, yes, we now have 6 kills to 6, but surely this raises the tempo from a slow, methodical game into a fact of we have such a massive advantage buff-wise over you that, yeah, you still don't have that Luden's Echo on the Azir, but Shock is massive. He's now got Stopwatch. We've got 4 Stopwatches in our entire roster. Surely this threatens that Direwolves are gearing for an end.
Yeah, the thing that you'd have to look at right now is Shock's Flash. He's probably the last summoner spell the Direwolves will be waiting for if they were going to force a fight. But this Baron buff, there's a couple free turrets just everywhere on the map. You know, the bottom lane outer turret, definitely a free objective they should be looking towards. And it seems like Direwolves, they've shown their hand. They're committing to push bottom lane. Order, will they take the race or will they actually reset? They've just found someone.
Yeah, Chippy's just taking a whole host of damage. He ran mid and then felt, oh, I don't actually want to make this play.
Oh.
Held on to Flash for such a long time. That Decoy jumps in. Cosmic Radiance, they pop a bullet time and just say, you can have your invulnerability. We don't care. Let's go back to top lane.
Yeah, but Order have to base now, Skimmy. Because bottom lane's pushed already. It's prepared. Order, they spent their time chasing Chippies, and now they're going to lose potentially an inhibitor.
Direwolves love this play. They love it indeed. Do they go for the inhibitor? Do they fully commit? Chippy's reset, does have teleport still available for him. And they can quite honestly sit back and play content if they just want to escort these cannon minions in. That'll do in the job. A few autos here from the Misfortune, and that will fall on down. One more will do it. Base is broken. A win condition is now in sight.
And what was a good idea initially from Order? Push down mid lane, just match the trade, you get gold even if they do. Ends up becoming chase Chippies, don't kill Chippies, and lose an inhibitor as Direwolves looking to collapse.
The hook attempt there from Decoy. It's not going to be enough though. He says, I don't care if you miss it because we've got a set. He jumps in to try and delete Harry, and delete they do! Every single member getting on the board for that one. Assist across for the boys. And Harry, that condition that you were talking about of ramping up, he's gone.
Well, there's a 5-0 Syndra on the other team that has an Infernal Soul, finished the death cap as well. I mean, there's not a lot to ramp up into. There's not a lot to look forwards to when the Syndra's able to one-tap your entire team. Really desperate times now for Order, to say the least, but they have got the Hurricane, so they do have some wave clip, at least on rare. He just needs to really respect those Nautilus hooks, because if he gets hooked, could be lights out.
Decoy looks to be chucking these out on cooldown right now. This may be a last-ditch effort as, well, Swiping gets deleted. He jumps in, and that's what you're talking about with the squishy build. Chippy's jumping in, going for the stopwatch, looking to try and survive for as long as he does, and that he does do successfully. Cosmic Radiance to protect them in the fountain, but Direwolves won't suffer an 0-2. They will go 1-1.
Yeah, Direwolves will bounce back pretty nicely in that game after their first defeat of the day to Gravitas. That much is certain, and of course they got an advantage, and once they found that single moment, it was actually just dragons. You know, once they got that early Cloud Drake, they set themselves up for an early soul. Even though Order get one back, that's all it really came down to. And once that soul was there, it felt all too easy for Direwolves to snowball the game out. And once again, you get to see one of the best teams in our league use a lead that they actually have and not throw that one away.
I suppose, I mean, like, I want to run it back first of all, obviously, to the amount of lead that Swiper had. You know, 50 CS advantage. You know, what do you think, just in a quick opinion, really was the demise of that? The fact that, you know, Chippies was still able to output so much, or able to just captivate in that last play, 5 members to chase him down a river and just let their inhibitor fall on down?
It just became a delicate balance for Order. They picked the wrong engage once, and that was really all it came down to, and that's what cost them the game, because it was the soul with it. So you'd look at the drone board and you'd say, just be more careful with that engage.
Well, that does it for game number 4. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, Super Week continues. It's game number 5.
Welcome back, and potentially the order curse is back for at least one day, where you get a 1 win, 1 loss. Rusty, how are we feeling about Direwolves now?
Yeah, I still think that Order played decently well. It was a slower game, again a lot slower than I'm used to, perhaps for a couple of these teams, and it has been for a little while this week. But yeah, I mean, Direwolves, they bounced back well considering their first game loss, so strong mental to be able to do so.
Yeah, and considering how that early game went, because I was listening to the cast and it kind of was pointed out, but there's a little bit more to it. Like, Order kept Aphelios in bottom lane because of the way New Herald interacts, right? So New Herald always splits gold between the jungle and whoever's hitting the turret. So it's actually not as good trade-wise as what Old Herald was, which only took the person that was near the turret. So if you leave your 80 carry bottom and they get 3 plates and the 80 carry top lane gets the whole turret, whilst the team goes up gold, the 80 carry in the bottom lane that only took 3 plates actually comes ahead in gold because you get 3 turret plates of solo gold. And that was used to get Aphelios quite a good item lead. But then Order just lost 2 dragon fights in a row. And obviously when you give over Soul, you give over Baron, that game's going to be pretty difficult to win.
That was really good analysis, but I was distracted trying to read the certificate behind you. What am I looking at there?
On that one?
Yeah.
So that's my black belt first down certificate.
The black belt certificate behind me?
Yeah.
That certificate.
The second one on the left of it, if I went a little bit wide on my camera, is my second dan certificate. I actually don't know when my third and fourth dan are. I'd have to look for them.
So you've black belted 4 times?
Yeah, 3 or 4. I can't remember whether I actually ever did my fourth dan grading. But yeah, I was a Taekwondo instructor in a previous life at Nick Boy.
Were you really?
Yeah, it was my first job from probably 12 to 17, 18. I instructed Taekwondo.
That is an amazing fact. Now, I have a question. I did karate when I was younger, and I got up to brown belt. Mm-hmm. Does child's karate brown belt mean the same as adult karate brown belt?
So it depends what club you go to, because some clubs do split adult and children programs. The club I went to actually didn't. So like you would still have to break boards and stuff, even if they weren't as thick. So, I mean, if you were a black belt at my club, you were just a black belt.
I did break boards, but my club was in an alley. And I had to fight other alley kids, so I'm guessing that probably means something. All right, before we get into the 5th game of the evening, we did the 5 stack for the 5 league champs that you would want to be stuck in a lockdown with. Now it's time for the 5 stack for the 5 champs you don't want to be stuck in a lockdown with. Loving that music. Although, admittedly, how I would love the sick Viking break music that we have on the timer. Put that everywhere. That
gets me hyped for the cast.
Oh, so good. Okay, so we did the 5 that we love to be stuck with. To recap, that was
Yordles.
Where was it? Oh, did I delete it?
2 Yordles, a Yumi.
It was Vega,
and whatever you chose.
Poppy, Heimerdinger, Amumu, and Zoe.
I chose
Amumu.
Oh wait, did I? No, we ditched Amumu for Skimmy second pick. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Now the 5 you don't want to be stuck in. Who we got?
Mundo.
Just because of the rage?
Well, he'll kill you.
Yeah, he'll kill
it's
you.
a pretty big deal. You might want to avoid that.
It's generally anyone from Zorn, right? Because they're just all homicidal maniacs.
Yeah, true. It's like
so Warwick, Mundo, Urgot.
Yeah. If they have purple in their splash art, you don't want them in your house.
I don't want Singed. I definitely don't want Singed, because can you imagine like somebody just like permanently letting off gas behind you? You just have a guts full, mate. Imagine you're on lockdown for 4 weeks and all you smell is just taint. You're done. There's no amount of deodorant or shower product or whatever that's just going to clear that. You're going to be corrupted for life, scarred for life even.
Yeah, totally. I don't like the idea, the controversial choice of fizz. Fizz.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
They
the
provide
place would
so
just,
much sushi for everyone.
no, the place would be wet the entire time. I can't live like that. Like he's just flapping those damp little feet around the house, leaving
See, I was
tracks
going to go
everywhere.
with Bard. I don't want to
Explain.
live with Bard. So Bard is this like peace-loving imbecile, right? That just collects chimes and plays his own little mini game. And Jenna is as close to a calm person as I could get without the person being too calm. And like, do you know when someone's so calm that it actually makes you angrier?
Yeah.
That would be my problem with Bard.
100%. He's the kind of guy that when you're having an argument with him, he would just go, "Just keep your voice calm. I'm not
Just
angry.
remember,
Do
it's
I
me
look
and
angry?"
you versus
you.
the problem.
Yeah, that's true. That's
And
true.
I'd be like,
yeah, no, that's a very good pick.
Someone too calm.
No,
what
no,
if
no,
not
no,
too calm make me angry?
Like, would
No,
you
it's
rather
true.
have Twitch or Bard? Like, if you had
I'd
to pick
rather
one,
live with Twitch. Twitch reminds me of Master Splinter. He might teach me how to be a Ninja
That's
Turtle.
nice.
you
That's
bloody
nice.
wake up gagging. My man stinks.
But don't you reckon after a month you would just be used to the smell at that point?
Yeah,
it
and
would
Bard
just-
might
you
have
know
a
how-
magical
true.
journey into Spawn Private Time. There's just so many downsides to Bard.
Twitch
I don't
could be
like it.
invisible.
I do not like the sentence "spawn private time" as
I
well.
just
don't
read
like
books,
the fact
man.
that we just
Get your
heard
head
that.
out of the gutter.
Skimmy, you were saying something.
I was going to say you can't have Nocturne because that guy is just living mental illness. You know, paranoia, chains. He just locks you in place. You're constantly running away from your own fears. Then you have that on top of you as well.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd just be
Skimmy, it's
second-guessing
called
your entire
living
life.
with anxiety. I do it every day. I
think
what is
No, I
Nocturne
do
going to do
too.
to me?
no, but like, can you imagine? That on top of what we already have? Like the world has enough of it, right? So we don't want any more because then you're just going to be bedridden even when you're not forced to from lockdown.
Trust me, if Nocturne turned out the lights or I had to listen to another world leader's address on coronavirus, I would 100% take Nocturne turning off the lights.
Yeah. No, I'm down with that. Before Paparus in the chat in the last seg said Twisted Fate is by far number one to be in lockdown with cards and teleports. Teleports obviously is why we pick Zoe, but I hate Twisted Fate, and the irrational reason I hate him is because he looks like one of those people who would not ever take his hat off inside. Like he would always be wearing the hat, and that would really trigger me. Like a month of just going, dude, we haven't seen the sun in 37 days. Take the hat off. I don't like that. I also don't like Zach. I think Zach, for the same reason as Fizz, I'm just a clean person. I don't want goop. I don't want water. I don't want green crap just like coating the stairs out on the deck. It's just no way to live. You don't want that.
What about Annie? She already burnt down one house and killed her family. I don't think I could die in a fire. I'm scared.
Interesting. Was she ever convicted for that?
Yeah, you want to speak
No, I think
about
she ran
anxiety.
away into the woods.
Because I'm wondering that, like, maybe there's some sort of suspicion, but like they go, well, we assume you didn't do it. I guess I'm saying that would she do it twice? Because if she did it twice, it confirms that she was responsible for the first one. And if she's not being held 100% responsible, then at this point it's like, well, maybe you did it, but we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But if she lives with the second person and burns down their house, there's no way they're going, oh yeah, that whole parent thing was an accident. You know what I'm saying?
Is that how you confirm crimes? Like, he did it once, but did he mean it? Was there malicious intent? Let's just let him go and see if it happens again.
Isn't that not the law in New South Wales? Everyone can commit every crime once, and then if they do it again, then that's when you're in prison. I'm fairly certain that's what it is. All right, so there you go. Those are the gems that we don't want to be in lockdown with. Thank you very much to the 5-stack. It's time for, speaking of 5, game number 5. It is Mammoth versus Legacy.
And who
Mammoth
knows?
versus Legacy. What?
And who knows what's going to happen?
And who knows? I mean, not only has this been a day of upsets, but Mammoth have upset Legacy before, Rusty.
No. Did they? Gravitas
I mean-
upset Legacy, surely.
Oh.
What was that?
Let's have a look at who Mammoth beat.
Yeah, it was Gravitas that told them.
It was Gravitas who did that. Mammoth beat
Mammoth have beaten
Chiefs?
Gravitas and Avant. And now, of course, they won today.
Mammoth. Well, Mammoth,
Against
this is your
Pentanet.
chance to be able to do it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Rusty, But today is the day you don't want to be the favorite. Is this the day that Mammoth take down Chiefs?
Oh, they shouldn't.
Legacy?
They shouldn't. I'm making no predictions. That's not happening.
It's been banned, right? We've already discussed this. You're not allowed to
Predictions
make a prediction.
are bad.
I'm going to back it. I'm going to say this is a Mammoth game. All right, it's time to get into game number 5. It is Mammoth versus Legacy. I finally got it right out of the mouth once in this segment, and it's coming at you after the Macca's Jam Select.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
We are at the tail end of the opening day of Super Week. It's Legacy's first performance tonight, taking on Mammoth. Top of the table up against the bottom. But as you've already said, Rusty, predictions are banned. You would have a favourite right out the gate, but you don't want to jinx anything by any stretch of the imagination.
No, you don't. And I mean, let's be honest, it should be a Legacy win, but we have to see first of all how they draft and what things start to really shape up to be and what they start to look like. So right now, you take stock of the bans that we've had so far. There's a Twisted Fate ban from Tally, try to get rid of the 1-3-1 that Legacy have got going for themselves. So really trying to at least even the playing field through our first 3 bans.
Well, it's interesting, right, because this game in particular, in week 2 when these two teams met, still remains the quickest game in the split we've had so far. It finished in 21 minutes and 9 seconds, so slightly different times back then when teams were filling themselves out and establishing what their identity was and who they wanted to be with, but things have definitely evolved since. Obviously, we've now got Tally as their mid laner, and he's been secured in. And some different drafts. Yeah, this is going to be the first time we get to see the Yuumi played tonight. They played it before already. Have Legacy, and they've definitely shown that they are quite competent with it.
We've seen the Yuumi banned earlier today. So, and we've also seen the Senna banned in the exact same game. There's a lot of enchanters, a lot of heal supports that are pretty strong right now. But usually when they're not available, there'll be just hard and heavy tanks down there. So this makes you wonder what the rest of the draft will be. You've got the Ornn and the Wukong already taken away. Are there tanks that people would be willing to play in the top lane? Kwaku is very happy to sack that lane and just be a tank if necessary. But it could just be a very fragile game across the board with a bunch of healing and, high mechanics plays required to win.
It could be indeed, and it's going to be the dream bot lane duo, I suppose, for a Yuumi player, able to hop on top of Ezreal and give him all the buffs and the mobility to get that poke online, make that laning phase just a little bit easier in their favour. But up against it will be the Misfortune and the Senna, as we've discussed already. So you've got strong AD carries buffed with some very high priority supports, which are being banned away for the most part. So coming into the second phase of the pick and ban, as you highlight, wonder if we are going to see a priority towards those tanks, and it starts with a set.
Yeah, set banned away. Makes you wonder as well. Quaker's a pretty prolific Fiora player. Poppy does love himself some Poppy. Those things are possible, but Topoon's also very well known for his champions like Aatrox, or something that can heal his way through his opponent's burst damage. And I think if we're going to say who has the deeper pockets when it comes to champions in top lane, I think Topoon has a wider variety of successful champions that he can play. Quaker maybe does still have some deep pockets up there.
We've seen him showcase the Fiora when it's viable as well, right? And able to run rampant on the game as a result. So, be interesting to see what he's got prepared up his sleeve for this game. Definitely not getting bullied up as much as he has in the past. They are going to deny his Renekton as well, so a bit of a priority towards that. So we may actually be seeing that choke in his champion pool as you highlight.
Yeah, we might actually just get the 4th pick of an Aatrox here potentially out of Legacy as well. Because the thing that you have to remember is that it's 2 top laners playing in both solo lanes. So if you're going to go for that, pick a matchup, whatever it is, for one of your solo laners that's good into the Silas, and then world's your oyster for what you want to play as that 5th champion. So you can see that it's not just Legacy banning away those flexible champions. It is actually Mammoth.
Well, read like a book, and there you have it, Rusty. The Aatrox is locked in place. GP was the final ban for Mammoth, and with that in mind, they are saving their final pick for Tally. That's not actually ever played a champion twice so far. He's played a different champion every single game, offering the team as a whole a whole lot of variation and customization really going into the pick and ban.
And you may get the Fiora this game from Mammoth, but it makes you wonder what is going to go jungle if they were going to do that. Is, you know what, there's the other option. We mentioned 2 champions that he can play. So there's your Poppy. The reason that I thought about the Fiora is I think it's like a Poppy but with higher kill threat against someone like an Aatrox. You're still very good at diffusing an Aatrox. You're actually very good against a Yuumi and a Jarvan alike. So as a champion goes, having the steadfast presence, being able to ground people, Poppy has utility there. But it does mean that, once again, probably going to be a weaker side play style. Definitely just picked for the comp, where they needed a tank more than anything else.
Yeah, Leeson locked in as that final one there. So you got a lot of pick, a lot of collapse potential. I mean, if you're looking at the center opening things up at the root, obviously the follow-up that can then pile drive in as a result afterwards is quite scary. Obviously chains as well as Sonic Wave from both the bruisers to jumping in, but it's not that hard, reliable engagement you'd get from the likes of perhaps a Jarvan, for instance, right? And that's going to be backed up now by a Vladimir. So a lot of damage amplification. I am terribly scared for when Raze and Isles begin their entertainment show.
Well, there's a couple of things to that, right? Like, going for the Vladimir as your 5th pick, if I was a Silas, I'd be very happy to see that. Because now I've got damage amplification on my own spells, and it's AoE healing that I'm going to be able to get. So being a bruiser just became a whole lot easier if you were lived. But if you're Kweku, it's a nightmare. You know, it's a champion that's ranged in top lane. It's a champion that's going to be able to sustain nicely, scales past you as well. And you've got this feeling of like, I do need armor for everyone else in the game, but I definitely need magic resistance for my lane. So it needs to build both resistance items. Maybe 2 items completed is when he actually gets a power spike for team fighting.
Yeah.
And so Legacy have 2 items worth of Vladimir farming, and you'd always rather have that, right?
Absolutely. And I mean, this is a pocket pick, so whether or not he's going to be that sacrificial lamb, as you highlighted, and just sort of sit back and say, look, I will be a factor in these team fights, come skirmishes, come objective control, so I don't necessarily need to win the lane. And instead, you know, do we turn our priority towards bot side? It's always been interesting to me seeing the matchup between the likes of a Senna and a Yuumi support, how in some terms people say it's free, you know, free stacks for the absolution to get geared on up. Yuumi not going to be that hard bully as, say, somebody else would be in that position, you know. Do you have a hot take on who should really come out on top there?
When it comes to Senna versus Yuumi, it always comes down to who the AD carries are more than who the supports are, right? When you think about the cooldowns on the spells that they have, you can't really hit the Yuumi, but anytime she tries to poke you, your heal is available on a very similar cooldown. So it does kind of just negate itself. The place that does get interesting is what actually goes with it. So if it's an Ezreal Yuumi that it is on one side of the map here for Legacy, almost impossible to get your souls off the champions, to proc your Spell Thieves passive, and to actually get those items up, unless your AD carry is capable of stepping up, going forwards, and being with you to be able to bully. Otherwise, you actually just get poked out and die, even though you have heals there. So the answer is definitely just always look at the AD carries and think about how can I play that lane out.
It's going to be refreshing, I suppose, to continue this trend really for Tapoon and that top side of him playing more aggressive top laners. He has the highest participation on a Soraka, right? Which, despite the change to try and make Soraka a non-factor in the top lane, they continued and obviously found great success with it. But you know, this is a guy with a very deep champion pool, and he's played, you know, so many different roles for this team to facilitate it. We've always talked about Babbitt being, you know, the supporting style jungler. Tapoon is kind of like that final piece of the jigsaw to say, I will mold into whatever you need me to. And Ray's always been sort of like that talisman of like, I can carry, I can do the job. Just give me the sort of backup if need be. And I suppose the best resemblance of that would have to be, you know, when they played last week against the Chiefs, they draft the Kog'Maw composition with 3 bruises and a Lulu. Very much on the same page of like, we know what our identity is, we know how we all slot into this team, and we should be definitely the favorites going into this Mammoth matchup.
That's what makes Tapoon so scary to play against, though, right? Like, he'll play the Soraka, he'll play the Aatrox. He's had a Kennen and a Gnar game in there as well, and you know he's able to play those aggressive carries. This time it's going to be a Vladimir, so similar to the Kennen in play style, and that variability means that you never know what you're going to get. And then you put him on red side, which is where they were this game in draft, and he gets the last pick, and it's a flex fourth. And you just, if you're Quaker, you come into this draft and you're like, whatever it is, I'm not going to like it. It's going to be a bad time for me. And so I've picked for comp. And the last time that we've seen someone try and pick for comp against Legacy, Toppin played Soraka, run them over, and Babbitt was up there diving. And that was a Soraka against, I believe it was an Ornn from Chippies on Direwolves. And that was when Legacy beat Direwolves. So it's a very risky thing to do.
Yeah, and I think you talk about preparation going into these games, and the more factors that obviously come into effect, the harder it is as a coach, once again, as the staff, to really sort of drum up some ideas. The amount of factors, I'm sure you have a lot more experience on this to sort of share. But when you're sort of trying to cater for, okay, what are my teams champions that they can play proficiently at a pro level? What is our identity that we're trying to achieve and instill in these guys to try and make sure that we can at least win with a strategy that worked, even if we take the loss, at least we went in with a clear idea rather than sort of running around like headless solo queue chickens. You come into this one and sort of highlighting the point with Tapoon about how much variation there is. Do you think that's really a factor that Mammoth have to take into consideration, or do they sort of go, we don't know what we're going to get with this guy, let's just play what we want and hope for the best?
Well, Mammoth's advantage is they have nothing to lose. They're week 9. Any win they get is just a good piece of experience for them. And so they should just be able to attack this and say, we know what Legacy are. We know what we need to do. It's a new patch. Let's try and find a way to beat them through that.
Well, we're going to jump to a quick break as we get ourselves geared up for this game. It's the 5th game. So don't go anywhere. Get yourself a drink, get a snack. We'll see you after this. Well, let's jump into it. It's the 5th game of the day as we enter the Rift with Mammoth taking on Legacy in a game that, on paper, looks rather one-sided, but in actuality, based on the momentum of how today's fared, could be the super weak curse there, Rusty.
And we're in unprecedented territory here, Skimmy. We're 5 games deep into the OPL, which never happens. This is usually NPL time. We're usually sitting back, playing some ARAMs, losing sometimes. But this is pro players on instead. So we're 5 games in, and we don't know what's going to happen. And that's even better. We've got pros that have replaced us for very good reason, because they should. Now we get to see how they perform on the Rift as 9 o'clock at night. Also going to be a little bit later for these guys than they're used to for playing pro games. But of course, you'd probably find them on the Rift every other day of the week at this time.
Yep, definitely wanting to stay up late and grind out that solo queue. It's going to be one of those situations, perhaps, where, if you're a viewer and you tune in regularly to see your little fix of NPL, us running it down in ARAM or perhaps playing some TFT, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You're not going to see any bronze gameplay today. You're actually going to see some really good players and going to get to maybe learn a thing or two, as we're going to see possibly, there's a hesitation there, but Mammoth were sniffing towards a red buff.
Ali was hunting them out, though, and he does actually spot them, so the invade's not going to happen. It was just the 2 of them, and it was a weak effort when you consider it. The second they saw Tally, they're like, well, we're not committing to this, as there was only 2 of them. And Aleesin, at the end of the day, he's still able to clear the camps fine by himself with a W start as Artec.
Wow.
Basically does exactly what we said might happen if he pushes by himself into this lane, and just almost dies because he tries to get some Spell Thieves procs off.
That's so rough. You understand you're trying to hit level 2 first. You're trying to get a little bit greedy there to try and get the ball running with your souls, but you're going to have to burn through a fair few amount of pots to get yourself back into this one. And I suppose the first place I want to start here, Rusty, is, we've got the lane swap. Wake, you're going to match the melee matchup here in mid, and it's going to be Silas that takes to the Vladimir top.
Yeah, so one thing to consider is that Legacy, with their 5th pick, went for a champion that not only works with their composition, is a magic damage champion, because they already had the Aatrox and the Jarvan, but is a champion that does well into a Poppy. And so Mammoth, obviously knowing this, have decided to flip the lanes themselves. They put the Poppy in mid lane into the Aatrox, which is a decent matchup, always going to be fine, and then Silas into the Vladimir, who has a little bit more agency than someone like a Poppy would in that 1v1. And I like this a lot from Mammoth. This is one of those things that you don't often see. There was a lot of this actually last year, but you don't often see that this year. It's a nice way to negate what could be a bad matchup and still put yourself in good stead, getting those first 3 items or keeping a counter matchup as a counter.
We'll have to keep our eyes firmly fixated on where that ends up, as both junglers went for a bot side clear. Going to see Beb now path towards top side again to carry on the power farming, if you will. And
yeah,
Bass has another idea in
bot.
mind. Yeah, he's just looking for the scuttle. So it's just going to be a trade-off of both scuttles going down for both junglers.
Yeah, exactly. But it does also mean that, a ward has to be used by Lived, very freshly placed to make sure that Babik doesn't gank him. So they're aware that he's going to be crossing over, as Baz has already taken the bot side scuttle. And a little bit of time spent there by Babik to look. And, there isn't a jungle camp on this whole side of the map for him to take. It was just about securing that prio. And as long as he doesn't get a gank off, he's going to have to spend some extra time, once again, to run back to those camps, such as the Krugs and the respawn of the Raptors, where Baz is able to spend that farming.
These are 2 teams that are very far apart when it comes to the gold difference at 15 minutes. Mammoth have typically been down in their games around about 2k gold at the 15-minute mark. You parallel that with Legacy, who are definitely on the opposite end of that, always up by around about 1,200. So it's going to be pretty much that David and Goliath situation of, one team at the top, one team at the bottom, but how that actually plays out based on our points earlier today, right? Of, these rankings are more and more becoming irrelevant based on sort of the on-day performance.
Yeah, teams seem to be improving rapidly, or, the chaos that is the OPL when we've moved to online just seems to be a space for upsets to exist. You saw that little skirmish just happening in mid lane. It was a bait attempt by both of Mammoth's members for a cannon minion. If Tally goes on this cannon, we're going, is what they would have said, and then he just somehow still got the cannon and survived with no gank there at all. Of course, you saw them sitting on a ward for quite some time, so playing with fire there, keeping him entertained was the mid laner of Legacy.
I don't think Liv's got that ward in the bush. That has to hurt. That has to really hurt when you see that. That's just my my bit of
Analytical
interjection
opinion.
to the cast. Yeah, there you go. That's me doing analyst work. That sucks. Okay, Rusty, take it away again.
Lots of pressure in bot lane still, though. You know, Artek, the early trade for health didn't matter too much. Both potions still had to be used by him. However, it's Mboma being out of mana that really starts to hurt them now. Yuumi, one of those champions that will run pretty aggressively at some point, and so does an Ezreal, but they'll want to go back on that tier timing potentially anyway. Maybe the Sheen, if their laning phase is going well and want some kill threat. Because meanwhile, Babip, free objective.
Yeah, what do you think about this? Obviously, because we know how strong Lee Sin is at taking it. He's opted to go topside and almost look to power farm to hit level 6. Do you think it's basically the fact that Mboma's out of mana and Artek's, very limited when it comes to sustain?
Yeah, there's definitely no threat of the bottom lane being there. I think it was just a free chance to take it. It's a nice little play from Kweku.
Oh, that's going to be a double flash burn almost seamlessly to ensure that final Q would not have done anything. Liv now looking to try and jump in. They're going to turn their attention on towards Tapoon. Sonic Wave does connect. He's forced to burn away. Ultimate for Ultimate. Who is stronger? Liv's cosplay attempts. Not going to be enough to take down this man. Tapoon lives to fight another day.
Yeah, Bass thought he'd done the maths properly, but it wasn't going to be enough damage to secure the kill off that stolen Vladimir ultimate. But a nice little attempt there. Unfortunately, it was the chains that missed the bottom.
Oh, check out bot lane right now. Heal gets used, barrier as well, making it very hard to try and get this kill secure. Babip is on the way. He does have flash. He's going to use it to ensure that flag and drag connects. They still can't find the kill. One more mystic shot would do it.
Oh, that was
so
close.
Dangerously close. We all just held our breath and waited for that cinematic moment, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, the wave's still going to crash here, though, and you can see that Mammoth want to stay for it. There's not a lot of mana there from Legacy, so it is risky to stay. But it's possible, as they did see the Jarvan finish that recall. There you go, that Ezreal Q missing. Could have actually been a kill if that had connected. That's how dangerous this position is.
Yep, Yuumi very strong, honestly weaving in those skill shots to keep you low and in critical range underneath your tower. Lots of vision went down to ensure that Lee Sin wasn't sniffing around, but he needs to keep his eye on mid lane right now because Kweku just found a very undesirable trade, if you even call it a trade, because health bars are completely opposite.
Yeah, so the one thing that Kweku does have going for him, and it's actually why I like that he's gone for what you would obviously call a bad trade, is that he has teleport, where Tally does not. Of course, that just gets cancelled, the recall there, but if Kweku comes back to lane, and he's just traded aggressively, even if it's a bad trade, he comes back with full health, right? So he actually comes back with an advantage. But Tally does the correct thing, keeps him around in this lane and says, well, I have the advantage. Why would I let you recall for free? And it keeps him there to pressure a bit more on the next wave.
Gonna keep Kweku, as you say, locked in mid, and as that was going on, bot lane have rotated now to allow Babip to secure this Rift Herald. Get themselves some lane pressure, get some map control with the first rate control and Rift Herald as well. Going to go for the full rotation, so we're not actually going to see them go for the 8-minute rotate to start in a lane. We need to secure the objective and force the objective out of response. And that's Babip just finding infinite value. First blood by Tally.
Yeah, Kweku stays an extra 700 waves. We saw a recall cancelled once already. He stays, and then he stays again, and then we pan to another wave, and we see that Babip's taken Herald, and he's still mid lane, and you're left wondering why. Well, that's a punish that should happen from that situation. Unfortunately for him, he definitely overstays his welcome. Now lived. Needs to be careful here.
Yep, going to spot out Babip on the hunt, looking to try and break open top lane with that Herald. They've done a great job, obviously, with the True Shot Barrage to prep that wave, but Liv is definitely not going to give this one up for free, buying a lot of time for Lee Sin to respond. He's going to force out the rotation from Tally as well. We'll make it a 4v2, but now Raze and Isles going to sacrifice the all-in attempt and just basically pick up some plates for themselves.
Yeah, they're going to continue to push that as well, right? You look at the other side of the map, Top Boon seems to be having a much more successful time dealing with a Misfortune and a Senna who's just left to place a ward. There is kill threat. The Vladimir is here. It's a lot harder to be a Sylas against two poke champions than the Vladimir who can sit there and sustain. So this relative trade, you would always favor Legacy in this situation if it continues to stay as it is, but you can see a recall there from the Sylas. They should be flipping, they should be matching. It's not going to be the same as last game where turret plates will be taken in response. Instead, it's just Legacy coming out massively on top.
And they're going to get the Dream push in top lane there. Herald only mere moments away from getting the one shot as the 2 turret plates remained. And they're just going to continue running this down, looking for a second headbutt if they can find it. They can obviously clear things out here with the True Shot Barrage. And Bowman is there to respond and should make light work of this one. But they're still
He'll
going to
get there
open up
for
the
the
long
second
lane.
charge, but I mean, you have to consider what happened during all that. It's not good for Mammoth. You know, this is a much more like refined team playing the back row against them in mid.
Shockwave. Oh, he tried to go for the Sonic Kick right there. He's going to find that kill regardless, despite a lot of things whiffing there. Quaku setting things up quite nicely for his jungler. And there's does force out the wall dash to get the kill secure.
You know, the good thing about the flash trade that happened earlier in mid lane is that Queco would know the exact timer of Tally's flash. It's only up now as he is dead, as the timing was the exact same. Now Baz looking towards the Infernal, throws a Q at least to see if it's being done. If not threatened to start it, but Babbitt going to be hovering nearby to ensure that that's not going to be done anyway.
Now comes the
accessible
sweeper.
Yumi,
Vision
though.
control lived. It's just run into the wrong neighborhood. I tell you that much. 3 members say hello, and the damage is there. The root comes online. Senna with the cannon. It looks good. It doesn't do much when you have little to no souls this early on in the game. And I got very excited there, Rusty, but it didn't really mean much.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is still just Legacy one step ahead of their opponents almost at all times. They've got their measure right now. You know, they flip for Herald, they take it, there's no trade from Mammoth. They flip back for Drake timing, they get a kill, there's no trade from Mammoth. Now they're also going to get the Drake and pressure the bot lane turret because of the kill. I mean, they're just one step ahead at all times, if not 2. And Mammoth, we're yet to really see a solid response from them. You know, one pick in mid lane, not going to be enough to keep them in this game.
Well, it's only getting scary right now. You know, 2 kills to 1. Gold lead is starting to really ramp up as the stats are projected. And you look at this roster of Legacy, and every single member has healing. You know, obviously Vladimir and Yumi have it built into their kits. Same with Aatrox. Jarvan and Ezreal are going to find it with their runes going Conqueror.
Yeah,
You're really looking.
Was...
You need healing cuts somewhere. Surely, please.
I mean, now you mention it, yeah, every single champion's going to have a degree of healing, even with the Conqueror or Jarvan, but it seems the choice is going to be to go towards the, I think it's the Spectral Sickle, whatever it is, the support item that kills wards in one hit.
Yep.
You'd have to go Executioners after it. I think at this point, it is fair to say that if you don't go Executioners, yeah, if not now, but after that item, you would be griefing.
You're
like
insane.
Senna is one of the best champions to actually rush the Executioners on as well. You know, as a champion, being an AD support is rare. Ranged AD support having global damage output as well. Like, you name it, Senna can apply the Executioners on it.
Should make these team fights now not as lopsided. And we'll have to keep an eye on how they decide to try and ramp up things here, having sacrificed both Drakes. If the next Herald that will be up in under a minute is where they decide to try and turn their attention towards. Still looking for that first completed item on Mboma's Misfortune. And obviously, it's the dream situation for a Ezreal combo with that cheaper item build.
Yeah, well, they've got a whole lot of extra plates. They've got the cheaper item build, like you mentioned. You know, like, Raze is going to be set up to succeed. And Raze and Isles as a duo are just going to be set up to succeed. Honestly, I think they're already too strong compared to their respective opponents, at least in the 2v2. Poppy's not going to be able to deal with Ezreal too greatly. It is a Sunfire Rush, so in terms of armor, has got immediate strength and can at least stand in front of the damage for a while. But I really worry. You know, we are only 14 minutes in, but I do really worry for the stead of Mammoth in this game.
Let's see how they keep the priority. We're going to see Silas now go for the reset back to base to get himself online. What items are you going to go towards? No, he's actually going to cancel that. Going to stick around a little bit longer here. Next Drake up in 2 minutes and 30. And that Rift Herald now having spawned, both looking just to traverse the map and hang on to their teleports.
I mean, that was one Ezreal Q, one Yumi Q connecting, and Boma's at half health. Babip's going to continue to hover mid lane. The Vladimir definitely someone that wants to teleport or group up if possible. So as long as he's surviving this pressure, then things are looking continuously better and better for Legacy. But Lived is actually just teleported.
Yeah, he's teleported in very aggressively right now. Going to force out the Yuumi Shockwave as it comes across. I call it Shockwave because it's like Oriana just does so much to kind of control these team fights. The waves of damage come raining on down. Tally pops the World Ends as he chases on in, looking for a dash, looking for a target. Down comes the hammer, knocking him away. He actually flashes in. And Tapoon question marks him, gets the double kill. And now they chase for more. Ray's looking for it. The skill shots land. And they don't make the same mistake as they did in bot lane before.
I mean, it's nasty, Skimmy. This game is nasty. This, you say it's dire for Mammoth, and then suddenly this fight happens as well, and you're watching them mop up their opponents around the map, and it was Mammoth that teleported in. It was Mammoth that chose to take the fight that they put in front of them, and it was Mammoth that get bested pretty comprehensively in the end.
So much teamfight control that this team has to offer, and you mentioned that Silas would be a good flex pick in that regard, obviously able to steal away ultimates to try and help his team out. They haven't been able to find that at the situation, and you highlighted it correctly. This ADC combo is so insanely far ahead that Mboma is really having a rough time able to try and respond.
This is the best part of the game. Never mind, we'll see a replay. Isles is actually walking towards his team and realize the teleport was there, so immediately they'll re-engage onto Lived, and a Silas who is exhausted and has an Ezreal that is this fed running them down. Pretty easy stuff there for Raze to be able to at least win that trade. So the teleport wasn't a flank, unfortunately. He became the front lines, and now it's just a Yuumi and a Vladimir who uses the puddle wonderfully, and the rest of the team fight just wipes the floor.
Just watch how the rest of this clip goes. Yeah, barriers popped, everything to try and survive there. A lot of summoners to stick around and on full disengage mode, right? Definitely not looking to try and turn that fight around, not looking to try and wait for cooldowns to come back up and then flip the switch and say, that's it, we're turning. Full on disengage was the call, and getting very scary now. 5k gold difference.
Yeah, there was never really a moment in that last fight where you're like, this is where we draw the line. And I worry that that line is fading ever so quickly into the horizons as Legacy will continue to grow those leads and accelerate this game. And it's one of those games where Legacy get a lead and Ezreal and Yuumi get a lead, and it feels bad. There's going to be no moment where you can really kill them unless your flank is fantastic, your teleport's good, or Bass pulls something amazing out. And anytime you try, probably going to take a lot of time. And that time is spent winning the rest of the game somewhere else. This is a Herald place bot lane while you're pressuring them for mid lane priority. They're also going to go for the mountain. You try and steal this, you probably just die, and they'll get more from it once again.
And obviously, Yuumi has so many great targets to attach to really buff up what they're trying to achieve, not only from an engage potential, but from a sustaining potential too, right? So it's going to be interesting to know if these team fights continue in the same vein, how proactive Isles is to jump from member to member to get the maximum value out of that final chapter, keep members alive, and chase people down. That seems to be the most infuriating thing about Yuumi. You try and disengage, he's always chasing you with those magic missiles.
As long as the Poppy isn't there, then Isles could be freely hopping between all of the players that he would like, right? And then he'll just become very much a nuisance that will be speeding up a Vladimir in the front line. And remember, it's not just the movement speed and the healing, it's the actual adaptive damage that they give as well. Like a Vladimir getting more AP as if he needs that. Same thing with an Ezreal getting more AD. Just feels like they're overloading when they're snowballing, and it's going to be very much overbearing when the next objectives start to spawn and the pressure builds around the map.
Well, that's really the true tale of this game so far, right? 2k gold lead in the top lane, 1k in the bottom lane, Ezreal online, and Tapoon. 2 gank attempts. They haven't worked for him when he's been here. Now Tellyface is attempting that top side ward, and it comes online very early on. He's going for the 1v2. He's just
he's winning it.
People around. He is whacking them. He's giving them a run for their money. And he's just brought around, but they just turn this fight on its head, and that is beautiful.
Easy solo kill. Topoon just having a run of the mill, and okay, it's happening mid as well.
It's just happening everywhere. Legacy don't know when to put the brakes on. It's all about go, 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 destroy you in every single lane. Make sure that you can't respond, can't catch anything. We win micro, we win macro, and we take an ace.
They just ace them in 3 lanes. 2 of them try and kill Tally. He's like, nah, puts the brakes on. Bot lane's a solo kill. And then the rest of Mammoth were like, well, when in Rome, we should probably take the rest of them as well on, and they die for it. That's going to be a Baron at 20 minutes. That's just Legacy are going to win the game very easily if they're this far ahead 20 minutes in, yet to even get a Baron.
Incredibly gross what we just witnessed there. Baron going to be achieved as you highlight. Win conditions are definitely online with the soul point up in 2 minutes 40. And the fact that they don't even need to go for the full 5-man fight and that they can just win on every front, yeah, it definitely gets you concerned and worried as a Mammoth supporter.
Yeah, it's absolute capitulation of Mammoth there. Unfortunately for them, it's off the back of a win as well. A much needed win for them. A bit of momentum boost, but they've hit the brick wall that is Legacy. They've hit the Titans towards the top of the standings. And they've definitely been hit with the You Shall Not Pass as well. Tough to say what they would even do at this point in this game to do anything. You know, buying time isn't to outscale your opponents. You can see that through the fact that they felt forced to fight at least a little bit. It's just going to be one of those slow deaths.
Oh, look at the damage. That is a single Q. And the True Shot Barrage executes it. That is really... If you ever needed a reason to understand how far ahead these people were, that showcased it right there. And they're going to continue with this fight. The Infernal Chains go one down. Quaku just running straight through that one. Does not give any cares in the world about that. And, well, with Baron buff online, they can just continue to push. That's what Tapoon's been doing.
Yeah, one member down. Mid lane priority definitely theirs. Forced, but secured 100%. You know, it took a flash from Raze, but so be it. Teleport from Tally as well. And now they're pressuring bottom at the inhibitor. They're pressuring mid lane at the inhibitor. And Tally's a couple of waves away from doing the exact same thing as well. I mean, what do you do? What can you do except for just feel bad for Babbitt?
Well, look at the top lane matchup, right? You know, identical build path. Oh, hang on a minute. I've got a Rabs cap as well. Yeah, this is an insanely strong Vladimir right now. Both trading out flash. The execute's there. He doesn't care. We'll just get inhibitors wherever he wants.
Proto Belt to disengage.
That's what I mean. He doesn't care.
Did Proto Belt? It's like, yeah, I'm using that one to eject the arena. That's how easy this kill was. Oh, God. Oh, this is dirty.
Looking like our quickest game of the night so far. A convincing one at that. One that does have a clear narrative at this stage. Legacy, clean cut as they can be. They're going to engage with a double Cataclysm. The final chapter comes in there as well, and it surely is the final chapter because Vass is the final member here. Surely going to fall on down to give Tapoon that triple. He's going to go into the fountain for it. He doesn't care, Rusty. Legacy looking for the victory as the first Nexus turret falls on down.
They give a big shutdown over, but I don't think it's going to save the game, unfortunately. Legacy, they're just having fun with this, diving as best they can. Live soon to follow as the ace once again there for Legacy. And they wipe Mammoth.
Back-to-back aces for Legacy here. They are not deterred by Super Weak. They come into this one with a plan, execute it flawlessly. A 14 kill difference. Legacy still the hot favorites here in this matchup.
Skibby, this was the second extinction of the Mammoths. This wasn't even close. This was a nasty game.
Yeah. I don't even know how you sum up that one. Was there really a moment in which Mammoth had a chance to get back into that game?
Had a chance to get back into it? Probably not. They had a couple of good moments, though. You know, there's some things that you should be able to take away from it. They actually consciously lane swapped their Poppy into mid lane against the Aatrox, so they are trying to succeed through the best matchups that they got the gank off in mid lane. You know, Baz once again seemed fine, but you know, once the brakes were put on by Legacy, they just rolled them over.
They did indeed. Legacy, quite happy with that performance there, definitely showcasing us that upsets aren't the complete narrative to today. We will have game number 6 right after this break, so don't go anywhere, or if you do, keep hydrated, stay healthy. We'll see you very shortly.
Well, I tell you what, if you want something done right, send in Legacy. The arguably the only favorite to actually win today. Direwolf's Order was a bit of a coin flip about who was going to take that one out, but it looks like the power of Nick Boy could not carry Mammoth over Spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you had a look at that game, that's just decisive. And sometimes the OPL just follows this path, Nick, where it's like everyone beats everyone, and then Chiefs and Legacy just beat everyone. And I think that's what today is starting to look at. You know, we've got an 0-2 day for Pentanet, we've got a 1-1 way day for Direwolves, but all of a sudden, Legacy come in, take care of business. And if that is the case, it's bad news for Order, because up next, Chiefs have got Order. And I mean, if they are half as decisive as what Legacy were in that game, then that is also going to be a very tough affair.
Absolutely. Skimmy, how are you holding up?
It's an exhausting day. I think the main thing that drew my energy had to be the first 3 or 4 games where I'm just like screaming, popping off, going, "What am I watching? What am I casting?" The game that we had, as Spawn mentioned, a lot more clean and cut and to what we expected. So I've had plenty of water. I'm definitely keeping hydrated, so keep that in mind.
I did see someone in chat, Rich Boy Streams, said, "Is someone sleeping in the bed behind Skimmy? I swear they just rolled off the edge." Can you confirm?
I messaged the guy back in Twitch chat and was like, "What are you on about?" Because like there was no one home, and there's no way you can even get under the bed. So maybe too much orange juice for that guy.
This is a little bit of a scary story.
Yeah, happened to a friend of mine. Andre Skimmy Allchins got danked in his bedroom one OPL.
Yeah. I can imagine Carbon doing something like that, just like jumping into my room like, "Whoa!" And I'm like, "Oh, come on, man." Like during the middle of a team fight, crazy.
Just those long fingers appearing up like from underneath the desk, grab you and pull you down. And then he shows you the potato farm that he's growing out back. Also, Skimmy, because you and I never have a chance to chat, right? Because obviously
we don't know.
Spawn and Rusty are constantly getting to talk to you during games, and you and I just have to suffer our nightly text message threads.
But
absolutely. You did reference earlier the idea of washing liquid on the floor to make a home gym, and I'm just wondering, how successful that is. Is that a thing that you've done, or is that just something where you started saying the word washing detergent and then you just went, "Well, I have to figure out how to finish the sentence"?
No, the thing in my mind, I'm sure you've got, Nick, is that I had to say a lot of things. I say literally anything, and the thoughts come to my mind this quickly, and as long as they're within my guidelines of the contract, we run with it. A lot of the times after the games, you go, "What on earth was that, Skinny? Why did you say that?" And I go, "Well, you do get that sometimes." So there you have it.
There you have it. Spawn, you were saying that all the gyms are sold out?
Yeah, so at the moment, I mean, I don't know if people in Twitch chat actually have this problem or whether they can send me any plates, but we are looking for dumbbells, barbells, and plates for a home gym because myself, Harry, Swiper, and Jordan only go to gym every single morning together. It's like our routine, and it is a really great way of like blowing off steam. It's a really great way to like actually just come together. I'm a pretty I carry my stress very heavily. So I think that that is a part of my life I'm really missing. And we have been trying to buy stuff online for legitimately 2 weeks now, and we just cannot find anything. Every time we submit an order, it goes through successfully, and then it's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we're out of stock, so you can either wait 3 months or we'll give you a refund." It's like, give me a refund, you moron. The only reason I want this is for this.
Rusty, surely you have something lying around the house.
No, not at all. I move house way to have a single lying around, to be honest.
Well, I do like the idea of there being some viewer of the OPL out there who's like, "You know what? I've got 500 kilos worth of weights and heavy equipment that I'd be happy to ship over to Melbourne."
We don't even need 500. Like a couple of 5 kilo plates, a couple of 2.5 kilo plates. Like we've scrounged up some really old mangy stuff from my parents' place. It's got like rust and stuff on it. Hey, we might need tetanus shots after doing the gym, but we'll be okay.
Have you considered just getting a strong metal pole and just getting rare and only to, and then that's just something that you could use?
No, Nick. For some reason, that hadn't yet come to my mind. But you know what? Now that
that makes you a bad manager.
Yeah, I apologize.
We're about to lose Jake, I believe, as you are heading into the final draft of the day. But Rusty, how has the first day of the Super Week series that we have over the next few weeks felt for you?
I mean, it's felt weird. I mean, like, results aside, it's weird to be at home. You know, we had this conversation before, but like, so used to like when you go to work, you go, and so like now to just be at home has felt very different, and like adjusting to that does take some time. So like, it's been definitely a more intimate experience. I've still enjoyed it, is what I would say.
I am enjoying the fact that all of us have some sort of thing, like either roommates or children, that is stopping us from going 100% to where we normally would vocally. So I hear the three of you like build towards something, and then it's either strained throat or like you swallow it back down and divert the energy somewhere else. And for me, I'm like, I'm in this room, but it shares the wall with my 2-year-old who is asleep, and I'm like, I could go here, but if I hear crying, then this is done. I don't care if I get fired. I'm like leaving this room because he cannot be awake no matter what. So it should be an interesting look over the next couple of weeks. Skimmy, arguably you're in the best position because you're in a house filled with people who work in video games.
Yeah, no, I literally went outside before and Carbon was there watching the game, right? So I said to him, it was actually funny. He turned on the stream on the TV out there and he was like, are you guys going to lag? Is it going to be okay? And I was like, oh, it should be fine, right? We're on fiber. It should be okay. And then like halfway through one of those team fights, my screen just froze. And I carried on commentating, hoping for the best. And then like when my screen caught up, it was just Tapoon in the bot lane, just like farming away. And I'm pretty sure I just and damage happens and they win the team fight. And then like Rusty just carries on like nothing happened. I'm like, oh, what a great save.
I want you to know, Skimmy, I want you to know that I lagged at the exact same time.
Oh, you're joking. So it must not be up.
So
okay.
I completely just made it up that whole time. So I'm glad
that you're on the same.
Covered you.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Okay, well,
I felt so bad.
Well, if someone in the chat can please let the casting team know what happened during that part of the game, that would be greatly appreciated. But we do, of course, have one more game. It is Order versus Chiefs. I mean, arguably, this is Order versus Direwolves and Order versus Chiefs. These are the two feature matches of the day, would we say, Rusty?
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, it's the ones to watch, I think, the most. Like the Legacy game was definitely actually an important one because Legacy need to win every game to keep distance from the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, yeah, this is a big one. Like, if the Chiefs get their win, they continue on that road to take down Legacy and finish first.
All right. Well, there's only one way to see who will finish first. This is Order versus Chiefs, and it's coming up with the Macca's Champ Select.
When the difference
Between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything counts. The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
It is the final game of the week. Chiefs taking on Order for what should be a fantastic showing to close out tonight's business. Much like Legacy in their first performance of the night, it's going to be the Chiefs also, with Order having a bit of a break between these games. So a bit of time to study up, rinse and repeat, and sort of going down that gauntlet of taking on Direwolves, and now going up against the Chiefs.
Yeah, and it's been a little while since we've seen the Chiefs. You know, they're one of the teams that when you look at the top of the standings, they are actually a little bit behind. They've missed some games here and there, and it's very hard to actually monitor how things are going at the top of the tables. You know, who will finish first is a hard to answer question, quite specifically because the Chiefs are down some games in comparison to Legacy. So, you know, Legacy, and they won their last game. It looked convincing, a lot of things going promising for them. Now it's the Chiefs' turn to prove that we are still that top dog, right? And we're going to be able to smack Order around and prove that we still need to be up there in that number one spot. So, Order, obviously with a lot to prove themselves off the back of a defeat, but you can see what's at stake for the Chiefs.
Absolutely, and we're going to see some adaptations come out in the draft here. You have to expect that Wukong is going to continue to get banned, and if it's let through, we're going to have sort of multiple performances resembling that of Avant's Dragku. But what's interesting for me is we've got the Callista ban and the Maokai, and Callista, we've seen that as a bit of a sleeper rising agent.
Yeah, Callista's existed as a solo laner for a while now, and what actually, like, these bans are perfect from Order because they're playing the Chiefs. So, like, when you're playing against Order, you know that it's going to be tanks in top lane because that's what Swiper plays. Look at their bans, it's a set and it's a Maokai. Very specific ban on a Maokai because they want to pick the Ornn. They've taken tanks from Swiper. Order have said Callista's a solo laner, Wukong's a new broken champion for carry players, and they've removed those away for themselves respectively, maybe to get like an Aphelios Nautilus if they wanted. It's going to be a Misfortune instead as their first rotation.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that they're not going to decide to opt for the Aphelios there. Obviously, the Ornn is locked in place as well, and you start to wonder if they even care about the fact that Misfortune came in as that high priority. We know that Katsuri is so flexible and so strong on the the top three. Most recently, they've been playing a ton of center time Kench, but I feel like in a situation like this, stick to the standards, stick to the basics, and Aphelios is a champion he's incredibly strong at.
I mean, Aphelios is just good, and at the same time, like, it is curious that Order chose to go for the Misfortune over the Aphelios. I think it's just widely known that Aphelios is usually the better of the two, even though the percentage is perhaps low in terms of difference between them. And it's not just that, you've got your Yumis, you've got your Sennas, both available to be picked right now, potentially as well. We've seen the Taric, we've seen that this is also possible into the likes of the Nautilus to try and survive, and the route that the Chiefs are going to go is they're going to pick the Braum, Ornn, dangerous combo.
Given that Order have already revealed what their bot lane is, Chiefs aren't going to worry about choosing their solo lanes just yet. They're going to go for the Braum as a response. Obviously very strong against the bullet time, and they say, look, hey, if you ban out my tanks, I'm going to rock that Kled. It's a champion once again that he is quite well known for.
Yeah, he's not going to go for the Angry Alawi this time. It is going to be the Kled. He's got some champions still available, but targeting Swiper has actually been a draft strategy in the past, so not too surprising to see that one again. But he gets his champion in first three, doesn't let them get to the second ban phase to take what's left of his champion pool. Locks in that Kled, and now they get to ban.
Olaf is the initial ban here, so remove as many tanks, or I suppose really remove as many threats that cannot be CC'd out. Obviously level 6 with Ragnarok online, making it very hard for Rare 7 to survive in this situation. It looks like they have a composition with the Kled at this stage that wants to go forward and get in your face, and Olaf will definitely flip that script on them.
Yeah, definitely. With someone like a Nautilus just being useless then against an Olaf, Misfortune being a very low mobility AD carry, of course you want to get rid of some threats like that. Croc, one of those uniquely talented players, however, on carry junglers, so I would say whatever they wanted to pick is still up and available in the jungle role for the side of the Chiefs, especially when you've already got good damage in Aphelios and good tanks already there in Tian and Korea CK with the Ornn and the Braum. A carry definitely possible to be picked in the jungle role.
Yeah, Croc has had his most games on Jarvan and Elise with 4 games apiece right now, so definitely limiting what options that Ornn want to go up against. But as you say, yeah, Croc has definitely been a stellar performer on this Chiefs roster, definitely slotted in and showcased a lot of prowess, and the response is to deny now some of those powerful picks that Harry can achieve with the Azir and Cassiopeia.
I mean, the crazy thing is, and it's probably not likely, but if you went for like a hyper carry mid laner and then for like a Sejuani jungle, it'd be pretty scary to have that composition completed here by the Chiefs. The only risk is that it's a 2 carry comp, but Braum Sejuani is a nasty combo. And, a bunch of crowd control to enable whatever the mid laner is. It could have been an Azir, right? But they've banned it, which is why I don't think that would happen. But it would have been nice.
They're going to go for the Graves here. So give themselves some solid potential when those tanks jump in. A smoke screen can cause a little bit of disarray, and see some strong dueling potential there to continue this going forward motion. Chiefs going to have to showcase what they want to play here. They're going to have to reveal their hand with those solo laners.
Kindred. Oh, okay, they could just do what I...
You've called
right.
it. Is it going to happen? Get your fingers crossed in chat right now. Is it going to happen? The Sejuani hard to carry dreams.
What are you going to pick mid? Maybe an Orianna. The risk is having no mobility against someone like a Kled. Have to see where they go. Ari's the unconventional option, but something magic damage, Ari's most likely, given all the bans. There you go,
I was going to
Rise.
say, Rise, he's played it a fair bit, gives you the mobility, obviously, with the ultimate, and has infinite scaling.
Oh, okay, that's like the least expected. It's going to be on mid then from the looks of it.
Very interesting. And this has always been something that we've always talked about, right? Be it that Tien is more known, I suppose, as that carry-style top laner, and that Claire doesn't necessarily have to sort of hold the weight of the damage responsibilities on his shoulders. He can definitely put a lot of that towards both Tien and Katsuri to meet their mark.
Well, things just got very different very quickly as the draft completed. You've got the Ornn flex to mid lane, and that actually does give Order the last pick for whatever they would like for Hayri. And they actually opt into giving him the Sylas into the Ornn. It's a matchup that I would say it's one of the few that Sylas really enjoys. There's obviously kill threat there on both sides, but you can heal through it if you're the Sylas, and you can definitely still be as useful as an Ornn potentially with the ultimate steal as well. The only thing is obviously ornaments as you start to get those levels, but like this Chiefs composition is an Aphelios and tanky boys. There is just so many tanky boys to stand in front of the Aphelios, but then there's the Fiora, that wild card style champion up in top lane, and that could be a big difference maker. If the Fiora gets ahead, then things become dangerous for the side of Order to deal with it. But at the same time, like, if the tanks fall behind early, they're just a bunch of tanks that aren't tanky, and Order could run through them.
I think really what I'm noticing from this Chiefs draft so far is, yes, they have good engage themselves and great disengage to that same notion, but, you combine both the Braum and Sejuani passive and you think, look, if they engage, that is Order I'm saying, if they go in, they have to be sure as hell that, when they're going in, they're getting kills, right? Because otherwise the punishment potential is just unreal.
Yeah, I think that the snowball is the biggest deal in this game for me, for certain. Particularly what the Chiefs put together. You're right, with Order, if they're looking to make those engages, there's actually a lot of good ultimates for a Sylas to steal. It's a Misfortune Nautilus down in bottom lane as well, so their team fighting is going to be strong. Picking your right moments to engage is definitely going to be a big thing, and that's also something worth pointing out that Order played earlier today. And one of the fights that they lost, which consequentially was the entire game, was choosing the wrong fight, choosing the wrong target for the fight. And that was the game as a result. So have to be super aware of that.
Well, for the final time today, let's jump to a quick break, get ourselves ready, all geared up, and we'll check out Chiefs take it on Order. Well, here we are for the final time today, jumping on to the Rift. The Order's second game, but Chiefs making their debut conveniently as a blue team on the blue side. Maybe that's a good luck charm. Who knows? Rusty, let's kick it off. Bring the energy for the final time today. Who have you got your money bet on? We're just going to break that rule straight away.
We're not breaking the rule that we just set. I'm not going to sit here and predict a team. What I will say is that to bring back the points that we made in draft, this is obviously it was a 5-minute break and some people might be just joining us. There's a lot of tanks on Chiefs side. So if you missed the draft, you basically just missed them locking in a lot of tanks. We got to their last champion and I thought that maybe they would go for like an Orianna mid lane or, a bit of magic damage to round out their composition. But instead they've opted to go for a Fiora split push. So it's very clear that they're looking for that 4-1. Or maybe even just a 3-2 assignment where you have someone constantly roaming up to that top lane, like an Ornn with a teleport to pressure and get Tien snowballing. Because right now, Sniper versus Tien, the armored Titan versus the self-described armored Sloth, I think that's where the game is decided.
And it's always that great narrative, right? They've gone one-on-one against each other in terms of matchups. And, these are, it's like the master and the apprentice, once upon a time, Tien was the prodigy underneath Swiper and learning, a lot from him. So there's definitely banter and good blood between them. So every game, there's always those narratives that we can keep an eye on. So definitely going to be a lot of pressure on them, I'm sure, internally between themselves to perform. But as a team, Chiefs would be the hotly tipped favourites here. And the composition has a lot of tanks. It's crazy, right?
It's funny that you say master and apprentice because that's definitely the narrative that people are going to run with. But when you look at these players, like it still has that relationship, but their styles are opposite. Like you're not going to see Swiper running around playing Diana top lane, and you're probably not going to see Tien running around playing the Alawis and the Klets. So even though there was the experienced player and the rookie player learning behind him, their styles are completely different, and that's what makes this matchup when they play each other so actually cool.
Well, I mean, they've even, what was it? There was a game where Tien played the Cassiopeia in top lane. I believe it was against the Set, wasn't it? And it was like, how do you try and counteract Set with his, shield? Just a slow burn with all the poison, keep him kited, keep the poison online for the movement speeds. There's craziness like that.
He has played it, but it wasn't into Swiper. They've played each other twice. One of them was Akali into Set, where he was getting solo kills on the Akali. The second was Alawi into Set, where Swiper's Alawi was getting the solo kills. And so it just feels like it's one of those inevitable fates of this top lane 1v1 is that someone's dying solo. It's just a question of who is it going to be.
Bragging rights definitely on the cards here, more so maybe than the victory. Who knows? Maybe pride is a very important factor at this stage of the season. As Ayla's going to be hanging around by the shrub. He's aware of the pathing that Croc may be taking, only going to utilize this situation to go through mid. Smoke screen goes down and keeping Claire in check. We'll have that teleport to reset if need be, but Ayla's still hanging around Tribrush, waiting for Sejuani to reveal.
Yeah, Harry definitely going to need himself a reset immediately. Can maybe get the Dark Seal, come back to lane, and will try and sustain against that Ornn. Graves looking for the gank mid, basically just to try and secure both Scuttle Crabs if possible. He will be able to do so from the looks of it, unless he is afraid of the Sejuani, who is doing a full clear and has actually successfully been able to get himself back to base after that full clear and go to top scuttle uncontested.
Looks to be the fantastic start for Croc here. Gonna have that first jungle item online as well, make it a little bit easier. Blue Smite is going to be the name of the game here. And just more CC, why not? If you need any more with this tanky composition.
Yeah, I don't think they need too much more CC than they already have. We should be looking perhaps at what are they going to use that CC for right now, as we've already seen a bit of action in mid lane. You know, when these two trade against each other, it's very fight heavy. And the waves are building and crashing in each respective direction. So now is the moment where it pushes against order, and the Chiefs get the chance to invade, roam, play some deep vision if they would like. We'll see if they can spot only as he takes those Krugs.
Yep, they are going to stick around here. Sejuani deep in enemy territory, and richly under the nose of Order, saying you won't even try and contest this because Claire's pushing things in. Misfortune actually has gone for the Cold Blade as well, so looking for a lot of extra gold, and the same could be said for Katsuri, just picking up now too on the reset.
Yeah, they've got some Coals, some Dark Seals, and things like that, so yeah, definitely being a little bit more greedy in their early itemization. No real necessity of a BF sword on either of these champions, though, as you can go the longsword builds, so I personally don't ever mind a Cull, especially with, like mentioned earlier, like the games have slowed down a lot, except for last game. So I think that there's room for the smaller amounts of greed. And, you know, Cull is one of those items that you'd say is greedy, but you don't really mean it. If it doesn't get punished, then it's just good. And if the game's slow and there's a lot more just farming for AD carries, which there is, then it's kind of just good.
Isn't it interesting, right? Because at the start of the split, we were talking about why are teams so heavily prioritizing the likes of Ornn, and we have some of the quickest games globally as a region, right? And now it seems to have gone the opposite of games are very long. These picks now that scale up so great will hit those 3-4 power spikes, and you know, Chiefs have always been known for this composition. They hit that power spike, hit that moment in the game, so that's it. We're going for the team fight. Well, we're winning, but now got to rock with the Ornn mid. So weird things are taking place, and a gank takes place in top lane too. Tien going to be the one to get jumped upon as Claire tanks the aggro, dismounts as well, and Graves on hot pursuit. Silas is roaming as well, and now they're just proxying this wave as well.
That's the Ornn.
Ornn denial, and that's a riposte, which did a fantastic job, quite honestly, but only is there when your health bar's that low. That's first blood.
Yeah, very easy stuff there in the end. That was the Silas, of course, using the Ornn ultimate, so it looked funny in my head. I was like, don't know why Claire is engaging on Tien, but nevertheless, they get themselves the kills. The flash from Tien at the very last second was in an attempt to actually get the health vital proc as mid. He's just dead.
That's it. You land the ult yourself and say, look, why did you try and steal mine? I can do it far better than you. The amount of brittle stacks and the deceiving strong nature of big old Ornn there, and instantly evens it up.
I mean, yeah, you use that ultimate in top lane. You have no mana. He basically never has mana in mid right now, Harry, as he has gone for the Merc Tread build, but at the time actually just had no potions and a Dark Seal. So being Claire's just going to look at you, unsealed spellbook, hits Ignite. That's a kill window, and very successfully finds it.
Only in a lot of trouble right now. He's going to actually have his red buff stolen away as well. Going to be a 3v2 situation. Out comes the Snowstorm, locking members in place. He's going to pick up that kill. Harry looking to try and trade things around, and he does get onto Tien. Evens things out again. Order. Definitely not giving up without a fight here in these engagements.
Yeah. Harry putting in some work there to make sure that was a 1-for-1 trade, and consider the cost of that 1-for-1 trade. That's the second death now for Tien, almost in a row. At the same time, that's now going to be time purchased by Swiper to farm that wave to get himself into a comfortable position, and that's one of the two win conditions that's really present for the Chiefs, right? Like, they've got the Aphelios big carry as the game scales, they've got the Fiora split push, and now that split pusher is 0-2, 8 minutes in, it becomes a little bit harder.
Harry not going to show any signs of chilling in this game. Maybe emitting the chill onto his opponent, who manages to get the slow proc across as he goes towards that turret. But does zone away the jungle, which means now Order turning their attention to the very first dragon. Won't have to worry about a smite steal.
Yeah, not at all. Harry, honestly, 1v9ing this game right now, trying to keep his team as best he can. Only has been farming, you know, just trying to stay ahead of the ball, but the Sejuani had that experience lead, had the control of mid lane, And unfortunately, yes, there was a solo death in there by Harry. But he's trying his absolute hardest to win elsewhere on the map, but that was an unfortunate side effect of that.
Bot lane has been pretty quiet, and to be expected, really, when you've acquired the coal. You just want to farm away, and the junglers have definitely recognized that and showcased their priority towards mid and top, which has been full of action.
Yeah, no Herald looked at just yet. Something you would expect to see very soon, of course, with only the one objective remaining after the Drake has been taken. So I think maps may flip. You know, these bottom laners that we have seen just farming may actually start getting involved into the game. Particularly now they are hitting level 6 as well, as you know, Chiefs have already started the objective up, and it has been seen by Order Vision. They'll probably contest this.
The bot lane have disengaged. Misfortune obviously deceivingly fast with her movement speed as she runs on towards this one.
Nautilus
it's getting
also
low.
moving up.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. They're going to pick this one up and look to get a scuttle as well, but Order are hot on the chase. That's going to be the start with Kled jumping on in. The scuttle doesn't even get completed, down to 100, but the fight is looking very good as the Ornhorn comes out. That's going to knock up 3 members of Order. Can the turnaround effect take place here for Chiefs? Tien instantly turns the score sheet and saying, I'm owed 2, but now I've got a kill on the board, but we fall down again. Brom with the shield, Brom with the protection, and Harry falls on down as well. Croc is massive. Do you ever expect anything more from this player? The guy's a machine, and the bullet time bait as they walk towards the cliff. Wow.
Yeah, Rare will force him to disengage at the very least using that ultimate there, but unfortunately, yeah, I mean, that was just chaos, wasn't it? Blinking health bars on the side of the Chiefs, but they still get the Herald, they still get the Summon, they're going to use it in top lane, as Tian was the person who was able to take down Swiper. Probably going to be a few plays in top lane, if not the turret. We'll see this fight again, and obviously the teleport is coming in to save it. And 2 Fiora ultimates are what you're seeing on your screen. One of them was Hayri on the Silas, the other one was Tian successfully getting the kills onto Swiper. Now no riposte, and of course Ayla says, this is my moment, let's go in and make it happen. But that backfires, and they should have perhaps just disengaged, and then actually pretty close to getting a couple of kills there. Was Rare on the back end of it, but nevertheless, Chiefs happy with that trade.
Chiefs will be happy with that trade, and Croc is a monster right now. As I said before, you know, the guy definitely a beacon of hope, always able to find a lot of pressure on the map, always able to really sort of signify the term of jungle difference. The guy is pretty crazy a lot of the time. It's on a champion like this that can really offer so much utility to his team, more protection, more ability for Katsuri and Tien to come online.
Yeah, honestly, we've got a lot of space now for Katsuri to work. You know, the more kills that these tanks get, the easier it is to stand just behind the tanks and put down damage, right? And, you know, you could look at this and say, like, Silas is our win condition because he's the only person who's going to be dealing damage at X time in the game. But if the tanks in front of him are too fragile and he's not safe, then he's not dealing damage. So this is actually a very good position for the Chiefs. Of course, they'll need to start translating something to him eventually. But right now, they're in very good stead. You know, a tank ahead stays ahead. Claire is huge. He's starting to get close to those items, those ornaments. And Sedwani, we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, we're going to see another fight take place here. We've had the first one to join that party to make it a numbers advantage in Order's favour. They're going to find a lot of damage here, forcing multiple members to disengage away. Katsuri down to half, and CK going to fall on down, but flashes away at the last second, baiting in the hook to hit on Claire instead, who just bodies. He just takes down Nautilus. He does not care. And, well, that is a bullet time into the middle of nowhere, but regardless, Rare will take that because the Graves gets the kill in the end, and members are on critical health. Can he get the spread? Yes. Chase it, get one more, 2 more orders would have done it. Wow, it's very close, Rusty.
Yeah, and once again, lots of trades, very extended trades. Things take a lot of time to happen because there's just so many tanks. But Order are able to get some trade back. There's 2 people now gone. Claire, of course, who basically sacrificed himself in the act of taking down an opponent. Of course, has the flash, but it was a Misfortune ultimate, it was a Graves ultimate. The cones covered the entirety of the river, so there was no escape for him. We'll see how this starts once again. It was Croc caught, but he has the ultimate, it's very tanky. And then at this point, they could disengage. Korea CK in trouble, and Claire says, take me instead. And actually runs over Ayla. And, you know, they try and keep Claire alive. And that's one of the bigger mistakes that they'll make here. You know, they step up to the plate a little bit too far forwards. And Misfortunes make it rain is all it takes to actually close that distance. And Rare
I like how
to make sure it happens.
I like how the bullet time and explosion from Graves as well, just completely covers up that AoE segment of the brush. Like, it doesn't matter where you try and juke, you're going to get met with tons of bullets.
It's pretty to watch, that much is certain. Because now we've got the Drake up here, Skimmy second Drake of the game, and Hayri has just taken away an Ornn ultimate on this Silas, so Order poised to maybe look for a fight.
Order in the driving seat right now with the vision down and the first Drake in their possession. Going to be a Cloud Drake they'll be looking to try and contest here as they find themselves in a choke spot. Bullet time isn't available just yet, but the engage takes place so far. Moonlight Vigil trying to turn this fight on its head, give themselves some CC and some protection to try and disengage. Order not looking like this is going to be a desirable team fight right now. They are definitely running away. The protection of these beefy members just staying around and killing for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to get through the Chiefs members. They were looking for the fight, perhaps here, Order. But Ayla is ultimately the one who dies. Chiefs will get themselves a kill. They'll get themselves the Drake. And unfortunately, once again for Order, it happens around the Dragon. A fight that they definitely didn't want in retrospect.
Well, if the tanks were strong beforehand, they are getting ever closer to those disgusting points with some fire cape completed already. Abyssal not too far away here for Claire's Ornn. And the Sejuani sitting on a ton of gold, I'm sure, looking to try and get some items online as well. Let's see how this team fight all started out as they set up turrets and definitely commanded that victory.
And effectively, it's the supports that engage by hitting each other. Ornn ultimate number 1 comes through there. That was actually Hayri. He wasn't able to hit R2 on that Ornn ultimate. Now, of course, at the point that that happens, Ayla's already half health, already pretty much chunked out. And Braum has a bunch of other tanks to step up in his stead to make sure that that happens. So, easy stuff there, honestly. In the end for the Chiefs, they weren't able to follow that Kled ultimate and look for an engage. They unfortunately just suffered at the hands of it.
Yeah, a bit rough for Order there, right? Because they were in the driving seat, definitely starting off that Drake with a great position and decided, look, let's go for a team fight instead, and were met with a fair bit of punishment. It's only a 1k gold difference at this stage, but as you saw from that last team fight, very hard to break rank and get into that back line. You know, with Kled obviously looking to try and really boast the mobility to get in there. Too many tanks to really try and run past.
Yeah, we're looking at a couple of interesting points, though. You know, like Hayri's still pretty far ahead, 40 CS, and has got himself some of those kills. So, like, even though there's been kills there for Claire, it's still a big Silas, and he's just hit level 11 as well. So, those ultimates come up much more often. Starting to get some items. Oh, that's an engage.
This is going to be a big power spike as depth charge goes up and Glacial Fissure shutdown gets achieved here right now by Harry, which is a big start to this team fight. The Rift Herald is still very low. Who's going to pick it up? We don't know just yet. We're going to see this team fight continue regardless as Claire jumps in with the Ornhorn himself to try and force the disengage. And it looks like Chiefs must have got that because Order are defending it. So, yeah.
Braum, I think, is the one who's on the mission. We'll see. I don't know if anyone can get there. There he goes. Yeah. Oh,
he tried.
Back to recalling. They'll defend the Herald. The Herald was taken by Chiefs, but the eye wasn't picked up itself. So they've got no eye to crush. They've got no free turrets to take here, the Chiefs. Nothing actually happening from that skirmish in the end.
Both tanks basically running, both supports really running in, chucking down their ultimates, finding huge value, and then saying, you know what, 1 kill, that's alright, let's disengage.
Yeah, we're also, like, you know, we were speaking about Hayri before when it comes to item spikes. We're getting closer for Ayla to, you know, to be that one tank, effectively, to stand in front of Order and soak up damage. Once that stone plate is there, he'll at least live for a couple of extra seconds. This is one of those games where, like, if you're Ayla and you're looking at the draft, you're most likely going to die. You know, the question is, how long can I survive for? And that's one of those big breakpoints for him to be much more comfortable engaging those team fights, which is what Order would be looking for.
Well, much like Rogue on Nautilus earlier today, he's very close to completing that stone plate, which will give him a lot of durability. Stopwatch already being used to ensure that he can stay around and emit as much pressure and peel with that passive route. Stone plate won't be too far off now as he continues to level up his ADC and protection in mid lane.
Yeah, generally speaking, today Order have been very good with their side lanes and their farming against their respective opponents. You can still see some good CS leads across the board. They did this last game as well. Swiper on his Renekton had a pretty good CS lead. A lot of the concerns for me have just been the executions around Drakes and teamfights. But even that last one that happened at the Herald looked pretty promising for Order. Realistically, it's just that they didn't get the Herald. they still won the fight and were able to body Chiefs out from getting the eye. And it's fights like that you need to see replicated.
Absolutely. And have to keep a close eye on Rare as well, who's also netting himself a small CS advantage, around about 30 at this stage, soon to be 20. And is going to net himself a bounty as a result from the structural benefits too.
The moment of calm as we look at Ted just casually zoning away Swiper. Back to the action and loud noises though. Harry, of course, going to get himself a side lane turret. Harry doesn't love himself a side lane, full stop. This is a concern though. You know, it's not the Blade of the Ruin King build for Fiora, but Ravenous Hydra also got some positive changes, some extra healing, some extra Tiamat range. It's the thing that a Fiora very much likes, and getting ever closer to that Trinity Force, which is spike number 2 of I cannot deal with you.
It becomes gross at that stage, and you sort of start to wonder how can you actually match in the side lane, maybe breaking open that base and always threatening the likes of trying to take down an inhibitor when a fight takes place in mid lane, which is what Chiefs are potentially sniffing at. They would have had a good flanking angle, but the gold must be significant enough for Tien to go back for a base, and there it is. Trinity Force now online. A massive power spike for this Fiora.
And it was mentioned before, even just after the draft, like how do the Chiefs use this composition of just innumerable tanks to win the game? Of course, that was an ultimate blocked by Korea CK there. Is hold that thought.
Hold that thought indeed. Yep, Claire's going to jump straight into the backline, capturing 3 members in place. Bullet time zoning out multiple members as Claire finds Rare up against a wall. And he's going to get that stun, doing basically half of his health bar. Pops the summon a heal to survive as they disengage through this bush. Croc is not even there. He's run away, and Chiefs are just steamrolling this one. They are getting kill after kill. A double kill with that power spike. If you were scared of Fiora, well, you should be with these items in possession. They're not done there just yet. They want more. I wouldn't be surprised that there's some crazy flashes under the towers, but they show restraint and they peel away to pick up their second Drake.
At what point does it become comedy that the Dragon has spawned an Order of Lost a team fight almost immediately, and that they'll lose the objective again? As Chiefs, they will get some further kills. They'll be able to out-team fight their opponents this time, but Order were once again in the river looking for this fight, and they don't get the executional victory that perhaps they were looking for, as Order once again fall a little bit further behind in those objectives.
Absolutely hurts. You know, you can see the game plan, what they're trying to do, and you'd imagine, right, it is a good play to get some kills, get yourself asserted towards that Dragon Pit, but the matter is, they are finding it incredibly hard to try and break through, and just Claire single-handedly, if you watch this replay, just takes out Rare from the side.
Yeah, and Croc throws out his ultimate first. Ayla was already pretty low before this, so just keep that in mind. The Misfortune ultimate, unfortunately, doesn't really find the targets, and Claire is already on a flank. You know, the rest of Order are going into the enemy jungle, while Claire is standing next to Rare, saying, "This is delicious, let me have a go." And then, there you go, 1 kill. Tien's able to give everybody health back from that Fiora ultimate, and then we're back.
We're not done yet.
And he's dead.
We want more, and Rare's gone again. Yep, that's his first death in this game, and yeah, the immobility is getting punished right now. No flash, no chance to disengage from that situation. Chiefs execute, and execute flawlessly, as they now will be able to successfully break through mid lane, unless Order just decide they want to force this team fight out. That's a lot of CC, and Claire is going to fall on down.
Claire wasn't able to move for about 7 weeks, as Hayri's still looking.
I still wonder. Ayla finds the flash hook. He's going to chase on through. Kled with the vision
diving.
and Kled with the speed. It's Sivir 2.0 and Bruiser form. They find a double kill. Can they get a triple? Can they really stem the bleed? And they are taking so much turret damage. And Katsuri on 10% health does Aphelios things. And between him and Tien, stem the aggression that was coming out of Order there.
Just the briefest of moments, I wanted to just erupt and say, Hayri is the king. And then suddenly Katsuri lives on 100 HP and Tien's there to clean up kills as well. We'll see what happens here as Croc does just find the mark. Aphelios ultimate was also thrown on there. Rare is just dead. And then you want to disengage. Now just imagine you're Claire. You're like, I've got my own ultimate. Maybe we can hit the turret. And then Hayri locks you down. After Ayla locks you down. And then he throws a Sejuani ultimate onto you. And you just... 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Oh, I'm already dead to the turret. Like, that's dirty. And then Hayri, of course, is able to follow it through with all the hooks that follow afterwards. I mean, you're seeing the strength in Order in this fight, right? Like, you're seeing what they're capable of. But then at the same time, a teleport comes through from Tien, and you're able to see what they're capable of as they re-engage with their opponents.
And it gives you a brief window, right, of how strong this composition can be when the structures are down. You know, if those turrets aren't there, very different story, obviously. But, you know, the fact of this matter is this composition has so much ability to chase on you like that and really bully out. Okay, sure, you have a lot of tanks that can clump up together, but when you split like that, you know, very different story.
And here we go once again. We've got the Ornn ultimate taken by Harry on the Silas. So if ever there was a time they were going to start threatening for these towers around the map, it would be now. Hook's on.
Hook is on indeed. A lot of damage going in towards Claire, who's going to turn his tide around, press R2 and get a 3-man knockup. Moonlight Vigil comes out. That completely zones out the members as they just chase on through regardless. Harry wants to be a hero. He wants to go for the 1v4. Turrets aren't enough. He wants a second. He wants kills. And that's a nice little donation into the pocket of Katsuri.
Yeah, you could be happy with the turret, and Harry decided that one step too far is not enough and goes about 17 steps too far forwards. He's just caught by himself. Tien also winning the game. Bottom lane, it is worth noting. Swiper sees this and says, well, I can't fight him. We'll see how this trade happens. If it is just a transaction of an inhibitor for trying to push him away. The numbers game is how Swiper's playing this.
And this is what we were so scared of, right? From the very moment they were able to get those 2 turrets in the bot lane and just always be that threat to try and take this down. Clay going to pop the ultimate, going to jump on in with Rare, and they are just going to go in for the 1v4 face check.
There was a world where Tien baited that as well, you have to remember. Swiper.
Oh my. Swiper doesn't care. He just wants to chase these members down. It's a 3v5 chase down.
There's a teleport.
And Chiefs are scared. The teleport comes in. Harry's going to look to try and make something happen. 2-man CC locked in place right now. Ayla going to jump into this fight, but Rare finds a kill. And same can be said for Harry as well. Only Fiora on the board. And now Fiora's ramping up, finds a double kill. Still living, still healthy. Down to half, down to a third, down to death. Gone as only finds the shutdown. This is a situation where there is no Drake, Rusty, and Order win a team fight.
There's no dragon, no problem for Order. Of course, they might actually be able to pick that one up if they would like. They're moving over to the Baron instead, 25 minutes into this one. Only and Harry are the damage source, so we'll see how they go as a 3-man taking this one down. They just kept chasing Skimmy. They just kept going. And eventually, I mean, if you pick 27 fights in the same location on the map, all it takes is for one of them to work post 20 minutes, I suppose, and you know, it's all about killing the damage threats. Katsuri is threat number 1. He cops the Sejuani ultimate. Number 2 is Tien. When they're both gone, well, then there's no one left to kill you, right? So you just got a bunch of tanks in a dream, and it's a hopeless dream. Speaking of hopeless dreams,
they started the Baron. It gets down to half. The curse continues. Rusty looks so damn good. The confidence they really brought to the Rift by chasing members down, and what was a 2v4, then a 3v5, and then into a beautiful team fight. The bullet time really, for me, was fantastic. Sure, Red dropped on down, but the amount of value it found before he fell, and then all undone by the Baron disengage.
You all thought that this was a slow-paced day. You all came into this, and you were like, 3 games of 37 minutes, no kills, handshake League of Legends. Screw that, man. It's 10:20 at night. It's time to get loose.
This is pent-up anger by not going to the gym. They're going to get a full-on workout with their mouse and keyboard in this game, pressing the button.
We have a quota to keep here, Skibby, on the OPL.
I think this is, in this game alone, this accounts for all the kills we've had in the day.
Exactly. Making up for lost time. We've got a 7-2 Graves, by the way, on the side of Order, so a big carry over there. Misfortune always relevant. Silas, while he's only 3-3-7, still in a very strong position to has his items, and Swiper, while he is the one that is 0-4, and whilst Ayla is also 0-4, they're still pretty tanky naturally, you know? Kled uses his ultimate, gets a massive shield. Nautilus is Nautilus, and once he has that Stoneplate activatable back up and available, lives for a while, so I'd say that they've got money all the right places. That's a flash for flash.
Good flash. You take them as Ayla, as that's going to be Katsuri being quite immobile now. And yeah, Baron obviously is available. Chiefs do now have 2 Ocean Dragons to the name, so a fair bit of sustain would be a big disaster if Chiefs are able to pick that up as they sold 2. And now round number 2.
Yeah, they've got more people here this time. They actually have damage, and you can see Tien on your screen. Order.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, they force the teleport out of Tien, they disengage. They can come back to fight another day because it gets rid of a win condition of the Chiefs. For the Chiefs, what are they going to do?
What is the health on that Baron right now? We can't see, but Tien's going for that backdoor engage instead. He doesn't seem to care. The Baron goes down. The inhibitor falls as well. A trade for trade objective for structural impact. Swipe is zoned away. Croc is chasing on with that passive, and he's going to find that execution. They are now looking to try and deny as many Baron buffs as possible. They're going to find a second kill eventually as Katsuri makes light work of Ayla. And, well, you know, with a inspired Fiora banging on your Nexus door, this could not have gone more worse again. Yes, you got the Baron, but at what cost? I don't think any member at this stage is going to survive to even utilize it.
Can you imagine just being only in that situation, right? You're in Graves, you're 7-2, and running you down is a Sejuani or Brawl. You just die slowly. It takes 30 seconds, but eventually you're going to fall. That's so sad. That is just so depressing.
Screaming at your keyboard, eh? Like, why am I so fed? I can't do anything.
Exactly, yeah. Is this loss? Like, it's such a bad place to... Oh, man. I'm losing it. Just watching this.
I'm glad you are, mate, because we've had 6 games like this today of just confusion and overall entertainment. And people, I've seen them in Twitch chat saying, why on earth are games being played right now? Is this a live game? Is this a replay? No, this is definitely live. This is Super Week. This is the one, well, this is one of 4, right? Next week and then the weekend afterwards. Sorry, tomorrow and next weekend. Just back-to-back, plenty of games to stem your thirst, to quench your appetite. And if they're all going to be like this, Rusty, we might go mad.
Absolutely. I can tell you with absolute certainty that if they're all like this, we'll go mad. But we do have a moment to actually slow the pace of this game down. 3 dragons for Chiefs on Soul Point, but they've still got a Baron right now.
We're not allowed to slow it down, Rusty. We have to go. All we have is a go button. WASD, we're playing FPS now in a MOBA as the cocoon lands. Sorry, the cocoon is the snowstorm. It's everything that just lands in place to CC you. It does the same thing as what I'm trying to say, but they disengage the glacial fissure and they hold strong in mid. Well, Croc he doesn't care. He is chasing.
Redemption to deal damage to them. They're going to Kled ult to safety here, Skibby. They're just going to absolutely sprint.
Only once again is on the flank and feels like, why me? Why can I not emit anything on this game? Goes for the ultimate, gets the disengage knockback. But, you know, their base is being threatened right now as there's super minions threatening the bot inhibitor.
It's quarantine, day 6. They're playing only tank compositions now just to see what happens. There's just so many spells are being thrown at each other. There is a Silas who is stealing tank spells, throwing them back at the tanks. Like, this is League of Legends in its finest form.
You missed the soundbite moment there, Rusty. You got to say this is peak League of Legends right now. As we turn our attention towards mid lane, and Korea CK will fall on down despite it. There is no time to analyze, no time to lag, as I can't see what's going on the screen right now. But yes, I can. Again, Tien now showing face in the top lane. He's going to work towards a second inhibitor and swipe out. 0-5. Rough time. Going to recall the request of Harry to join in and make it a 2v1.
Yeah, and he's gone.
It's rough. I don't know what to say. It buys so much time, and now Ocean Soul.
Santa's teleport, they're engaging here.
They are. When do I get a chance to breathe? When do I get a chance to figure out what is going on in this game? It's not going to be a Baron. Katsuri's so damn low, going to utilize the shield that gets given to him as Harry jumps on in. Fancy feat!
Oh, that healing, though.
Using the Moonlight Vigil from that Scythe Dagger, getting them all their health back to get back into this game. Harry finally gets that shutdown, but gets met by 2 tanks as a result, and this is where Tien really starts to thrive, just dashing on in.
The Ocean Dragon slowed in.
The Ocean Dragon is going to kill Ray, who got his for the bullet time in the bush. I love it. It was a great attempt. But,
the cost was high, Skibby. But the Ocean Soul still belongs to the Chiefs in the end. They're split pushing Fiora with an Ocean Soul. And I don't know how Autumn bring this one back, considering that.
That's going to be the TP in now as they look to secure this game. Respawn time is 10 to 15 seconds. That's going to be a rough one, definitely, as they are now looking to take down the 6 steps turret. Yeah, they're definitely going to go for the end right now. Chiefs want the victory. Glacial Fissure going out once again. I look these members in place to do as much damage as they can. Tien going to try and do as much as he can to really assist in this team fight right now.
No one takes damage.
And no one takes damage, quite rightly. A 3-man knockup is quite huge where terrain comes into effect. And Harry, the 1v4 king, doesn't have enough enough sustain to survive in that situation. Nobody from Chiefs will fall. Ocean Soul OP, disengage is what they're after.
Spawned as well. If anything else could happen in this game, it would happen right now.
Oh my gosh.
Katsura is here. They're re-engaging.
They are absolutely looking for this one. Tien doesn't care about the team fight. He wants to go for the inhibitor, but now turns his attention towards that team fight as Katsuri gets the trade onto the ADC opponent. Triple kill, quadra kill, because inhibitors count as a member of this roster. It falls on down. They're going to go for the Nexus. They're going to complete the game. Chiefs find a much-needed victory.
That was absolutely wild League of Legends. That's what that was. There was so much fighting, but so many tanks and crowd control everywhere that it's just really hard to know what's going on until somebody actually dies. In the end, it's fair to say that Fiora proved to be just a little bit too much for their opponents of Order to deal with here, as the Chiefs do find themselves with the victory in the end. And Order, unfortunately, do find themselves with the 0-2 week.
The cast almost felt comical by the end of that, right? Because we're like joking our way through that one. I'm just like, what on earth is going on? Do I get a chance to even stop and breathe? No, it's just go, 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 go. Action, action, action. All the aggression you'd want to close out a night. And I think, yeah, you perfectly summed it up when you said this is peak League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice. It felt like we hit the quota of aggressiveness after that one, but there's still a lot of replicatable issues there for the side of Order. These Drake team fights going sideways for them. Unfortunately, is a consistent thing that you could note from today's games. But in saying that, they still had to play the two top teams effectively today. 2 of the 3 top teams Order. So this is not the day that you come in and say, we're going to 2-0. This is the day that you come into and say, we want to be 4th. Let's try and get the 2-0.
Well, that's enough of us talking, Rusty. So let's bring back the boys, Nick Boy and Spawn, to share their thoughts on that final game of the day.
I mean, look, I could not agree more. It's definitely enough of Skimmy talking. He's been at it for 6.5 hours. The man is a monster. Well done, buddy. Well done.
Thank you, bro.
And well done there, 2 Chiefs. I mean, the end of the day kind of rounded out how we were expecting on paper. The first 3 to 4 games, absolutely bananas. A hell of a way to start off our Super Week. Spawn, all games aside, how are you? Did you enjoy tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I kind of want to echo the sentiments. We had some really slow games, and then obviously Order and Chiefs just felt like a skill check was in order, and they just went at it hammer and tongue. So I think, people that stuck with us for the whole 6.5 hours were rewarded with a really bloody, I guess, more traditional OS game, Rusty, like if you could call it that, because that is certainly a lot more fighting, and that's what we're used to.
Absolutely, bringing it back to aggressive League of Legends. I mean, it's always something that you want to see from Oceanic players, because the skill checks to me are the most exciting things.
The most exciting thing to me is just imagining what Rusty is doing right now, because we haven't seen him in about 6 hours, and anything could be going on behind that one.
I currently have no clothes on, Nick. You thought there was no pants at the start. But
I would love to see him turn his webcam on and he just disconnects as a result.
Just lags out trying to talk.
It has been a very enjoyable weekend. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. Let's take a look back at the games that were and the results we got. Game number 1, Pentanet versus GG. Pentanet.gg versus Avant. Sorry, Avant taking out the win there in the first surprise of the day. And then it was Gravitas taking down Direwolves for game number 2. Mammoth crushing Pentanet for game 3. Direwolves taking out Order for game 4. And then things got back on track relatively with Legacy not giving Mammoth much of a chance for game 5. And finally, Chiefs and Order just whacking each other with sticks until Chiefs came out on top for game 6. It's been a hell of a broadcast, but we have much more League of Legends for you tomorrow. Let's take a look at the games we've got coming up. It is Avant
6
versus
more.
Order for game number 1. Chiefs taking on Gravitas for game 2. Mammoth and Order for game 3. Gravitas versus Pentanet.gg game 4. The Chiefs and Mammoth for game 5. And Legacy versus Direwolves for game 6. Boys, as if you couldn't get enough host League of Legends, what game are we most excited about tomorrow?
I mean, number 6 has to be number 6. Legacy versus Direwolves. If you're not excited for that one, I actually did not remember what any other game was. I was too excited for that one.
If you're not excited about that one, you're not excited about the OPL, right, Skimmy?
You're not, absolutely. I mean, if you're not looking at the game and thinking, what on earth is happening in the green camp? 50 Shades of Green. That's the narrative I'm going back to again.
See, I'm kind of the
That's
opposite.
very nice.
I really want to see these teams that are still yet to lock their playoff spot. And you would have to think that if Order and Pentanet go winless tomorrow, especially with the teams that they're playing, I don't even know who to call favorites to make playoffs. Because at the start of today, you would have said, yeah, Order and Pentanet should get there. Gravitas with Parbu, it's a nice upgrade, but can they really make it work? Avant, they had one good game because they really make it work. But those two teams still look really good. And Order and Pentanet are a collective 0-4 on the day, which does not instill confidence into the general managers trying to make playoffs right now, Nick.
No, it does not instill confidence at all. You've got the smile of a man who is trying to not cry. But that also could be because you burnt out your retinas a couple of hours ago and you have no idea actually what is going on. I'm just seeing in the chat, Nick seems lower energy than usual. Is Nick okay? Why is Nick so quiet? It's because I literally have a child asleep on the other side of that wall and a child asleep up there. So I'm trying to figure out the level at which I can get. So far tonight has been good. So we can up it again tomorrow night. We'll see how it goes. Spawn, you have a question.
Twitch chat. That is a bedroom for Nick. A bedroom for Nick's one child. A bedroom for Nick's other child. A guest bedroom. This is a mansion. We could all hole up for the coronavirus isolation in Nick's house. I'm telling you, find out where this man lives. He has got the goods. I bet you he has a ton of toilet paper as well.
Yeah.
I will bring my toilet. You know what? Tomorrow I will put my toilet paper on the bed and you will look upon it and you will weep. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out. It's been a super enjoyable night. We're going to be continuing broadcasting from our homes for the foreseeable future. Who knows how long this thing could go on? And more importantly, who knows how long that this actually becomes the best way to cast League of Legends, the most comfortable way, and we just never return to that studio. So you can hole up there as well if you're looking for a place to stay. I have been Nick Boy. We've got Spawn, Skimmy, and Rusty. Rusty, are you still there?
I am. I'm just still looking up at you with a wombat telling me what to do.
There you go. That's all we need. Skimmy, thank you very much for all your hard work today.
Thank you, bro. We'll get through it. More water, more lozenges. We're rock and roll.
Spawn, I'm locking you outside of my house for the apocalypse. Thank God three-quarters of us all have beds behind us because it is time to get some shut-eye. It is 10:36. It's been a hell of a night. We're coming back tomorrow for more OPL. We'll see you guys then.
強く強く輝いて消えた長い